think that
We've had this conversation on this table before.
Yes. Yeah. First of all, I think there's global stage and then there's Beyonce stage. That's on period.
What is Beyonce stage?
Beyonce stage is much bigger, Jerry.
What's the girl about her Beyonce? About her stage? She had it. I don't think she has it anymore because based on the numbers that the Lion King is doing now, there is a global stage.
Do you want to say that Shatta Wale has? This is the first time Shatta Wale is entering the global stage.
So it's Shatta Wale now that is the.
All of them on that album.
We also need to define the people on that album that had the global stage. If we're talking about the Wizkids, right? They obviously had the global stage. Burna Boy had
but my Jones,
this is not I see what you two are doing. This is not about global stage and Beyonce stage. This is about cultural appropriation.
And Beyonce is
this
very
or not?
Yeah,
do you know something I just realized? That there is a difference between cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation. Now, what Beyonce does is cultural appreciation. She actually appreciates the African culture. Regardless, is it a fault that we're not? Is it a fault that we're not appreciating our culture enough?
Educating our people with misinformation. As long as money is involved, it is no longer appreciation, but it's appropriation. Period.
Oh, the money comes in later.
Which money?
The money she makes out of the records for that, but the intent in which she's actually using it.
I don't understand. I don't understand. When she was making the video, she wanted to do charity. She'll have them. She'll just fall on the money by mistake. I don't understand.
But the intent, the fact that you appreciate the African culture. Yeah, but she appreciates the African culture.
If you're making a music video, is Beyonce making a music video for charity purposes or to make money? Period. That's the question.
Cultural appreciation is different from cultural appropriation.
Yes, that's facts, but that's not what is happening in this case. If you're talking, like I said, if it's about making money, it is not appreciation. If I'm going to my friend's house and I really like the Asian culture and I put the Asian makeup on my face and I go there as maybe Halloween costume or whatever, I'm appreciating it. But if I'm going to make a whole production that is based on making profit and I put a culture in there or a symbol or a car or whatever, I am trying to make profit, and that is cultural inappropriation. If your profit is not let me land.
No, nobody's blaming.
Don't mind him, Ife.
It is what she's doing.
I will not mind him, Ife.
If your profits are not then given to the people who you are using to attract the attention that you're using to make your profit, then what you have done is cultural appropriation. People have done it many, many times. PDD is one person I know that has really tried to help us to guard ourselves because the minority groups, including gender and race.
So PDD is not,
Listen, let me finish. What are you saying, I've not even talked. I don't understand.
You said PDD is somebody that helps us to guard. Make it.
It's so far now. Before I make the point, I already interact. Do you want to complete the conversation for me? Or
no, I don't want to. I want you to.
Okay, then keep quiet and listen. So PDD is somebody that has actually tried his best to protect the minorities, including the black race and females or whatever minority you find yourself in terms of being not exploited by cultural appropriation by copywriting your stuff, your band, your fashion, your braids, things like that. Because when somebody does that, then you can then file for suits against that. He's one of those people that have tried to teach black people how to do that because a lot of the times people want to be black when it doesn't matter. And that's Beyonce for you. If you're going to claim that you are appreciating it, then put your money where your mouth is. Come and perform. Spend a lot of money in production.
That's the only thing you say. She doesn't perform.
She's an artist. Performing is the only thing.
Do you know the amount of things that she could have done for Africa that you don't know? You don't know about this. The only thing you come up with is she doesn't come here to perform.
Tell me one thing Beyonce has put her money here. Tell me, okay, forget performance.
The fact that she's putting our culture out there is enough. People are learning.
You are still saying the same thing that is the issue. But we need to go on a very quick break.
What?
We have a guest.
You don't need Beyonce to do that, please.
Then do it.
We are already doing it.
No, you're not.
We will continue after this short break.
Plus TV Africa is the news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
Our guest is an up-and-coming artist who was born in the city of Lagos, and music, interestingly, has always been in his family. Ojelade Olarewaju Oluwafemi is signed to YOS Records, a Nigerian-owned foreign-based record label. His music is a fusion of Afro jazz, and high life with hints of other genres. Let's make welcome the one and only LB.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Beautiful faces.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
Good. I like the combination of your music genres that you're involved in. It's good that you're not comfortable or anything.
But before he gets to say, I want to know what's LB. Your name. How did you get LB from that? So it's not has nothing to do with your name.
It doesn't, cause when I was in university, girls used to call me Larry Berry.
Larry Berry.
Yeah, Larry.
Where did Larry Berry come from?
I don't know. I should ask them. Maybe after
You don't know where Larry Berry came from?
Larry should be from Larry.
Okay, Berry.
The Berry. I guess because I'm sweet.
So
going into music, I had to shorten that. Larry Berry would be too long to put myself.
But that would have been nice, actually.
It's Larry Berry. So I had to shorten down to LB.
Right. Okay. How did you get in contact with this record label? Because I know a lot of the times people who are upcoming, getting that backup is massive.
Yeah,
so what was your journey like for that?
Oh, okay. So I've been doing music for a while before I got signed to my label. So my friends, they used to tell me to put my stuff on the internet, push your stuff on Instagram and all, but I wasn't so good at that. But then later I started doing it, and I think it was the second time I put stuff on Instagram. The owner of my label saw the song and just came into my DM, and that was how it happened.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yep.
So I guess you're taking social media more seriously right now.
I guess so.
You guess so.
Why don't you think social media is going to be helpful for that?
The kind of songs I write, I'm quite conscious about my writing, so I feel social media is a little bit distractive when I'm writing, so I like to be in my space to write. So going on social media is a little bit distractive.
Okay,
yeah, maybe you need to have like a management for that part of your life. Yeah.
Okay, but speaking of that, from your appearance and even your vibe of music that I was getting, you're not the most common fish in the ocean. Do you find that also in, displaying itself in your networking with other people in the industry? Because majority of the people in the industry don't have conscious music for sure.
Yeah, true.
So do you still, do you think that segregates you, or that doesn't really matter when you're networking?
No, it doesn't. I think I'm this kind of person that once I get to wherever I find myself, I try to like blend in with whatever it is that's going on there. So it doesn't really segregate me from everybody in the industry. I bond well with people.
Right.
Okay. So how do you get inspired? I know you say you write conscious music, meaning you want to be able to pass a message when you make a song. So how do you draw your inspiration?
Most times I write songs and I want the listeners to feel what it was that I was feeling when I was writing the song.
Right.
So I just like to be on my own, in my own zone, with my pen and paper, and then my speaker, and that's it.
I know you're not in your zone now, but you need to do something for us, like a quick song, not in your zone.
Say, girl, is it a crime that I put my faith in you? Never ever thought you could take me for a fool. See, I wrote you a song cause I thought you were my muse. Now I know that girl is dancing to your blues. Yeah, you lost my light till you blew up the fuse. Every other day now I'm drowning in booze. I asked if you loved me, you're acting confused. Now I know that girl is walking in your shoes, yeah.
Is that a true story?
Yeah, it is.
So she's no longer your muse?
No, she's no longer my muse.
Unless somebody else?
There's another muse.
Say you just You're like,
no, just tell us.
Let not jabble.
There's another muse.
We don't mind.
Maybe when I'm leaving here, I'll be taking one with me.
Oh, okay. Larry Berry. Okay. Did you start from church though? Your voice seems really trained.
Yeah. But I wasn't singing in church. I was playing drums.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is there any other instrument that you play?
Nah, just drums.
Okay, so what should we be expecting from you?
I have loads of other songs, but I'll be dropping. Okay, yeah, I shot the video to my new single Yellow Lights.
Okay.
Shot it some days ago. It was directed by Abdullah.
When is it dropping?
In 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
So after that, let's say 2 weeks from that again, I'll be dropping my next single. It's titled DNA.
Okay.
Okay.
I do not confuse that
DNA
title
to DNA.
Yeah, it's DNA to DNA.
What did you say?
DNA the artist.
No. It's too confusing.
Okay, we'll be
Because
looking out for that.
All right.
Thank you
My
for
pleasure.
drinking tea with us.
My pleasure.
Okay, and that's how we wrap up this episode of Tea Time. Thank you for watching, and do send your opinions via WhatsApp to 09060005719 or tweet at us at Plus TV Africa. Also, you can watch all this conversation all over again by visiting our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. My thank you, as always, go to my co-anchors, Ife Omai, Ife Oluwashoke had to step down, and of course our guest LB. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
My name is Elsie Godwin. Please do stay safe.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Thank you for joining us on Plus TV Africa, The Breakfast, where we unbundle top and big stories of the day. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Nigeria on Monday confirmed 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now 33,346. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced the latest figure in a tweet on its handle. Nigeria's new cases were confirmed in 15 states and the Federal Capital Territory, taking the number of infected people in the nation to 46,867. The NCDC's latest data indicates that Lagos and Plateau State reported the highest cases of the day, with 82 infections each. Other states with fresh cases are Oyo with 19, the FCT with 18, Edo 16, Kaduna with 15 cases, Enugu and Ogun State with 9 cases each, Kano 8, Kwara with 8 also, Cross River 5, Ondo State with 5 and Rivers also with 5 cases, Ekiti 4, Imo State with 3 and Borno with 2 cases. The NCDC data further revealed that the disease had so far claimed 980 lives. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has blamed governors, traditional rulers, and religious leaders for allowing crowds to gather and break safety protocols during electioneering in Edo State and the burial of Senator Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State. The PTF, at its national press briefing on Monday, said it was dismayed by the development. Kashamu, who died on Saturday at the First Cardiology Consultants Hospital in Lagos from COVID-19 complications, was buried in his Ijebu-Igbo, Ogun State hometown on Sunday, with a large crowd in attendance in defiance to safety protocols. Both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party have also held campaign rallies in Edo State ahead of the September 19 governorship election. The national coordinator of the PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, was asked about the large crowds at the campaigns and at the burial, where social distancing rule was broken and many people failed to wear face masks. And the federal government has directed civil servants on grade levels 12 and 13, as well as those on essential duties, to resume full duties. The head of the civil service of the Federation, Folashade Yemiesong, gave the directive in a circular dated August 10, 2020. The circular was titled Resumption of Officers on Grade Levels 12 and 13 and Those on Essential Duties. Yemiesong asked the officers to ensure full compliance with the directives and advised on the COVID-19 pandemic preventive measures, including maintenance of physical distancing, regular washing and or sanitizing of hands, and wearing of face masks. She added that efforts should be made to avoid overcrowding in individual offices. State governors from the northeastern part of the country on Monday met with the President, Muhammadu Buhari, on the deteriorating security situation in the zone and appealed to him to address the causes without further delay. They also lamented the rate at which more members are being recruited into the sect. As one of the ways out, the governors recommended that more sophisticated equipment should be provided for the Nigerian police force in order to cover the manpower deficit they said they noticed in the nation's military. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum disclosed these to State House correspondents at the end of the meeting they had with the President in Abuja. Governor Zulum was joined at the press briefing by the Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri and said the meeting with the President was a fallout of a meeting with the Northeast governors held in Maiduguri on Saturday. He said there is a need for the federal, state and local governments to come together with a view to preferring solutions that will end the crisis in the region. And 4 tanker drivers under the auspices of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, have suspended their strike in Lagos State. A communique jointly signed by the Commissioner of Energy and Mineral Resources, Olalere Odusote, and the Deputy National President of NUPENG, Simon Kilango, was issued at the end of the meeting. It contains the 7 agreements reached by the union and the government, which led to the suspension of the industrial action of the tanker drivers in the state. Some of the challenges faced by tanker drivers, such as security agencies, area boys, ad hoc levies, bad roads, overloading, the timing of movement and coordination, formed the critical issues discussed at the meeting. Both parties resolved that the state government would meet with the heads of all security agencies and secure their commitment to ensuring the free passage of petroleum product vehicles, given their importance to the economy. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has reversed the deregistration of 22 political parties by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). Justice Monica Dogman Mensem, who presided over the appeal filed by the 22 political parties who are among the 74 political parties deregistered in February 2020, said that INEC ignored due process in exercising its powers under Section 225, subsection A of the Constitution as amended. The appellate court, which averred that not only were the affected political parties already in court before INEC exercised its constitutional powers to deregister a party, but the electoral umpire also failed to inform the parties why they could no longer exist. The Court of Appeal held that Section 40 of the Constitution entitles citizens to freedom of association, and as such, the right conferred on a political party cannot be taken away except in accordance with the provisions of the law and due process. INEC was further ordered to release the 74 parties. And the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it has received the judgment of the Court of Appeal reinstating at least 22 political parties in the country. INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, confirmed the receipt of the judgment in a statement on Monday. The Advanced Congress of Democrats, ACD, Progressive People's Alliance, PPA, and 20 others were reinstated by the appellate court, but the electoral umpire said a total of 23 political parties were released by the 4-man panel of judges led by Justice Shodipe Lokulu. Okoye decried that the same court had upheld its decision to deregister the political parties, only for it to later fault its action. The INEC official added the commission is therefore faced with 2 conflicting judgments from the Court of Appeal, one affirming the powers of the commission to deregister political parties, and the other setting aside the registration of ACD and 22 others. Joining us live is Festus Okoye, the INEC National Commissioner in charge of voter education. Also joining us live is Ramana Debi, the Chairman, Liberation Movement Party, Lagos State. We would also be speaking with Evan Sufeli, a legal practitioner. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to start with Professor Zokoye this morning. Ordinarily, it's expected that there would be respect for court orders, and of course, the INEC would do just what the court has ordered. So, why is there an appeal this time?
Well, this President Commission has as one of its cardinal principles complete obedience to the orders of all properly constituted courts of law. And to that particular extent, if you noticed, in the last 3-4 years, this commission has been obeying all court orders. Now, the challenge here is that the Independent National Electoral Commission carried out verification of the status of all political parties to make sure that they still comply with the incidence of their registration, and they also comply with all the other registration requirements under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, after this verification, the Commission found out that some of the registered political parties no longer maintain an office in the Federal Capital Territory as required by law. We also found out that most of them did not satisfy the constitutional provision as laid down in Section 225A of the Constitution. And on the basis of that, the Commission has decided to deregister these political parties. Now, the challenge here is that as of today, there are over 5 judgments from various federal high courts and various high courts relating to the issue of the registration of political parties. And all those judgments were in favor of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Two of those matters went to the Court of Appeal. In the case of NUP, that was decided by the Court of Appeal on the 29th day of July 2020, the court affirmed the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission to deregister political parties in accordance with Section 225A of the Constitution. Now, the NUP is dissatisfied with that particular judgment and has approached the Supreme Court, asking the Supreme Court to set aside that particular judgment. And now, yesterday, the Commission received another judgment relating to the same issue of the registration of political parties in favor of the Advanced Congress of Democrats and 22 others, saying that the Commission did not comply with due process in the registration of these political parties. So as far as the Commission is concerned, these two judgments are conflicting. And based on that, the Commission wants a final interpretation of its powers and a final pronouncement of its powers by the Supreme Court, because we cannot pick and choose which of the two judgments from the same court the Commission should obey. So as a law-abiding institution, we have decided to approach the Supreme Court for a final verdict on the powers of the Commission.
Okay.
Under Section
I'm expecting that this means that whatever the Supreme Court decides, INEC will, of course, go on with that.
Definitely.
All right, let's also talk about, of course, the atmosphere among inter-party groups across the country now. How do you think this might also affect the upcoming Edo State election?
No. The judgment of the Court of Appeal has nothing to do with the Edo State governorship elections. This is because on the 6th day of February 2020, the Commission released the timetable and schedule of activities for the conduct of the Edo governorship elections. And this timeline and schedule of activities are derived both from the Constitution and from the Electoral Act. And if you look at Section 178, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it gives the Commission a circumscribed timeline within which to conduct what we call end of tenure governorship elections. And if you also look at Section 31, 31 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended, it gives us a step-by-step procedure on what to do in relation to the governorship elections. All the political parties contesting the Edo governorship elections have filed their nominations electronically. The Independent National Electoral Commission has also allowed substitution of candidates and political parties. We have published the list and particulars of all the candidates contesting this election in the constituency where they are contesting this particular election. So as far as the Commission is concerned, we are proceeding with the governorship elections, and this particular judgment has nothing to do with the what we have done, because what we have done as of today can be said to be covered under the Constitution and under the Electoral Act 2010 as amended.
All right, I'm going to move to Evan Tufeli, a legal practitioner who's also joining us. Let me ask you this. Justice Dongban Mensem held that the deregistration was illegal because INEC failed to comply with due process of the law. I want you to help us understand the likely implication of this judgment. And also bear in mind that there was also a judgment from the Federal High Court in Abuja also this year saying something different. So go ahead and please share with us.
Well, the case in question, the political parties so aggrieved approached the courts in different occasions asking for different reliefs. So what the court have done is to straighten the position of the law as regards the issue of the registration of political parties. If you look at the Constitution graphically, INEC have overstepped its bound when it comes to registration of political parties, because the creation of political parties and the membership of political parties has to do with the fundamental rights of Nigerians, okay? And that sets down no person, no institution in this country have the power, okay, to stop an association from congregating and conducting activities that are within the bounds of law. So when they got the judgment, February 2020, when the Court of First Instance gave judgment that INEC have such powers to register political parties, I did say then that this judgment will not stand. It will not stand in the sense that the powers of INEC as subscribed or as laid down in the 1999 Constitution is very, very clear. INEC have powers to register political parties. INEC have powers to conduct election, manage electioneering and the affairs of political engagement in Nigeria, and then make sure that they have guidelines, because the Constitution also empowered them to, come up with guidelines from time to time within which elections can be conducted and have a smooth sailing process. Those are the powers of INEC. The power to deregister political party or an association or whatsoever is not within the confines of the jurisdiction of INEC. And I wonder why, having registered some political parties some months ago, they turn around and then begin to say that the parties, because the parties no longer maintain office here, because the parties no longer maintain meetings or they don't congregate any longer, therefore they can be deregistered. You cannot begin to create powers outside the 1999 Constitution just so that you can use such powers to begin to interrogate the political process and engagement. No.
Okay.
So the implication of the judgment is that where I heard the person from INEC who just said that INEC is going, if INEC is going to the Supreme Court, they will bring a stay of execution to that judgment and then proceed to exhaust their options of appeal. So the Supreme Court will now decide and state the facts clearly as to whether or not INEC have these powers to deregister political parties or not. But as I say that the Constitution does not empower INEC to deregister any political party. It is very clear and graphic.
Okay, I want you to go on quickly because we're going to go back to Festus Okoye in a bit. I want you to go on quickly and share with us what you think went wrong with the ruling of Justice Anwuli Chekwere of the Federal High Court. How did she, that judge interpreted that way? That is entirely different from what we are seeing today.
Well, the interpretation she gave it is more understanding of morals. It's more understanding of the fact that they do no longer have the requirements for which they were registered with. Okay, And then she cited some of the provisions of the Constitution, which were not really to the root of the matter. Because if you look at Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution, and then the fundamental rights are stated clearly there, every person in Nigeria have the right to belong to any association of his choice. And such associations also are empowered by law to exist as long as they are not into illegal activities or illegal businesses.
Yeah.
You understand? So nothing in the Constitution gives any institution or any court the authority to deregister a political party or deregister an association that is, carrying out legal activities and legal business within the confines of the country. More of what INEC is saying and propagating is that they no longer have this, they no longer have that, they are no longer here, they are no longer there. INEC function actually is not to look into what they are no longer doing or what they are doing. INEC function is to make sure that they come up with guidelines.
All right.
They manage the political parties. They make sure that they give widespread, political education and encourage participation. Okay. And conduct elections, and they have free and fair process.
All right, hold on.
INEC have been doing its best.
We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you.
I would say that INEC should concentrate more on that. I know the pain of INEC. The pain of INEC is that they have to list all these political parties in the ballot papers.
Yeah.
You understand?
So, and that's what I want to get into now. Give me a second, Mr.
But
Ofeli.
as much as it's laborious and burdensome, it is still within the right of Nigerians to belong to any political party of their choice, to air their view, to have their manifestos, and to congregate as long as what they are doing is legal and within the bounds of law. So perhaps
I want to bring in Raman Adebi, who's also joining us. Yeah, if you would just hold on, Mr. Ofeli, I would get back to you. Raman Adebi, if you can hear us, I want you to speak on the number of political parties that we currently have, the significance of this new ruling, and do you think Nigeria needs this large number of political parties currently?
Well, the political parties we have, they are much because the law, has set the premise upon which we should have that participation.
Okay. Apologies, I'm directing that question to Raman Adebi.
Okay. But if we have to reduce this, the only way to fight is to amend the constitution.
Please hold on, Mr. Ofeli. I'm directing that question to Raman Adebi.
If we're going to have to let the law say so.
Okay, Mr. Adebi, if you can hear me, can you please go ahead?
Yeah. Please come again, please.
Yeah, I'm asking, and apologies for that, I'm asking about the significance of this new ruling. And do you think Nigeria really needs this large number of political parties?
Thank you very much. Nigeria, according to the Constitution, is a multi-party state. And a multi-party state has the right to multiplicity of parties, as we have seen. And Nigeria is not the first country in the world that will have a multi-party as we are practicing. And if you check other countries of the world, you can see the multiplicity of party and their democracy is flourishing and everybody is fine. And the implication of this to the parties now is a jubilation mood because INEC has to comply. Because at the first instance, when the judgment was given in favor of INEC, INEC complied. And at this moment that the implication is given in favor of the 24 political party, INEC too must comply. Because that is the duty of democracy. And yes, INEC has the right to proceed to the Supreme Court to get a further interpretation and then a judgment to upon this. But as this stands now, the 24 political party has been given their right under the law to practice and exist as a party and to say to Nigerians they have the free right of association to join any political party of their choices. They have the right to vote and participate in any election that they have. So going forward, INEC, from today, INEC must be giving the right to all parties equally to be able to participate in all coming elections before the final judgment of the Supreme Court will be. So the onus now is on INEC to do the needful and encourage Nigerians to, exercise their free right of freedom according to the law.
All right, interesting. And back to Festus Okoye. I would like you to speak, of course, in reaction to what Evan Tufeli had, some statements he had made earlier, that INEC went beyond their powers in deregistering those parties. And it's also one of the things that was read in the ruling yesterday, that INEC didn't also give good reasons to these political parties why they were deregistered. So I want you to quickly speak on that. Why would you say INEC went ahead with those, with the move of deregistering those parties?
But let me, I think my learned colleagues misconstrue the issues at stake in this particular judgment and the issues around the constitutional provisions. Now, I completely agree. I'm a lawyer. I'm a senior member of the bar. Every individual in Nigeria has a freedom of association. Nobody is talking about that. And I also am an advocate of freedom of association, and people should be allowed to associate and congregate. But the same constitution says that it is not every individual who is allowed to associate and congregate that can form a political party. Section 221 makes it very clear, 221 of the Constitution makes it very clear that it is only an association registered by the Independent National Electoral Commission that can canvass for votes and sponsor candidates in any election. So you can be a political association and continue to exist, but you cannot canvass for votes and sponsor candidates in any election unless you're a registered political party under the law. That is one. Secondly, Section 225A of the Constitution itself has given the Commission the power to deregister political parties. And if you look at Section 225A, it clearly says that that the Independent National Electoral Commission shall have the power to deregister a political party for failure for breach of any of the requirements for registration. There are already requirements for registration under Section 221 to 229 of the Constitution. So if a political party breaches any of those requirements under Section 225A of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Commission can deregister it.
Yeah.
So the powers exercised by the Commission was exercised lawfully and in accordance with the Constitution, because between December and January, between December 2019 and January 2020, INEC carried out verification of all existing political parties in Nigeria.
All right, so
these political parties are already aware. The Commission informed them of why they were deregistered. Those who no longer maintain an office, the Commission informed them. Those who did not win a single seat in any legislative house or in any of the executive positions, the Commission informed them on why they were.
Professor Okoye, I want to ask, what will INEC be seeking at the Supreme Court?
And so there's no doubt about what the Commission did in relation to this.
All right, I want to ask what INEC would be seeking at the Supreme Court if, from what you said, INEC had done verification and seen that these political parties didn't have certain requirements, and that's why they went ahead with the deregistration. So is INEC going to be seeking to continue with the deregistration if none of these things have been changed over time, if some of the reasons why they were deregistered haven't been fixed?
No, I'm not going to be on television and argue the matter before the Supreme Court. INEC lawyers will go to the Supreme Court and argue the matter. One thing we want to be sure of: what are the limits of the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, as we have in Section 225A of the Constitution? This is because we carried out verification of these political parties. We checked all the elections that we have conducted so far in Nigeria, and none of these political parties is saying, "Oh, I satisfied the requirements of the Constitution. I won one state of the federation in a presidential election. I won one local government of the state in a governorship election," or that they won one ward in a chairmanship election. So none of them is contesting that they won, and none has said we did not comply with Section 225A of the Constitution. So if any of them is claiming that is satisfied any of the provisions of Section 225A of the Constitution, it will come out and say so. None of them has said that they want any seat. The Commission does not have any personal or personalized interest in any of these issues. But the Commission is a regulatory agency and has the power to make sure that the provisions of the Constitution are complied with. And the Constitution has given us the power to enforce compliance with the provisions of the Constitution. And that's what we have done. And that is what we are going to continue to do.
All right. Let's quickly just have 1 minute each for Ramana Debi and Evans Ufeli. I'm going to start with Evans Ufeli. I want you to respond to what Mr. Festus Okoye has mentioned, that the Constitution gives INEC the right to deregister. You had said, otherwise earlier, that they could only register and, of course, monitor elections and a few other things. So I want you to quickly respond to that in a minute, and then, of course, we'll move back to Ramana Debi.
The position in Section 225A of the Constitution is very clear, okay? INEC is giving that power, okay, to deregister political party when there is a breach in the requirements of registration. When there is a breach in the requirement of registration, the Constitution is very clear about it, okay? That does not imply that INEC have the powers to spring up surprise, mark political parties, mark them breaching the rules of the Constitution or the provisions of the Constitution, and then deregister them. That will make INEC, okay, the judge, the prosecutor, and everything in its own case. And that is why the court is saying no. Because if you give institutions that arbitrary power to act in ways INEC have acted in the past, you are going to have a complete chaos in society. This thing happened before. There was a time INEC deregistered some political parties. Ganifa Ami SAN, the late Ganifa Ami SAN, went to court, okay, and then the law was set there straight. And then a precedent was created that INEC, okay, by the spirit and letters of the Constitution, have no such powers to deregister political parties in the light and the manner in which they did it that time. Now they repeated it again. And then the court is now saying that going by the spirit and letters of the Constitution and the fundamental rights of Nigerians, together with the rights to belong to any political party of your choice, okay, INEC have no such powers to deregister such political parties in the manner at which they did so.
Okay, we can leave it there. Let's then wrap up with Ramana Debi. It's been interesting, hearing both Festus Okoye and, of course, Evans Ufeli. I want your thoughts on what you feel might be quick electoral reforms that Nigeria must quickly implement in the quickest possible time.
Yeah, first and foremost, I think I'll quickly get to that quickly. And I think INEC must observe and take this rule, this court judgment and implement it. Because implementation is very key. Because the rule says the 74 parties, that action is null and void, and restore them and release them as a political party. I think INEC must comply. Because that's fundamental, that's strengthening our democracy, and that's what put the rule of law back to its order. And going forward to reforms, I think there must be, we've been carrying out different stakeholder engagement among political parties and INEC and everybody involved. Going forward, the authority to deregister party, on my point of view, to be taken further to the judiciary, to the case to be proven, because you cannot be a judge in your own case. INEC cannot think on a corner of the office and say that today, based on my biased mind or mindset or the criteria that I feel at a particular point in time, I put it together and I'm going to party. Let them prove it beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. Let it be satisfied that even the person that is the party that is going to be registered will follow due process, and this due process must be applicable to all parties. Because in this case, INEC is saying that they follow due process, and I can say boldly that this due process has not been fully complied with, because the elections of the federal, state, and local government as it constitutes the sample of the 2019 election has not been completed. And as you can see, 2 are still in the process for Edo and Ondo
State.
And
all right.
Some others are still coming for local government. So if INEC is saying that he has fulfilled all the requirements, do you perchance, just on the whims of the fact that few ones have been done, you can now say, okay, from 80%, I can take my magnitude of percentage and take a judgment on that. I think that is not fair on Nigerians.
All right.
That's not fair on the rule of law.
Thank you very much.
That's not fair on the sanity of Nigerians who have come to participate in this election, who have come to spend their resources, who have been in a situation to move Nigeria forward.
Thank you very much.
That's my view as regards this position.
All right. Thank to the 3 of you, Festus Okoye, Mermana Debi, and Evan Tufeli, for sharing your thoughts with us in this very, very interesting discussion on The Breakfast this morning. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Still on The Breakfast, the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, says despite being a member of the PDP, he is not a fan of the party's candidate, Godwin Obaseki, in the upcoming governorship election in Edo State. Mr. Fayose, who was a guest on Plus Politics, warns the PDP that Governor Obaseki is likely to return the APC if he wins.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes around in life will come round. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you go, sir. What do you mean by what goes round?
Well, let me leave it like that, because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the then Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a circle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
Also on the program, former Governor Fayose says the killings in southern Kaduna are appalling, describing it as ethnic cleansing. He called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do something fast.
That is ethnic cleansing. I've said that times without number. That there's no ideal society. There's no country that you have sane leadership that will allow a particular people who are seen purely to be of a particular religion, of a particular extraction, to be wiped away daily.
But we understand it's from both sides.
I've said this while I was in office.
We understand it's both
and
sides.
I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. It is time for us to stop that killing at all costs. Mr. President should stop that killing.
Former Governor Ayodele Fayose on, of course, our show last night. The breakfast continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star,
This is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. The Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has advocated an independent process in the appointment of judges. He said this was crucial to judicial reforms given the significant roles they play in polity, economy, social justice and democracy. Osinbajo spoke on Saturday at the Justice Research Institute JRI virtual roundtable themed Selection and Appointment of Judges, Lessons for Nigeria. Osinbajo stated that the integrity of the judicial system was crucial to everything in the society. Joining us live is Bolanle Olugbani, a legal practitioner, and also live with us this morning, Mr. Tunde Kolawole, also a legal practitioner. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start with...
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
I want to start with Mr. Olugbani this morning. Do you share same views with the Vice President, and how vital would you say these reforms are for a better judicial system in Nigeria?
Well, to a certain extent, I share the same views, only up to the point that it's not just enough to have an independent process of appointment of judges. What about the political interference and the political influence that the executive branch of government always brings to bear on the judiciary of the states and at the federal level? Because once you make the appointing authority the chief executive of the executive arm at the state and at the federal level, there is bound to be some form of influence exerted on judges. And there are also back channels that can be used to influence certain things or make those judges face what you call political influence. So it's not just to have an independent means of appointing them. The appointing authority must also be dealt with. That is, who is the appointing authority?
All right. So you don't think, or do you feel that the current state of course, our current administration has shown that will to respect and, of course, also do as you have suggested?
Well, if a civil servant is appointed by the Civil Service Commission, and there are judicial service commissions in every state, I think that the head of the judiciary should be responsible for the appointment of judges in each state. The commission does whatever it is that is due diligence, sets up the terms and conditions for appointment, even to the point of making them pass exams, competency exams, and oral interviews, interactive sessions. And that's where it should stop. Once you bring a situation where the chief executive of a state or the federation is responsible solely for determining who becomes a judge, then of course that means that there's political influence involved. and it can affect the outcome and the tenure and the performance of such a judge in the long run.
All right. Before we move to Tunde Kolawole this morning, this position, I'm still speaking with Mr. Olugbani now. This position is coming from not just the vice president, but also from a former attorney general of Lagos State, who had obviously dealt with this, circles before. I want to know what you think with regarding not just making political statements, but actually taking action with regards changing the process of recruitment of judges?
Is this question for Mr. Kolawole or me?
Mr. Olugbani, yes, still with
Okay,
you.
Well, political statements are more or less promises and aspirational comments. The practicality of effecting those suggestions or those positions is another matter entirely. Which chief executive of a state or the federation will allow his influence to wane or to be removed in the influence of the appointment of judges? It's these same judges that constitute electoral panels, judicial service, judicial inquiry, and all manner where the judiciary is involved in the administration of justice and governance in Nigeria. So they want to have a say, they want to have a role. We've seen a situation where a judge in Lagos State, out of turn, was being proposed to become the chief judge in Osun State. But for the intervention of right-thinking and dispassionate people at the National Judicial Council, it would have happened as if it were a military regime. That same person, that same judge, is also, notwithstanding the order of precedence of judges, is being proposed for the Supreme Court. Tell me there's no judicial, there's no political influence on the appointment of judges to the judiciary.
All right.
So it's one thing to say something, it's one thing to be able to carry it out.
Yeah. Okay. Now talking about carrying it out, let's now speak with Tunde Kolawole. I'm going to bring in the legislature here. There are many lawyers in both chambers, including the speaker. Do you feel that they can work towards this much-routed independence of the judiciary?
Thanks for having me. Well, it is possible, but let me quickly say that what the Vice President has been repeated to have said is nothing new. It is something that some of us have been advocating for a long, long time. But because the media people say the medium is the message, because it is coming from the Vice President and a senior advocate of Nigeria and a professor of law, he seems to have gotten a greater bite this time around. So like I said, it is nothing that is impossible if there is a political will. If we all want an independent judiciary, a judiciary that is going to be impartial, a judiciary which hands will never be tied in the dispensation of justice, then the suggestion made by the Vice President is really the way to go, whether we like it or not.
Okay, go on.
That is my take on that for now.
Yeah, I'm really seeking to clarify who you feel might have been lagging behind with making these changes. Because like you've said, this is something that you have spoken about numerous times and it's not new. So who do you think may have been holding back from making these adjustments and changing these parts of our law?
Well, it's the executive arm of government. When you look at our environment, you find out that the executive arm of government have always wanted to control both the legislature and then the judiciary. Each time there has been a coup in the past, I would have had military rule. The executive arm of government has always been there. What gets demolished most times is the legislature, and what gets trampled upon, and which powers are never given, is the judiciary. So, I would want to say with all emphasis at my disposal that it is the executive arm of government that should really initiate some of these suggestions that have been made.
All right. The Nigerian Bar Association, of course, if you've been following, also just elected its new president. Do you also feel the NBA have a role in this? And how do you think they may want to go about this as a pressure group?
Well, thank you. Well, in the appointment of judges, the NBA has always been taking along. Their opinion has always been sought. I'm aware that each time persons are nominated to become judges, their names are always forwarded to the branches of the NBA in the state in which they are to be appointed for them to make an input. And each time some of these things have happened, the NBA has always made an input. But I'm aware that there have been instances in which the NBA has said this person is not suitable or is not fit to be made a judge. But the executive arm of government has still gone ahead to impose such persons as judges. We also find out most times too, the National Judicial Council, the NJC, has always overridden the input of the Nigerian Bar Association when it comes to things like that. So, if we are going to carry out the kind of reform that has been proposed, we must make sure that whoever has an input to make, whatever entries they make must be taken cognizance of. It should not be ruled, and then people impose their judges when there are objections to their being made so.
All right. And let's go back to Bolanle Olugbani now. I want to, get your reaction to the same question. The Nigerian Bar Association, new president, and of course, how do you think they should go about this as a pressure group? Go ahead, please.
Well, the Nigerian Bar Association is a stakeholder in the justice sector. It's lawyers who become judges. And definitely, the NBA is even represented at the National Judicial Council by the president of the NBA. It's the final determining body on appointment, discipline, and promotion of judges. So that said, the other way by which this reform can come is one, if the executive sponsors a bill for this reform and the consequential constitutional amendment, or the Judiciary Committee of the Senate or the House of Reps can, order a public sitting on the true independence of the judiciary, where stakeholders will submit memoranda, and that those memoranda will be compiled and filtered into a bill which will reflect the true intent and the reforms needed to really reform the justice sector and the appointment of judges. So it can be initiated by the executive arm and the legislative arm if we are really serious and there's a political will to do the needful. But you find out that politicians by nature are extremely selfish. Their calculations in the present and for the future, and the implication of doing such a reform may be calculated to be against their selfish interests when it comes to the outcome of judicial and electoral petitions, after elections and all whatnot that affects the interests of politicians. So these selfish calculations may be a hindering factor in them doing what is necessary as elected members of the legislature. So, but the NBA can take a more proactive, step by doing campaigns, some form of orientation in all of the media, staging demonstrations, and doing all what is necessary to send a strong message to both the executive and the legislative arm at the state and federal level for such a reform. I think if there's a push, something will move.
All right. Big thank you, Bolanle Olugbani, and of course to Nicola Wale for joining the discussion this morning. We'll see how this goes, of course, with the new NBA president, Olumide Agbata. Maybe this might happen, may not happen. But thanks once again.
Thank you.
And our news across Africa. France's anti-terror prosecutor's office says it would probe the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers, by gunmen in Niger. France confirmed its nationals were among the dead without giving a figure. French aid group Acted says several of its workers were among those killed during a tourist outing. It is believed to be the first of such attacks on Westerners in the area. A popular tourist attraction in the former French colony thanks to its unique population of Western African or Niger giraffes. And large cracks have reportedly appeared in the hull of a cargo ship leaking oil in Mauritius, prompting the Prime Minister to warn it may break into two. The MV Wakashio, believed to have been carrying 4,000 tons of oil, ran aground on a coral reef of the Indian Ocean island on the 25th of July. Mauritius is home to world-renowned coral reefs and tourism. It is tourism is a crucial part of its economy. Huge waves up to 5 meters in height are expected in the coming hours, posing yet more difficulties to teams working to remove the oil and avert an ecological disaster. Until bad weather put the mission on hold, 4 was being transferred to shore by helicopter and to another ship owned by the same Japanese firm, Nagashiki Shipping. France has sent a military aircraft with pollution control equipment from its nearby island of Réunion, while Japan has sent a 6-member team to assist the French efforts. The Mauritius Coast Guard and several police units are also at the site of the in the southeast of the island. And now on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump says someone was shot near the White House after he was abruptly led out of a news conference by a Secret Service agent. President Trump told reporters the incident was very well under control. A member of his security detail had walked on stage during his remarks to reporters and whispered in his ear. President Trump was heard to say, "Oh, and what's happening?" as he left the briefing room. Police in Belarus's capital, Minsk, have fired rubber bullets for a second night to quash protests following Sunday's disrupted presidential elections. Officials say one of the demonstrators died when an explosive device went off in his hands, the first confirmed casualty since the clashes began. Autocratic President Alexander Lukashenko won 80% of the vote. His main rivals, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, refused to accept the results, saying she was the real winner. A lack of scrutiny. No observers were present, and this has led to allegations of widespread vote rigging in the polls. The election was held amid growing frustration at Mr. Lukashenko's leadership, with opposition rallies attracting large crowds. And now in business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation has put the worth of crude oil and gas exported from Nigeria between May 2019 and May 2020 at $4.47 billion. It also stated that the corporation remitted a total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during the same period. In its just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm further noted that the total export sale of $174.80 million was recorded in May 2020, representing a 10.73% decrease when compared to the preceding month. It said crude oil export sales contributed $120.50 million, 68.94% of the dollar transactions for the review period, compared with $148.86 million contribution in the previous month, while the export gas sales amounted to $52.29 million in the month of May 2020. The breakfast continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We are 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. You know, Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Mona Lisa is about real life and the real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
In recent times, getting employment is a major testimony. Getting a fantastic job, that's a cat with all the cream. So in what world does anyone ever leave that sort of job? Well, in this world. Not Your 9 to 5 show covers all the seemingly questions and intrigues.
I can't work for anybody. Number of times I spent with shoes, I see shoes in my dreams sometimes.
I can't be waiting for salary.
I know we have a lot of challenges.
Working for people is like starting from the scratch.
We have political issues, we have socio-economic issues, we even have spiritual issues.
I don't think I can do 9 to 5 anymore. So this is not your regular 9 to 5.
It's my life, my world.
Join me, Amaka Okoye, on Not Your 9 to 5, showing on Monday 5:30 p.m. and Thursday 11:30 a.m. West African time.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like, I'll give me a job that I'm too short, then I should go, but he didn't pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially. If you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria on Monday confirmed 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now 33,346. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced the latest figure in a tweet on its handle. Nigeria's new cases were confirmed in 15 states and the Federal Capital Territory, taking the number of infected people in the nation to 46,867. The NCDC's latest data indicate that Lagos and Plateau reported the highest cases for the day, with 82 infections each. All the states with fresh cases are Oyo with 19, FCT 18, Edo State with 16, Kaduna with 15, Enugu 9, Ogun State 9 also, Kano and Kwara State both with 8 cases, Cross River with 5, Ondo with 5 also, Rivers 5, Ekiti 4 cases, Imo State with 3 cases, and Borno with 2 cases. The NCDC data further revealed that the disease has so far claimed 950 lives. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has blamed governors, traditional and religious leaders for allowing crowds to gather and break safety protocols during electioneering in Edo State and the burial of Senator Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State. The PTF in its national press briefing on Monday said it was dismayed by the development. Kashamu, who died on Saturday at the First Cardiology Consultants Hospital in Lagos from COVID-19 complications, was buried in his Ijebu-Igbo, Ogun State hometown on Sunday. It was with a large crowd in attendance in defiance to safety protocols. Both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party have also held campaign rallies in Edo State ahead of the September 19 governorship election. The national coordinator of the PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, was asked about the large crowds at the campaigns and at the burial, where social distancing rules were broken and many people failed to wear face masks. The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, says despite being a member of the PDP, he is not a fan of the party's candidate, Godwin Obaseki, in the upcoming governorship election in Edo State. Mr. Fayose, who was a guest on Plus Politics, warns the PDP that Governor Obaseki is likely to return to the APC if he wins.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes round in life will come round. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you goes out. What do you mean by what goes round?
Well, let me leave it like that, because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the then Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a cycle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
Also on the program, former Governor Fayose says the killings in southern Kaduna are appalling, describing it as ethnic cleansing. He called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do something fast.
That is ethnic cleansing. I've said that times without number. That there's no ideal society. There's no country that you have sane leadership that will allow a particular people who are seen purely to be of a particular religion of a particular extraction to be wiped away daily.
But we understand it's on both sides.
I've said this while I was in office.
We understand it's both sides.
And I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. It is time for us to stop that killing at all costs. Mr. President should stop that killing.
Still is The Breakfast. We're taking a short break. When we come back, of course, more stories for you this morning. Stay with us.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. It's original quality wire. Wait there, can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, see, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project, Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
On entertainment, as the Yoruba language faces the threat of extinction in view of the low understanding and usage of it by today's generation with exposure to Western education, there is one man all proud sons and daughters of Oduduwa would have to thank. He is no other than ace photographer and cultural anthropologist Dayo Adedayo. Adedayo is an author. One of the books he authored is called Owe Yoruba, which translates to Yoruba proverbs. It is a combination of pictures and an English translation of Yoruba proverbs on each page. And joining us live this morning on The Breakfast is photographer and cultural anthropologist Dayo Adedayo. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
I've looked forward to this conversation for a really, really long time because I'm personally also very, very interested in art and tourism and photography. So fantastic. I hope it's going to be a good time that we'll have.
Oh, certainly, yes. It
okay. I want to start with talking about your journey. Putting this work of art together has taken you years and years and years. Tell us about that journey.
It was a journey that started 32 years ago, when I first ventured into professional photography. But having said that, it started long before then, when I was 18, But to cut a long story short, I started documenting Nigeria as a lifetime project 17 years ago.
17 years?
Yeah, 17 years ago. And in between those 17 years, wherever I go on my personal projects, I photograph anything and everything, no matter how irrelevant you think it is. And that came to being today, which led to the Owe Yoruba book, because trying to illustrate a proverb with a picture is not something that you can just wake up one day and say, oh, I want to do this. It doesn't work out that way, because it's going to be very difficult for you to find the right image for the right proverb.
17 years ago, was this out of passion for documenting our culture, or was there something else that drove you into that journey?
I studied photography, and I don't belong to the school of thought that complains about Nigeria. Nigeria is evolving. We are going to be 60 years in October, and for me, when I see challenges, I see opportunities. Having studied photography, and as 17 years ago, if you go on the internet or you look for any decent pictures on Nigeria, you will never see one. Never, 17 years ago, quote me anywhere. And that was what prompted me. And as 17 years ago, there is no book, a compilation of books to say, this is Nigeria, this is Lagos State, this is Ogun State, this is Borno State. None as 17 years ago. And that was what prompted me. And I can gladly say, as of today, I am a forerunner in that part of, in that business, or let me say, in that genre of photography. I'm the John the Baptist. I'm 100% sure the younger ones are coming behind me who are planning, doing something much better and greater than what I have done. So it's just for me to change the narratives of my country. We can't all be complaining all the time. If you're an engineer, fix what is not right. If you're a doctor, fix what is not right. If you're a teacher, fix what is not right, until we start pulling ourselves together. If you're a cleaner, do the best. A news broadcaster, do the best. We can't all run away from our country, I have no other country but Nigeria.
That's really interesting. I want to talk about the book on Yoruba proverbs. What do you hope that Nigerians would learn from reading through it?
Yoruba proverbs comes out of the desire for my children, actually. When I turned 56 years ago, in Nigeria, when you are having any party or whatever, people go out of their way to buy presents, gifts for those who attended their events. For me, I tweak it a little bit and say, oh, let me showcase the people that made my life in the last 10 years, plus other abstract images. That was how the Yoruba proverb came in, and it was quite amazing. That was what I give out as gifts to those that attended my 50th birthday, and people would just say, oh, Dad, can we have more? Can we have, oh, I want to buy this, I want to buy that. And I just said, oh, why not push it a little bit further? Because it was the first time in the history of the Yoruba race. There are Yoruba proverbs, there are several Yoruba proverbs in the market. What they've done so far are illustrations in some of the pages not all the pages. I am the first person to come out with a book, a page with an image, with a proverb, translation, and usage, the context.
It's really interesting. I wish that we had, 2 hours to talk about these things. I want to talk also about tourism.
That's right.
You, of course, to do your work, I see that you also did something on Ogun State.
That's right.
You've done, all over Nigeria. What do you think we are lacking with regards to tourism and the need to encourage more people to travel across Nigeria?
In terms of tourism, we need to have a vision. And the only person that I've known so far in my 56 years on this planet is, in Nigeria, when I'm looking at the geographical space called Nigeria, is the former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke. I've never met him before in my life, so it's not like I'm trying to sell someone. This is the only person, as that today, that people can talk about Cross River State, even though Cross River State is in the south-south, the oil-producing states of Nigeria, they do not have oil in their state. But what he did was just to tweak a little bit. The state, I've done Nigeria, I'm going to do all the states. Ogun State, for example, was buried in Ogun State, Okieri, near Ijebubo. Number 4, you have the founder and the largest church of the largest church in the world before his death, the Celestial Church of Christ, Pa SBJ Oshofa, is from Ogun State, buried in Ogun State. To me, there are several other things. I'm not talking about historical and monuments now. That is just religious.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk of Oluma Rock? Ekiti State says they can only find warm and cold spring in Ekiti State. No, there is warm and cold spring in Ogun State as well, in Itolu village, near Ilaro. All these things we need to bring out to the fore. Yeah. And when you talk of Adire is known to Ogun State. You can't have Gari. To soak Gari, they will say, I want Ijebu Gari.
That's from Ogun State also.
It's from Ogun State. And the best Gari in Nigeria is actually from my own town, Ijebu-Fe, where you have the largest cassava plantation in Nigeria. And they've been farming for Gari in my town since 1450 AD, if I'm right. So there is a lot that we can do. And in terms of tourism is the largest employer of labor anywhere in the world. So I just could not imagine us tapping into tourism, the hotels, the food marketers. I'm not talking about the actual place now. I'm talking about the value chains across the line. You have the taxi drivers, the bus drivers, the people that work in the hotel. And the most spectacular thing you will find in Ogun State is the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library. It will take you 2 days to actually assimilate what is in the library. It's the first out of America and the 14th in the world. And to cap it all, Ogun State is not in the industrial hub of Nigeria. They have more industries in Ogun State than Lagos State at the moment. So Ogun State is ready and is the gateway to Nigeria. Fela Nicola Pokuti, Professor Wole Soyinka, Obasanjo, the current vice president, the first woman to drive a car in Nigeria.
All came from Ogun State.
All came from Ogun State. You have so many people, FCMB owner, founder, chief, Otumba Shibomi Balogun. You have several people from Ogun State, and you have all the names of everybody. Not everybody, because this is the first edition.
Yeah.
Of course, some people will be, and because of information, there is no data anywhere in Nigeria to say, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. Just as the federal government hasn't got the data on me or anybody, everything is just scattered all over the place.
Hopefully, in our next conversation, we'll be able to talk about data and what we are doing with documenting our stories as a country and as a continent in Africa. But once again, thank you so much, Dayo Adedayo, for sharing this conversation with us. The book is called Ogun State, the Gateway State.
Yes.
Brilliant. And Owe Yoruba.
Owe Yoruba.
Owe Yoruba.
Owe Yoruba. And it's translated into English as well, and the context of how to use it.
Thank you so much once again. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'll take a short break. When we come back, we have sports coming your way on The Breakfast.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back, and now in sports, the point per game PPG voting system adopted by the league management company in conjunction with the Club Owners Association to decide placements in the 2019-2020 season has pitched Lobby Stars FC against the league organizing body. The NPFL 2019-2020 was suspended on March 18, 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The stakeholders later pushed for force majeure to end the season. To decide the winner, the LMC and club owners adopted the PPG voting system at the weekend, a mechanism which the LMC claimed was a universally accepted standard process to determine games and ensure sporting fairness. At the end of the voting, some clubs, including Lobby Stars, which was sitting close to the top of the league table before the outbreak of COVID-19, lost their chances of playing in the CAF competitions. Joining us live is Coach Uyuni Dan Kakwi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you guys once again. You're doing a good job.
Thank you also. Thank you also. Do you think the LMC took the right decision with the points per game method?
Well, I think for me, the Nigerian league has been totally inconsistent. Remember, last 3 seasons, the league was cut off because of political issues between Amanju Pinnick and Chris Kiwa, and the league had to be cut off, and Lobby Star was given the league title then. Then last season again, there was an abridged league, and I think it went on to become a Super 6, and Yimba won it and represented the continent. And this time again, a PPG has been used. That's points per game criteria and method. So I feel the LMC needs to really try and get things sorted out. And for many Nigerians, it could have been a very good call for the league to be concluded on basis of controversy and inconsistency.
All right.
But as rightly said, I think because of the COVID-19, it's the best form of and fair way to conclude the league.
Okay,
but a lot of controversy has come up, and a lot of questions has to be answered.
Hopefully. No date has so far been fixed for league resumption. How do you think this might affect the clubs representing Nigeria on the continent?
Yes, a very big problem. The clubs have to be keep in shape and go for tours. And the league, we don't know when the league is starting, even though they proposed first week of 2021, but it doesn't look likely because the COVID-19 is ravaging and clubs don't have money to test their players before and after games, and I think that's one of the major problems. And for me, if a club that is going to the continent, clubs like Plateau United, Yimba, and Kano Pillars, they need to start playing friendly matches and possibly start thinking about going out for foreign tours and foreign competitions to keep their teams in shape. But
Thank
I think
you very
the
much.
Nigerian teams are on a big advantage because you can see other leagues in Northern Africa have started. Tunisia, Egypt have
Okay,
kicked off, and
we're out
even
of
Zambia
time,
have kicked off. So I
Dan
think we really need to check our side. LMC really needs to boulder itself to take big steps on starting something up.
All right, thank you so much for sharing with us. We're totally out of time. Look forward to speaking with you again.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Still on The Breakfast, coming up is our newspaper review segment. Please stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, if you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And welcome back to The Breakfast. It's time for, of course, our news review. We have a couple of stories to share with you on Off the Press this morning. Joining us also is Mr. Chris Wandu. Thank you so much for stepping in and being with us on the program.
Thank you very much for having me.
I hope that we can have a very, very interesting review on these stories across the nation this morning.
I hope
We're
so
going to be
too.
starting with the Tribune newspapers this morning and seeing how many major stories that we can share as quickly as possible with you guys. Of course, Chris Wando, I'm sure that you're also eager to share your thoughts. All right, starting with the Tribune this morning, mass defection looms in the APC and PDP as Ondo Deputy Governor quits the PDP for ZLP. COVID-19, no testing done yet in 85 local governments across 20 states, says the PTF. And so also says Nigeria yet to reach pandemic peak. Appeal court sets aside deregistration of political parties. INEC to approach Supreme Court. Also, NUPENG calls off strike, reaches agreement with Lagos government. Chieftaincy also claims 13 lives in Benue community. A court sentences a musician to death for blasphemy in Kano State. That's also one of the stories. And Northeastern governors tell Buhari why insurgents are able to recruit more. What else can we find? Federal government to remove 23,089 parastatals and pensioners from payroll. ASU set to replace IPPIS with UTAS as the Lebanese government resigns after deadly Beirut blast protest. And last one we're sharing this morning, JAM shifts admissions date to September 7th. It's a lot.
It is.
So where would you like to pick up from?
Well, we should start with the main headline, why Boko Haram is recruiting more.
Yeah.
For me, that shouldn't be an issue. I'm not interested why Boko Haram is recruiting more. Well, what I'm interested in, what are we doing more to be able to curb the rising level of insurgency across the country, especially in the Northeast. That should be the worry for us, and not. Of course, Boko Haram will always recruit, is expectedly. So that shouldn't be much of concern. But what are we doing? What new are we doing? What new strategies are we putting in place? What level of intel are we getting to be able to support what the military is doing? What is our capability? What level of equipment are we getting new? What level of, how prepared are our soldiers? How well motivated are they? Those are the issues that should be concerning the governor. So to me, talking about what that Boko Haram is recruiting more or not, to me is no big deal. Yeah. Yes. So for me, if they are recruiting more, what are you doing to be able to? Because if they're recruiting, definitely they are recruiting from your own, within your own confines. So what are you doing to be able to stop them from recruiting? How are you empowering people on ground to make whatever Boko Haram is offering them to be less attractive to them compared to what you are giving them? So if the people don't have the wherewithal and they are not getting necessary and they're getting some, it's human nature, okay? So, and we have been talking about the issue of a majority system in the north. That in itself is a problem, because for me, that is a time bomb waiting to explode at any given point in time. A hungry man is an angry man, and if you don't send these kids to school, they becomes a tool, easy tool for people to manipulate and use for whatever nefarious activities are. So for me, the northern governors should think more, think better, and more progressively on ways to be able to make sure that the fight against insurgency does not go beyond what we're having now.
All right. Another thing that was also in the Tribune this morning, the registration of 22 political parties. Of course, there was a court ruling yesterday that declared it illegal for INEC to deregister them. They've now decided that they will be going to the Supreme Court to seek a redress. What are your thoughts?
Well, I know that's where it ends. It will definitely end at the Supreme Court, because even INEC came out with a statement last night that there are two conflicting judgments from courts of competent jurisdiction, and for that they are confused on what. So, expectedly, I expect INEC to appeal. The appeals court will be the final arbiter in this. So, what is to be determined is whether the INEC has the power to deregister any political party or not, and what are the criteria to be used to deregister those political parties. I believe that the powers of INEC was well spelled out in the electoral act that established INEC, as well as the 1999 Constitution as amended. So we have to, it's not yet to Uhuru, but both for the political parties and for INEC. But for me, my personal opinion is that I think we're having too many political parties for me. And people just wake up any day and just say they want to register political parties, and that's where it ends. They don't go out to converse for votes, or they just wait for the drop from INEC at any given election, the stipends that are given out, or towards an election, they wait. At the end of it, or about 2-3 days to the election, they say, oh, we are supporting this particular party. Oh, we have come together. You understand that's what they've been doing. Look at the presidential election. The major political parties, and the end of the day, they just disappear. Nobody says so. I would go for a leaner political party platform so that people can have choice. Yeah. But the choice is not when you pull about 99 to 100 political parties. Even in the Western world, in the United States, there are so many political parties, but there are two major political, the Republicans and the Democrats. Yeah. We go to the United Kingdom, the same thing, the Labour Party and the other one. So I, for one, would rather think that we should go for leaner political parties so that people can be able to have the best of choices.
Better options. In terms of yeah. All right, let's see what we can find on the Punch newspapers, which we have coming up next. PTF blames governors for crowds at Edo rallies and Kashamu's burial. Also on the Punch this morning, Nigeria will become West Africa's gold-producing hub, says the federal government. Isheshage's tax salami panel faults suspects' testimonies against Magu. Oil marketing firms' revenues plunged by 204.52 billion naira. That's also on the Punch. And deregistration ruling, INEC confused on judgment as it heads for Supreme Court. Also this morning on the Punch, resettling displaced residents will stop Boko Haram's recruitments, says Northeast governors. And post-UME test begins September 7th, says JAM. That's also on the Punch. Also, a few others that I would quickly also share. I have done what Mimiko couldn't do in 8 years, says Akere Dulu. That's also on the Punch. Lagos SARS personnel brutalize and extort man for holding his brother's passport. For Oshomole, Edo State election is do or die, Governor Nyesom Wike says. And of course, we took this earlier on the Tribune. 85 local governments in 20 states yet to conduct coronavirus tests, says task force. Makinde sacks works commissioner, swaps 2 portfolios. And gunmen killed 13 in fresh Benue community attack. There's so much on the Punch this morning. I think, the major one is the PTF blaming, of course, the governors for crowds at burials and campaign rallies. But you can just go ahead. Let's see where we start from.
Yes, let's start with the statement credited to the chairman of PAC, Professor Sage. It's worrisome for me when you have you're in government and you're also criticizing activities. It shows some level of distortion within the government because Sage is a chairman of PAC, which is a government agency, and the probe going on was set up by the presidency. You're also talking of the office of the Attorney General. There should be some level of synergy. We don't give a damn. If once you are in government, you think you are in government, you should drop your career of an activist. If you want to be an activist, you come out, you resign your job. That is my personal opinion. You resign your job as a member of the government and stand and criticize. Yeah. So if Professor Sage has any issue with the investigation panel and people invited, and there are better channel of way of channeling that. And being the chairman of, is he speaking as a person or is he speaking as the chairman of PAC? Because when you are chairman of an agency, whatever statement you make will be seen as being the position of the committee or whatever they are. So that is my own. I think Justice Salami should be allowed to do his job. And when he presents, after the findings, make his presentation to the federal government, then we can take it up from there. Then talking about COVID and various crowds, is expected, are you in Edo State and Odo State and the rest of them where they are going to be election? How do you be able to cope that? INEC was going to come out with guidelines. I don't know whether the guideline includes how political parties are going to conduct their rallies. If you understand what I'm trying to say, how do you conduct your rally? Are you going to sit in the comfort of your house and say, everybody come on Zoom, let us... It will be very, very difficult because they are going to canvass for votes and they're moving from one local government to the other. I don't know how that's going to pan out. Then to the burial of Senator Kashamu is a very, very sad situation because what we just seen is what panned out during the burial of Abakari and some other prominent Nigerians. And I personally think that this thing should happen. There's a protocol that the NCDC came up with on how people that died of COVID-19 should be buried. I don't know why we're not going through that. Why do we make it so open that we announce the day the burial is going to be taking place, for people to rush in and the rest of them? Now the Ogun State government is saying that the people that attended the burial should go on isolation. How do you isolate them? Do you know who are they? How do you identify those that were there? And how to, so it, for me, I think that we should be more proactive. If what I think should happen is that there's going to be burial of such, that shouldn't be announced. It should be more like a family affair. Look at even the one, that of the Oyo State former governor. Despite the fact that the family tried to make it a low-key and a family affair, people still surge and the rest of them. Yet. So I think we should find a more better way of handling issues like that. And now coming to there was one about the issue of a musician that was sentenced to death.
Yeah, to death.
Yes, in Kano. It's rather unfortunate, but it is the Nigerian Constitution, the criminal code, vis-a-vis the penal code. Don't mind me, I'm talking like a student of law now.
Well, I'm thinking it's...
but specific, the penal code had specific definitions on how issues like that can be handled. But for me, when it comes to issue of
blasphemy, is that also part of things that can be punished by death in Nigeria?
Within the penal code, probably it is. I'm not very sure. I don't know. Okay, but the fact is that we should also be mindful of our trances here. Some part of the country take religion too personal and individualistic, and the rest of them. We've seen several times things like that happened. But the young man still have 30 days to appeal. But definitely within me, I know that the sentence will not be carried out because none have been done in the past years. And they also take the governor to be able to sign off on that, which I doubt.
I mean, it would be a great conversation to have with regards, the Nigerian Constitution and the Sharia, laws that we also have.
The penal code and the criminal law, yes.
And which of them should actually take precedence?
Yes, when it comes to issues of that nature.
All right, let's see what we can find on the Nation newspapers this morning. As quickly as possible. On insecurity, President Buhari blames lean resources and COVID-19. Ondo Deputy Governor joins ZLP, and also 95-year-old survives COVID-19 in Oyo State. Varsity's admission to begin September 27th. On Edo State and Ondo State, once again, the governorship elections. Let peace reign, Obaseki urges opposition. One or two others, poverty driving more people to join Boko Haram, says Zulum. These are the major stories on the Nation newspapers this morning. 60% of COVID-19 cases in Lagos and FCT and Oyo State. Edo and Rivers also, says the PTF. All right, I think these are the major ones. Governor's agenda is deceptive, says Izeyamu. And in those states, Tunji Ojo leads ZLP chiefs to back Akeredolu as the governor slams Mimiko for abandoning projects. All right. It's a lot.
Let's go to Ondo. The defection of the deputy governor from APC to PDP to now ZLP. The deputy Chief Ajayi is turning to a rolling stone that gathers seems not to be gathering anymore. So he was desperate enough to want to get the PDP ticket and couldn't get it. Now he's moving to ZLP. And we just have a few days and weeks before the election. I don't know how he'll be able to do that, but that's typical of our politicians. It's governance and service is not about, must not always be about you, be at the head. You can always contribute to your own quota. Chief Obafemi Awolowo tried severally to be president of Nigeria, but even at that, when he get it, he decided to become a statesman. And you could see his contribution to humanity years after he died. You understand what I'm trying to say? His legacies are still there. So it's not compulsory that you must strive to be a governor, must to be a president, or strive to be a local government chairman and to be able to deliver people. But I wish him the best of luck. Back to insecurity, Buhari blames lean resources on COVID-19. Prior to COVID-19, what have you done about insurgency? It's just that COVID is becoming the fall guy. Everything that happens now is now blame of COVID-19.
Yeah.
But let us also look at it from the point that so much has been spent in terms of these insurgencies. Our defense budget probably is the highest vis-a-vis other sectors. And so if we're budgeting that much for security, we should be able to get some results. So I don't think that blaming COVID for now should be blamed. For what we should be doing is trying to strategize. Chad is already doing their own bit. The United States government came out a few days ago with an intelligence report on what is happening, ISWAP and other ICIS moving towards West Africa and Nigeria. We should be looking at those intelligence reports and see how we can be able to nip this in the bud rather than just blaming COVID and the rest of them. There is more we can do. And at the end of it, the buck will stop at the table of the president. So some people recently, as we go on, you will see that there's still more call for the service chiefs to be sacked. Are they to be sacked or not to be sacked? The president has made up his mind that he's not sacking them, but has given them new mandate to be able to make sure that they nip this in the bud. If can they be able to do it? Let's just wait and see.
There's also a story, also in the same space, talking about poverty being one of the major reasons for recruiting into Boko Haram, or making people vulnerable to be recruited into Boko Haram. If you put that side by side with the ex-insurgents that have been reintegrated into society and all of that, do you think that is a suitable process to get them away from that state of poverty? And
poverty has always been with us and will always remain with us till eternity. Even to the end of this generation, poverty will always have people that cannot be able to fend themselves for themselves. You understand? But within that ambit, a criminal will always be a criminal. There are millionaire robbers. There are millionaire kidnappers. Are we going to say that it's because of poverty that went into kidnapping? Definitely no. Some people, out of their personal greed, or for whatever reason that you understand, some people always go into crime. Irrespective. There are still, even within those, there are still those that are poorer than the so-called people that have been recruited. But why they refuse to be? So it's more of an individual thing, and also societal value. Some people have lost the values that some of us grew up with. When you are just told, when you are growing up, please don't steal. When you go to school, don't steal the pencil. Don't steal the biro of your classmate. That is where it starts. Then our religious leaders have them be doing what they're supposed to do in churches these days, instead of people of preaching that, don't go against, they don't do that. The pastors are preaching about influence, how to become rich, how to become. So all those kind of things, that in itself propel people into going into certain things that are not supposed. So for me, it's not about poverty. It's not about poverty. It's the fact that some people have lost their mentality on how to approach issues and able to decide between good and bad. And when they've decided to go for bad, then there's nothing you can do about it. We can only but continue to talk to people to try to stay away from bad. That for whatever you do, there's always a price for it. And we should stop encouraging and reabsorbing people after they've committed some of this crime. And that is part of the problem we are having. If you understand what I'm trying to say. Somebody killed for several days, so he said is now repentant. Boko Haram, we're going to reintegrate him, or you're going to send him abroad for this. What kind of lesson are you saying? So any other person that wants to go into that, believe that if he's caught one day and he says he has repented, that's an issue.
Let's see what we can find on the Guardian newspapers this morning, as quickly as possible also. Major news headlines: investors lose 2.63 trillion naira. It says also shareholders to forfeit dividends as profits shrink. Cadbury, Total and Unilever, others record huge losses. Also on the Guardian newspapers, again, Nigerians tell President Buhari to fire the service chiefs, which you just mentioned. Okay. What else can we find on the Guardian? 13 killed in Benue over traditional stool. Also post UME to begin in varsities and police, others by September 7th. Take back your country, Naba and Utomi charge Nigerians. And of course, The Guardian disowns fake Facebook page. Also this morning, a security meeting holds in Aso Rock, and of course that's with regards to story telling Nigerians asking the president to fire service chiefs. Ohaneze tells the president also. So I think we have a couple of stories that we haven't looked at here. The 13 people, and I would like us to start with this one, 13 people killed in a traditional crisis in Benue State. It's important because, I feel like we, what would you say with regards naming certain incidents as tribal clashes and reprisal attacks? Does that solve the issue? Does that make it easier to accept the reason, these people have been killed?
Well, there will always be banditry. There is reprisal attacks, there is insurgency, and it can also be localized, if you understand what I mean. So if an uprising is localized as it were in the issue of Benue State, then I just feel that our people speak so much interest in mundane issues. If what you have to kill yourself because somebody was making a local chief or whatever, or your own side of this thing, those are not. That is also our poverty. Now we cannot take it to the poverty issue of poverty now. Yeah. Yes, this I can use this to poverty. Part of it is because if you are gainfully employed, as you are here, I don't think you'll be concerned with the politics going on in your village. You are more concerned on your job, on how to fend your family and the rest of them. You don't even have the time to start going home to start engaging yourself in local politics and the rest of them. So why should people kill? Even in another southwest state, some days, I think Ondo Ekiti, one of these states, I know that some people were killed recently over a festival that was postponed. The local
COVID-19.
Yes,
yeah.
You remember that story, yeah, where the local chief said, no, we cannot be able to go ahead with this because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We don't need to go. People went to Bazak and started killing themselves and the rest of them. That is how. That also shows the level at which we value life in this country. Life is not. We count in numbers these days. When you say somebody died, it's no big deal. When you see on front page of newspaper, on television, or radio, or whatever, online, I said so many people no longer get. In those days, when you hear that one person died, there's a shock. Okay, look at what happened in Lebanon, Beirut. A whole government collapsed just yesterday, just because of that bomb blast that happened at the seaport. But what do we have here? We have people, government, those in government and the rest of them, all sorts of challenges and rest. Nobody agrees to resign, and worst case scenario, you can just talk that nothing happens. So that is the problem, and it is an issue that we should be able to tackle. Our people should be paying more attention to things that concern them rather than the mundane, and that is a challenge for me.
Chris Wando, thank you so much for your thoughts this morning off the press. It's always a pleasure, listening to your thoughts on these stories making the headlines.
Thank you very much for having me.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Do have a nice day.
And that's all we have for you on Off the Press this morning. Stay with us. The News on the Hour is coming up next.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well,
I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. Wunta hanchu huwancha.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osao Gie Ogbonwa. Nigeria on Monday confirmed 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now 33,346. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) announced the latest figures in a tweet on its handle. Nigeria's new cases were confirmed in 15 states and the FCT, taking the number of infected people in the nation to 46,867. The NCDC's latest data indicates that Lagos and Plateau State reported the highest cases of the day, with 82 infections each. Other states with fresh cases are Oyo with 19, FCT with 18, Edo State with 16, Kaduna with 15 cases, Enugu, Ogun State both have 9 cases each, Kano and Kwara with 8 cases each, Cross River, Ondo and River State all with 5 cases each, Ekiti State with 4, Imo State with 3, and Borno with 2 cases. The NCDC data further revealed that the disease has so far claimed 950 lives. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has blamed governors, traditional and religious leaders for allowing crowds to gather and break safety protocols during electioneering in Edo State and the burial of Senator Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State. The PTF at its national press briefing on Monday said it was dismayed by the development. Kashamu, who died on Saturday at the First Cardiology Consultants Hospital, Lagos, from COVID-19 complications, was buried in his Ijebu-Igbo, Ogun State home on Sunday, with a large crowd in attendance in defiance to safety protocols. Both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party have also held campaign rallies in Edo State ahead of the September 19th governorship election. The national coordinator of the PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, was asked about the large crowds at the campaigns and at the burial, where social distancing rules were broken and many people failed to wear face masks. And the federal government has directed civil servants on grade levels 11 and 12, as well as those on essential duties, to resume full duties. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Folashade Yemiesong, gave the directive in a circular dated August 10, 2020. The circular was titled Resumption of Officers on Grade Levels 12 and 13 and Those on Essential Duties. Yemiesong asked the officers to ensure full compliance with the directives and advice on the COVID-19 pandemic preventive measures. including maintenance of physical distancing, regular washing and or sanitizing of hands, and wearing a face mask. She added that efforts should be made to avoid overcrowding in individual offices. Welcome back. State governors from the northeastern part of the country on Monday met with the president, Muhammadu Buhari, on the deteriorating security situation in the zone and appealed to him to address the causes without further delay. They also lamented the rate at which more members are being recruited into the sect. As one of the ways out, the governors recommended that more sophisticated equipment should be provided for the Nigerian police force in order to cover the manpower deficit they said they noticed in the nation's military. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum disclosed these to State House correspondents at the end of the meeting they had with the president in Abuja. Governor Zulum was joined by a press briefing by the Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri, and he said the meeting with the president was a fallout of a meeting of the Northeast governors, which held in Maiduguri on Saturday. He said there is need for the federal, state and local governments to come together with a view to proffering solutions that will end this crisis in the region. The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, says despite being a member of the PDP, he is not a fan of the party's candidate, Godwin Obaseki, in the upcoming governorship elections in Edo State. Mr. Fayose, who was a guest on Plus Politics, warns that the PDP that Governor Obaseki is likely to return to the APC if he wins.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes round in life will come round. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you go, sir. What do you mean by what goes round?
Well, let me leave it like that, because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the then Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a circle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
Also on the program, the former governor Fayose says the killings in southern Kaduna are appalling, describing it as ethnic cleansing. He called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do something fast.
That is ethnic cleansing. I've said that times without number. That there's no ideal society. There's no country that you have sane leadership that will allow a particular people who are seen purely to be of a particular religion, of a particular extraction, to be wiped away daily.
But we understand it's from both sides.
I've said this while I was in office.
We understand it's both sides.
And I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. It is time for us to stop that killing at all costs. Mr. President should stop that killing.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it has received the judgment of the Court of Appeal reinstating at least 22 political parties in the country. INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, confirmed the receipt of the judgment in a statement on Monday. Advanced Congress of Democrats (ACD), Progressive People's Alliance (PPA), and 20 others were reinstated by the appellate court. But the electoral umpire said a total of 23 political parties were relisted by the four-man panel of judges led by Justice Shodipo Lokulu. Okoye decried that the same court had upheld its decision to deregister the political parties only for it to later fault its action. The INEC official added the commission is therefore faced with two conflicting judgments from the Court of Appeal, one affirming the powers of the commission to deregister political parties, and the other setting aside the registration of ACD and 22 others. A musician in Nigeria's northern state of Kano has been sentenced to death by hanging for blaspheming against Prophet Muhammad. An upper Sharia court in the Hausawa Filin Hockey area of the state said Yahya Sharif Aminu was guilty of committing blasphemy for a song he circulated via WhatsApp in March. Mr. Sharif Aminu did not deny the charges. Justice Qadi Ali Mohammed Kani said he could appeal against the verdict. States across Muslim-majority northern Nigeria use both secular law and Sharia law, which does not apply to non-Muslims. Only one of the death sentences passed by Nigeria's Sharia court has been carried out since they were reintroduced in 1999. And joining us live is Pamela Okoroigwe, a legal defense assistant with the, of course, lead app. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Can you explain this penal code practiced in the north where someone posting alleged blasphemous post on WhatsApp can get a life sentence?
Life sentence? You mean death penalty? Okay, so for the purposes of our viewers, I would like to begin by saying that Nigeria has three major penal legislations coexisting. So we have the penal code, we have the criminal code, we have the Sharia code. And this legal system establishes offenses and punishments depending on the state in which they are applied. So the criminal code applies to the southern parts of Nigeria. The penal code applies to the northern part. And then the Sharia penal code is applicable in 12 states who have actually introduced this code.
Yeah.
So the Sharia penal code is based on the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. In states where this Sharia code is being enforced today, there appears to be an obvious conflict between the penal code and the Sharia code. So we see offenses like blasphemy being prescribed the death penalty.
All right, I want to know, he has 30 days to appeal the judgment. Do you think the ground norm, the Constitution, can it be used to set aside this judgment?
Well, in my opinion, I would say yes. It will be used to set aside this judgment. So, in as much as death penalty is still permitted under the Nigerian Constitution, you know, our courts in Kalu versus the state and Okoro versus state have held that death penalty is unconstitutional in Nigeria. But it's really appalling that Nigeria has continued to use death sentence in this 21st century. So for this case, our constitution provides for certain rights for accused persons. We have the right to fair hearing, right to adequate time and facilities to prepare for trial. We have the right to have a lawyer at trial. So the question is, was the accused person allowed to exercise these rights? You know, we all know that the right to fair hearing is so germane, and failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution will lead to a miscarriage of justice, which must be overturned on appeal. So I strongly believe that this case will be overturned at the appeal level. You know, the right to life is the most fundamental human right and must be upheld by the citizens and the state. You know, it has no place in the 21st century, no place in the modern society.
All right.
You know, so the funny thing is that we've always seen the poor persons being sentenced to death. But what happens to the rich person? I've not seen any rich person on death row. How many rich persons have been sentenced or maybe convicted and sentenced to blasphemy? Sorry, sentenced to
death.
Death penalty.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yes, sorry about that.
All right. Let's also then speak about LEADAP, where you work as a senior legal and programs officer. Does LEADAP handle this type of cases? I believe that your organization is against capital punishment. What role can you play here?
Okay, so LEADAP opposes the use of death penalty in all circumstances, no matter the individual, no matter the offense. So LEADAP offers pro bono legal services to indigent persons who actually want LEADAP to represent them. So in this case, of course, LEADAP is willing to do that if the accused person wants LEADAP to represent them in court. But from our own view, we are the opinion that death penalty only applies to the economic disadvantaged persons in this country. You know, there is no persuasive evidence to actually show that death sentence deters people from committing crime. So the world is gradually abolishing the death penalty, or at least, you know, observing a moratorium on it.
All right.
So Nigeria should join the trend by expunging death penalty from all its laws.
Pamela Okoro-Igwe, thank you so much, Senior Legal and Program Officer with LEADAP. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And of course, we definitely would love to speak with you again.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
In news across Africa, France's anti-terror prosecutor's office says it would probe the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers, by gunmen in Niger. France confirmed its nationals were among the dead without giving a figure. French aid group Acted said several of its workers were among those killed during a tourist outing. It is believed to be the first such attack on Westerners in the area, a popular tourist attraction in the former French colony thanks to its unique population of West African or Niger giraffes. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump says someone was shot near the White House after he was abruptly led out of a news conference by a Secret Service agent. President Trump told reporters the incident was very well under control. A member of his security detail had walked on stage during his remarks to reporters and whispered in his ear. President Trump was heard to say, "Oh, and what's happening?" as he left the briefing room. And police in Belarus' capital Minsk have fired rubber bullets for a second night to quash protests following Sunday's disputed presidential elections. Officials say one of the demonstrators died when an explosive device went off in his hands, the first confirmed casualty since the clashes began. Autocratic President Alexander Lukashenko won 80% of the vote. His main rival, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, refused to accept the result, saying she was the real winner. A lack of scrutiny, no observers were present, and also other things have led to allegations of widespread vote rigging in the poll. The election was held amid growing frustration at Mr. Lukashenko's leadership, with opposition rallies attracting large crowds. And up next is business news.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
And now in business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation has put the worth of crude oil and gas exported from Nigeria between May 2019 and May 2020 at $4.47 billion. It also stated that the corporation remitted a total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during the same period. In its just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm further noted that a total export sale of $174.80 million was recorded in May 2020, representing 10.73% decrease when compared to the preceding month. It said crude oil export sales contributed $120 million of the dollar transactions for the review period, compared with $148.86 million contribution in the previous month, while the export gas sales amounted to $54.29 million in the month of May 2020. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. And now in entertainment, Nollywood actress and philanthropist Tonto Dike has earned an appointment from a Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization, CYMS, as the Director, Socials and Empowerment. Tonto Dike shared the good news on her social media page. The position would avail her the opportunity to empower Nigerian youth through training, skill acquisition, and seminars. She wrote further that this is another great opportunity for her to contribute to the youths and overall development of our great country. Congratulations to her. And now in sports, Manchester City ladies have completed the signing of United States midfielder and 2019 World Cup winner Samantha Mills from the NWSL's North Carolina Courage. The 27-year-old has featured 67 times for her country and was a regular during last year's World Cup in France. While speaking in an interview, Mills said she was lucky to have been given the opportunity to play in Europe. The midfielder is City's second summer signing after England striker Chloe Kelly. On the new boss Gareth Taylor, the City ladies will kick off their 2020-2021 campaign with an away game at newly promoted Aston Villa during the weekend of September 5th and 6th. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
guys, I'm Winifred Emmanuel of Delicious Foods, and I'm here to share with you 5 things you can enjoy during this COVID-19 pandemic to improve your immune system. The very first on my list would definitely be a vegetable salad. It comprises of different colorful vegetables that are packed with lots of antioxidants and fibers, and definitely are really good to boost your immune system. The second on my list would be smoothies. Now, smoothies can consist of both fruits and vegetables, or just fruits and vegetables. Be sure to use fresh fruits and vegetables to make your smoothies, because these fresh fruits and vegetables contain active ingredients that will also help boost your immune system. The third item on my list will be pepper soup. Now, pepper soups are really good for fevers and flus, especially when they're really hot and spicy. Be sure to add ginger and garlic to your pepper soups when making it, because like all other vegetables, they also contain very active ingredients that will help boost your immune system. So the fourth item on my list would definitely be my immune system booster juice. Now, I have a video uploaded on my YouTube channel, Delicious Foods. Final item on my list would be any food that's packed with loads and loads of green leafy vegetables, like your eforiro, like your afang, your giakukoni. Giakukoni is just yam and loads of vegetables. Anything that has vegetables in it. In fact, when you're making your rice, put leafy vegetables in it. When you're making your beans, put leafy vegetables in it. But be sure not to overcook your vegetables when you make them, okay? Alright guys, so those are the 5 things I think you can enjoy during this COVID-19 pandemic to help boost your immune system. And do not forget the NCDC rules. Make sure you wash your hands regularly, put on your face mask, and if you're sick, please kindly stay at home to keep others safe as well. Alright guys, take care.
Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, is a businessman, investor, and founder of Dangote Group. He was born in Kano, Nigeria in 1957. Dangote lost his father at a very young age, but this never deterred him from excelling. He recalls having a knack for business right from elementary school, where he sold cartons of sweet to make profit. He obtained his bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. Dangote Group, which he started as a small trading firm, kicked off in 1977 with a seed capital of $3,000, which he borrowed from his uncle at age 21. Dangote Group has over time evolved into becoming the largest industrial group in Nigeria, including Dangote Cement, Dangote Sugar Refinery, and Dangote Flour, and his most recent project, Dangote Oil Refinery. He expresses his patriotism to Nigeria and Africa, not only in words but charitable deeds. He donated 150 million naira to stop the spread of Ebola in 2014. In 2018, he built a 1.2 billion naira business school in Bayero University, Kano. He was conferred with Nigeria's second highest honor, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, by the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Forbes ranked him first place as the richest man in Africa. Dangote is married and has 3 children. And this is the Mogul in 90 seconds.
Hello and welcome to Plus TV Africa. This is Plus Sports, the show that gives you the best of analysis on stories breaking in the world of sports. I've got Destiny Onegboria here today, and it promises to be a great show. And yeah, Destiny she should be happy that she's on the show today because of their lucky I hear your team is now called Penalty FC.
It doesn't matter.
As long as the result
is actually winning. It doesn't matter. 20
Okay.
penalties. It's actually very good.
It's a record.
You know, when you don't have a goal, you say you don't have a goal. But when you have penalties, people start criticizing you. But at the end of the day, it's still a goal.
Oh, it's still a goal.
Yes.
So why do football fans criticize Ronaldo for scoring more penalties? Not like he has scored more penalties than he has scored proper goals. But why do fans criticize Ronaldo for being more of a penalty scorer?
Well, you know, that's just their opinion. He hasn't really seen a perfect position to score normal goals like he used to before. Now, penalties are just the only ways. But I feel like people should not criticize him. At the end of the day, I will still say it. Go now. Who goes school, now pass.
Now we'll go school, now pass. Well, let's take a short break. And when we come back, we'll get straight into the juicy details that we have for you on the show today.
I actually moved back to Nigeria to open a bakery. This was my goal, and everything I did up till this point was in preparation for this. First of all, life was great because I moved in 2015 right before the recession, right? It was awesome. I was like, wow, there's so much money out here, man. The cost of overheads, power generation, water, you have to be your own local government. And there are no tax breaks. Many places where, where they realize the small business environment is difficult would offer some kind of tax breaks and incentives. We don't do that out here. We want you to come back. We want you to, to start businesses here, but we're not going to do anything to help you. All my experiences in the past have led me ultimately to where I am now.
Yes, it's still Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Now, we've had so much uncertainty on how the Nigeria Professional Football League will end. And finally, the league management company has declared and, of course, cleared that after they released the definitive league log, which shows Plateau United, Enyimba, and Rivers United as the first three teams with the LMC using the points per game, that's the PPG, and weighed points per game, the methodology for deciding the final placements for all 20 teams. Now, for more on this, we have Kunle Sholaja, Editor-in-Chief, Sports Village Square, joining us on the show. Good to have you with us, Kunle.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. It's been a long time. I hope you've been keeping safe.
Well, I'm staying safe.
Nice. Now, let's talk about the decision taken by the LMC. Do you think this is the best decision? Because it seems like some clubs are not in agreement with that final decision by the LMC.
Well, there is no decision anyone can take that will be that will favor all. When you have a case of force majeure like we have now, not just peculiar to Nigeria, or peculiar to, it's not peculiar to Nigeria, but it has a global nature. So each country try to find a way out of it, to find, those who will go continental and those that they will declare champion. So that is the situation. It's unfortunate that Rivers United are kicking in this, because if it had favored them, this was not predetermined. Nobody had planned that a particular team must be in a particular position by the time this issue occurred. So as it happened, just like in 2018, when Lobby Stars were unanimously declared as the Nigerian champion to represent us in the African Cup, the CAF Champions League So also it has happened now. And when the contention of Rivers United had been that they should be ahead of Enyimba. But we know that in league situation, I mean, as a way of tiebreaker, if the two teams tie on all indices, then the head-to-head confrontation is always determinant. And that is exactly what has happened now. So I don't see anything wrong in it. And I don't think any club has the right to kick. Because if clubs are to kick, what will you say about the clubs in the Nigerian National League?
Yeah.
Look at Shooting Stars, for instance. They were coasting home, leading, almost not dropping points until the last two games of that they played. The same thing with Insurance. So what it means that those clubs to also labored in vain, and they have the right to agitate. If we are to align with Rivers United, then they have the right to agitate that they, they should be automatic candidates into the Premier League. So that is the situation.
Now, you talk about the clubs going on the continent and all that, but don't you think that the LMC should have found a way to complete the league season, knowing that other clubs in Europe, the likes of the English Premier League, the German Bundesliga, the Spanish La Liga, and the Italian Serie A, they all found a way to end the season? Shouldn't we have done that in Nigeria here?
I'm happy you said teams in Europe are not making reference to continental ones. Because first and foremost, this is a situation of emergency. Like in the colonial era when they declared martial law, which means every other right is subjugated. In this instance, the Nigerian Football Federation, the League Management Committee, don't have the power, and I say don't have the power to declare that matches should go on. They still have to get clearance from the presidential committee set up, and they cannot even go direct. They have to go through the sports ministry. And if the sports ministry has also been on ground and they have been trying to see how sports can resume in Nigeria, they've started a partial lift now, saying that we should have non-contact games. And football is a contact game. There's but non-contact games means games like table tennis,
lawn tennis,
badminton. Those ones, the players may not even have contact with one another because each one will have its own half of the court, so to say. So in this situation, the league management committee cannot decide they want to go ahead because, one, I doubt if they have the finance to really say, okay, all players will be tested. Two, no club has its own ground to say, okay, this stadium belongs to me, we can take care of it, we ensure that nobody comes, because the stadium still belongs to governments. And if governments have not lifted the lockdown on those stadiums, where will the games be played? So the situation in Europe is quite different from the situation here, because here we don't have the resources like it happens in Europe. You can have, look at the teams that are involved in the Europa League now. They were all asked to charter planes. They don't go by commercial plane. They all went by charter plane and went to special hotels where they will be the only one that will be there. No contact with anybody outside. And even after the games, like the Manchester United, for instance, if they survive to the end of the tournament, they will have to return home and be in 3-week quarantine.
Wow.
So that is the situation. But we don't have the capacity to do that here. And when you don't have capacity to do something, you make do with the little that you have. That's my submission.
All right. Now, looking at the restart date for the Nigerian Professional Football League, there's no set date yet. Don't you think this will affect the teams preparing for continental engagement?
Of course it will. We have not been doing well in continental engagement because our preparation were always faulty. You remember that even under normal circumstances, no season has ended as scheduled in the past 15 years in Nigeria. And because this happened, we don't prepare well. Whereas in other countries, their champions have emerged, and seasons have even started. And by the time they are going to Continental, those players, those clubs we are meeting are already match conditioned, whereas our own clubs, players will be match rusty because they are just coming up from holiday into a continental assignment. That's why no Nigerian team in the past 5, 6, or even 8 years have been able to even cross the quarter-final bar of any continental competition.
That's quite a sad one for Nigerian teams, and I just hope that we get things right very soon. But I'd like to say thank you very much for joining us today, Kunle Sholaja.
Yeah, you are welcome.
All right, do enjoy the rest of your day, and please continue to stay safe.
You too, thanks.
All right, I mean, you've heard him talking about continental engagement and also clubs in Europe. It will definitely affect the way we plan for the next league season, talking about the Nigerian Professional Football League, and also how we're going to perform on the continent, because it feels like the teams will not be ready when the CAF Champions League and CAF Confederation Cup kicks off.
Well, first of all, I want to agree with Mr. Sholaja here. You know, when you are talking about, you made reference to European teams and European competitions. You should have actually made mentions to African teams. Most of the countries in Africa, they have already restarted their leagues. South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, these people, they're already starting up their league. Now, my problem is this. Why I actually feel like we ended the season too early. We should have had, you know, Nigeria Professional League, we don't have a lot of resources. That is one of the reasons why the league cannot move forward, until they have a critical approach to it. If we continue like this, let's say, God forbid, something like this may also come up 5 years from now, and we'll still have issues like this. We want to end the season when they have just played 25 games. I don't think that is fair. And definitely it's going to affect preparations for the CAF Champions League. It's going to affect a lot of things in Africa. So what I'm saying is Nigeria, of course, you cannot start the league without the approval from the health sector, from the president, or whosoever is in charge of the pandemic. They should have waited for maybe a month to see what was going to happen. Of course, borders have been opened now. If we had good environment, there was no need to end this season. Instead, we would have played maybe games in 3 different stadiums where you say, okay, we are going to Ogun, we are going to Lagos, then we'll go to Abuja. These states that at that time they were seriously affected, but now things would have been put in place. So I really don't believe that they should have ended the league, because right now it's causing confusion everywhere. Yeah, well, in as much as we all wanted the league to have continued and ended properly, you can also consider the fact that most of these clubs don't have the capacity to ensure the safety, like keeping players in a particular place for a month or two to complete the football season. And again, you look at clubs that are even owing staff salaries. How much do they even have to ensure that they can actually camp these teams and all that? There is no better management in the league. We've been complaining about this. We keep going back to the drawing board. And I just hope that, like we always say, the drawing board is actually filled up right now, but I just hope we come up with creative ways to go about our league season. Now, going to the international front, they, of course, talking about the Europa League, looking at the results of games that were played yesterday. Manchester United got a 1-0 victory over Copenhagen, and Inter Milan defeated their opponents 2-1 in that one. They beat Bayer Leverkusen. Now, for Inter Milan, it's all about Romelu Lukaku. He scored a goal in that one, and he has, of course, scored in 9 competitions in the European Championship. Now, Antonio Conte's side will face the winner of Shakhtar Donetsk or Basel in the semi-final on the 17th of August, also in Düsseldorf. Now, the Belgium international, talking about Lukaku, he's the first player to score in 9 UEFA Cup or Europa League matches in a row, although that run includes 5 games for Everton in 2014-2015 season. Now, Inter Milan are now only 2 games away from winning their first trophy since the Coppa Italia in 2011. This season has been great for Inter Milan since they signed Romelu Lukaku and Alexis Sanchez, and of course Eriksen from Tottenham Hotspur. These 3 guys, including other guys that they've signed, they've changed the face of Inter Milan, the way they play football, and it's been perfect for them. Well, if this is the first trophy Lukaku is actually going to clinch after leaving Manchester United, I think I'm actually happy for him. Eriksen, Moses, Victor Moses, Ashley Young, all of these players, they left a place where they felt like they were not seen, so they had to move down to where they would be seen. So I strongly believe that if Antonio Conte I think next season Serie A is going to be very, very competitive. You know, players coming in from here and there, and he's trying to bring in a formidable force, which at the beginning of the season he was doing, but during the end of the season he actually lost it. So for Europa League, I believe that they can, if they can move to the finals, then there's a possibility that they can win it, but we don't know how that's going to go yet. We still have to wait.
All right, we have to wait. And looking at the games that we played later today, talking about the other quarterfinal games, remember it's a one-off knockout stage. Anybody who wins today will go straight to the semi-final. Shakhtar Donetsk will be up against FC Basel, and Wolverhampton Wanderers will be up against the team that has been tagged as the Europa League team, talking about Sevilla. They'll be taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be looking forward to that one, and I'm sure I'll be rooting for Wolverhampton Wanderers. And still staying in the Europa League, Manchester United needed an extra time penalty from Bruno Fernandes to finally see off a spirited FC Copenhagen and set up a potential Europa League semi-final against Wolverhampton Wanderers. United, they were poor for much of the first half in the heat of Cologne, but still had the penalty overturned and a goal ruled out by the video assistant referee. How far will they go? Well, only time will tell. Looking at the performance of Manchester United yesterday, what would you make of it?
Well, just like I said yesterday during the show, I said it was going to be very difficult, and we actually saw that yesterday. The Swedish goalkeeper, Johnson, he had to make 13 saves throughout the game. That goes to show that United actually had a high pressing, and the number of shots that they had up to 12 shots and about 7 on target, and just to none actually let to go. We had a lot of balls hitting the bar and all of that. So I believe that this is actually a test for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. You know, you have actually beaten some of the top teams in England. You have beaten Manchester City back-to-back. You have done it against Tottenham. This is actually the test. So let's see how it turns out today against Sevilla and Wolves. So anybody that wins United, if it's Wolves, then we know that we have to face the bodies we have in England. We have played it before, so we know how it feels like. And if it's also Sevilla, then we have to count our stones and say, okay, these guys are actually the former champions of Europe 5 times. It's not funny. So I think United, at the end of the day, they are going to make sure that they have a better plan, because once it comes to semi-finals, they lost about 2 semi-finals this season, so they don't want to do that again. I believe that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, maybe he's going to try to get something out of this, possibly get to the final, then grace of God is me my doing it.
Of course, as a Man United, you can tell the passion, and you can a little bit of let me just use passion, supporting Manchester United all day, wanting them to go straight to the finals and hopefully get to win this one. But of course, it's football, and when you crack it, you never can tell where it will crack. Let's go on a tiny bit of break, and when we come back, we'll have our guest joining us all the way from the UK.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land. And we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Well, it's still Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa, on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And our website is www.plustvafrica.com. Still staying with Manchester United. Looking at their performance, do you think that they can go all the way to win the Europa League this season, knowing that we have a strong team like Inter Milan still in the mix? And today we're going to see the masters of the Europa League, Sevilla, against a team that looks like an underdog, but they've done so well for themselves, Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Well, I'll still say this. For Nuno Esperanza, you know, he can make magic at any time. He can just come and shock you, then you won't even believe it. So, for me, I'm actually rooting for Wolves to win. And if they do win, then they might get a semi-final against Manchester United. And Wolves and Manchester United, these are kind of guys that they know how to fight. Like when it's on the field of play, I want to win, you want to win. So if Man U can just, but let me just say this prediction: if Wolves do get ahead of Sevilla today, the Manchester United could face Wolves. And if it's Wolves, then I think that we'll have the upper hand possibly. But if that's not the case, then finals will have to tell. But I definitely know that we're going to the finals. To
the finals, wow!
Yeah.
So you're sure of defeating any team that comes your way?
United, they are almost the better team in the European League. Let's remove Inter Milan. Yeah, we know that they were the one-time champions of Europe.
If you say United are better or one of the best teams in the Europa League, look at, because I watched the game Inter Milan played yesterday against the Bayer Leverkusen side, who are also, they're equally strong when it comes to European competitions, especially in the German Bundesliga.
But we can actually say that, sorry for cutting you short, we can actually say that fatigue was also in play yesterday for Manchester United. You know, some people may say that the Italian Serie A ended later than the Premier League, but matches in England were played regularly, unlike that of the Italian Serie A. So although they finished their last match, I think for Inter Milan, it's like there was definitely fatigue yesterday. So they only had one day to train after coming in on Sunday, and they just trained. So I believe that they were not given enough time. And for the other team, Copenhagen, these guys, they were not coming. They had already prepared, and they knew that okay, they were coming to face Manchester United because it's Man U. They cannot just come there and relax. They had to fight, and which they actually did. So it was roundabout. Yesterday, it was a 50-50 game. So they had both chances, and penalty solved it all.
All right, yes, they call them the Penalty FC. But we have Emmanuel Anthony, a former FA Level 2 football coach for 13 years. That's quite a record. He's joining us all the way from the UK. Good to have you with us, Emmanuel.
Good morning, guys. Pleasure to thank you for having me once again. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. I mean, Manchester United has been called, if you go on all over social media now, they've been tagged as Penalty FC. I mean, how would you react to that?
Listen, penalties are penalties. The main thing is that are the penalties correct or are they incorrect? I think also what it could also be described is that for any of those that are really into understanding the tactical side of football, Manchester United aim to go from back to front very, very quickly, and we play on our front line with our front three. So then that means there is a lot of time and there's a high volume of the players having the ball inside the opposition's box, because that's how they like to play. When you look at our front three players, they are good at dribbling, they're good at carrying the ball, they're good at off-the-ball runs, and they're also good at building up play as well, from Rashford, Martial, and also the wonderful young Mason Greenwood. And that's where they've been drawing penalties. I would say that probably 1 or 2 penalties at the max shouldn't have counted this season, with Bruno Fernandes's one against Aston Villa, which shouldn't have been a penalty in my opinion. And I'm also a qualified coach, and I believe that kind of gives me a bit of room to kind of make more sound judgment without being biased. But apart from the penalty anyway, we completely dominated them in the second half. Our first half was poor, pretty average. We looked flat and we lacked rhythm. But yeah, they can call us penalty merchants. Our main thing is that we want to win this cup, and we deserve to. I believe that it's our chance to now end the season with a trophy.
Nice. But looking at performance so far this season in the Europa League and in the English Premier League, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate Manchester United's performance?
In yesterday's game?
So far from the Europa League and the Premier League.
Well, I have to split them because if you remember in the Europa League, there was a game that we played kids, literally kids. For most of that game. And I think we've been very, very professional in the Europa League. We've been consistent in it. But there's also been 1 or 2 games I believe our performance levels can be upgraded. I believe in the midfield cog of the 3, our rotations of how we manipulate the ball, manipulate teams and actually be more patient in our build-up play and controlling of the game from the midfield can be better. But I still believe we're one of the major favourites to win this cup.
All right, lastly, let's talk about the transfer saga between Manchester United and Borussia Dortmund on Jadon Sancho. There's a whole lot of talk that's been going on between these two clubs, and the 20-year-old is set to remain with Dortmund. This is what came out from the sports director in Germany. But Man United want to keep on chasing. Do you think this chase will be a fruitless one for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
I truly believe it's going to be a fruitful one. Mr. Zorc himself has had history of saying this about Dembele. He said this about Aubameyang. No, these guys are staying. They're going to sign new deals. At the end of the day, one thing that we have to respect that I run multiple businesses, and one thing we have to understand and respect that football is a business, and they have a price tag that they've put on him. Man United's bargaining chip is that we're in a pandemic, and we believe that it would be almost unethical and unreasonable to demand such a high fee. Nonetheless, they don't have to sell. They don't have to sell. Sancho is actually one of a few young players that myself and a few other coaches that we were coaching together. He came up from Southeast London, so we know him very, very well. And I also know his agent, who I had a great opportunity to go to school with. But I won't go too much into that because I don't know much about the transfer saga. But one thing we do know that the stumbling block is the finances. And if Man United come up with it, then great. I think what Manchester United are looking at is that what would the down payment be and what would the add-on fees be in order to even make up the 120, which is roughly about 108 million pounds. British pounds. So we'll see what's going to happen going on. Let him go to pre-season. We'll continue to bide our time and see how we can muster up the best deal. I think Man United also have a duty of care to make sure that we are not being burnt and being used as a scapegoat or people just trying to suck us dry. So we have to kind of play that carefully. And we did that great with Bruno Fernandes, and hopefully we could do the same thing with Sancho.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, please continue to stay safe out there.
I will do. Likewise. Thank you.
All right. Of course, great analysis from Emmanuel, and I'm sure time is up and we really need to go. Thank you, Destiny, as always.
Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you, Kunle Sholeja, for joining us earlier, and Emmanuel Anthony for joining us all the way from the UK. That's what you can take, and this is Plus Sports, Plus TV Africa. Remember, this is Plus TV Africa, and the big stories live here.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Nigeria on Monday confirmed 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now 33,346. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced the latest figures in a tweet on its handle. Nigeria's new cases were confirmed in 15 states and the FCT, taking the number of infected people in the nation to 46,867. The NCDC's latest data indicates that Lagos and Plateau State reported the highest cases of the day, with 82 infections each, Other states with fresh cases are Oyo with 19, FCT with 18, Edo State with 16, Kaduna with 15 cases, Enugu, Ogun State both have 9 cases each, Kano and Kwara with 8 cases each, Cross River, Ondo and River State all with 5 cases each, Ekiti State with 4, Imo State with 3, and Borno with 2 cases. The NCDC data further revealed that the disease has so far claimed 950 lives. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has blamed governors, traditional and religious leaders for allowing crowds to gather and break safety protocols during electioneering in Edo State and the burial of Senator Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State. The PTF at its national press briefing on Monday said it was dismayed by the development. Kashamu, who died on Saturday at the First Cardiology Consultants Hospital, Lagos, from COVID-19 complications, was buried in his Ijebu-Igbo, Ogun State home on Sunday with a large crowd in attendance in defiance to safety protocols. Both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party have also held campaign rallies in Edo State ahead of the September 19th governorship election. The national coordinator of the PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, was asked about the large crowds at the campaigns and at the burial, where social distancing rules were broken and many people failed to wear face masks. And the federal government has directed civil servants on grade levels 11 and 12, as well as those on essential duties, to resume full duties. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Folashade Yemieson, gave the directive in a circular dated August 10, 2020. The circular was titled Resumption of Officers on Grade Levels 12 and 13 and Those on Essential Duties. Yemieson asked the officers to ensure full compliance with the directives and advice on the COVID-19 pandemic preventive measures, including maintenance of physical distancing, regular washing and or sanitizing of hands, and wearing of face masks. She added that efforts should be made to avoid overcrowding in individual offices. Welcome back. State governors from the northeastern part of the country on Monday met with the president, Muhammadu Buhari, on the deteriorating security situation in the zone and appealed to him to address the causes without further delay. They also lamented the rate at which more members are being recruited into the sect. As one of the ways out, the governors recommended that more sophisticated equipment should be provided for the Nigerian police force in order to cover the manpower deficit they said they noticed in the nation's military. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum disclosed these to State House correspondents at the end of the meeting they had with the president in Abuja. Governor Zulum was joined by a press briefing by the Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri, and he said the meeting with the president was a fallout of a meeting of the Northeast governors, which held in Maiduguri on Saturday. He said there is need for the federal, state and local governments to come together with a view to proffering solutions that will end this crisis in the region. The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, says despite being a member of the PDP, he is not a fan of the party's candidate, Godwin Obaseki, in the upcoming governorship elections in Edo State. Mr. Fayose, who was a guest on Plus Politics, warns that the PDP that Governor Obaseki is likely to return to the APC if he wins.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes around in life will come around. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you go, sir. What do you mean by what goes around?
Well, let me leave it like that, because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the then Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a circle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they will have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
Also on the program, the former governor, Farise, says the killings in southern Kaduna are appalling, describing it as ethnic cleansing. He called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do something fast.
That is ethnic cleansing. I've said that times without number. That there's no ideal society. There's no country that you have sane leadership that will allow a particular people who are seen purely to be of a particular religion, of a particular extraction, to be wiped away daily.
But we understand it's on both sides.
I've said this while I was in office.
We understand it's both sides.
And I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. It is time for us to stop that killing at all costs. Mr. President should stop that killing.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it has received the judgment of the Court of Appeal reinstating at least 22 political parties in the country. INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, confirmed the receipt of the judgment in a statement on Monday. Advanced Congress of Democrats, ACD, Progressive People's Alliance, PPA, and 20 others were reinstated by the appellate court. But the electoral umpire said a total of 23 political parties were relisted by the four-man panel of judges led by Justice Shodipo Lokulu. Okoye decried that the same court had upheld its decision to deregister the political parties only for it to later fault its action. The INEC official added the commission is therefore faced with two conflicting judgments from the Court of Appeal, one affirming the powers of the commission to deregister political parties, and the other setting aside the registration of ACD and 22 others. A musician in Nigeria's northern state of Kano has been sentenced to death by hanging for blaspheming against Prophet Muhammad. An upper Sharia court in the Hausawa Filin Hockey area of the state said Yahya Sharif Aminu was guilty of committing blasphemy for a song he circulated via WhatsApp in March. Mr. Sharif Aminu did not deny the charges. Justice Qadi Ali Mohammed Kani said he could appeal against the verdict. States across Muslim-majority northern Nigeria use both secular law and Sharia law, which does not apply to non-Muslims. Only one of the death sentences passed by Nigeria's Sharia courts has been carried out since they were reintroduced in 1999. And joining us live is Pamela Okoroegwe, a legal defense assistant with the, of course, lead app. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Can you explain this penal code practiced in the north where someone posting alleged blasphemous post on WhatsApp can get a life sentence?
Life sentence? You mean death penalty? Okay, so for the purposes of our viewers, I would like to begin by saying that Nigeria has three major penal legislations coexisting. So we have the penal code, we have the criminal code, we have the Sharia code. And this legal system establishes offenses and punishments depending on the state in which they are applied. So the criminal code applies to the southern parts of Nigeria. The penal code applies to the northern part. And then the Sharia penal code is applicable in 12 states who have actually introduced this code.
Yeah.
So the Sharia penal code is based on the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. In states where this Sharia code is being enforced today, there appears to be an obvious conflict between the penal code and the Sharia code. So we see offenses like blasphemy being prescribed the death penalty.
All right, I want to know, he has 30 days to appeal the judgment. Do you think the ground norm, the Constitution, can it be used to set aside this judgment?
Well, in my opinion, I would say yes. It will be used to set aside this judgment. So, in as much as death penalty is still permitted under the Nigerian Constitution, you know, our courts in Kalu versus the state and Okoro versus state have held that death penalty is unconstitutional in Nigeria. But it's really appalling that Nigeria has continued to use death sentence in this 21st century. So for this case, our constitution provides for certain rights for accused persons. We have the right to fair hearing, right to adequate time and facilities to prepare for trial. We have the right to have a lawyer at trial. So the question is, was the accused person allowed to exercise these rights? You know, we all know that the right to fair hearing is so germane, and failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution will lead to a miscarriage of justice, which must be overturned on appeal. So I strongly believe that this case will be overturned at the appeal level. You know, the right to life is the most fundamental human right and must be upheld by the citizens and the state. You know, it has no place in the 21st century, no place in the modern society.
All right.
You know, so the funny thing is that we've always seen the poor persons being sentenced to death. But what happens to the rich person? I've not seen any rich person on death row. How many rich persons have been sentenced or maybe convicted and sentenced to blasphemy? Sorry, sentenced to
death.
Death penalty.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yes, sorry about that.
All right, let's also then speak about Lead App, where you work as a senior legal and programs officer. Does Lead App handle this type of cases? I believe that your organization is against capital punishment. What role can you play here?
Okay, so Lead App opposes the use of death penalty in all circumstances, no matter the individual, no matter the offense. So Lead App offers pro bono legal services to indigent persons who actually want Lead App to represent them. So in this case, of course, Lead App is willing to do that if the accused person wants Lead App to represent them in court. But from our own view, we are the opinion that death penalty only applies to the economic disadvantaged persons in this country. You know, there is no persuasive evidence to actually show that death sentence deters people from committing crime. So the world is gradually abolishing the death penalty, or at least, you know, observing a moratorium on it.
All right.
So Nigeria should join the trend by expunging death penalty from all its laws.
Pamela Okoro Igwe, thank you so much, Senior Legal and Program Officer with Lead Up. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And of course, we definitely would love to speak with you again.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
In news across Africa, France's anti-terror prosecutor's office says it would probe the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers, by gunmen in Niger. France confirmed its nationals were among the dead without giving a figure. French aid group Acted said several of its workers were among those killed during a tourist outing. It is believed to be the first such attack on Westerners in the area, a popular tourist attraction in the former French colony thanks to its unique population of West African or Niger giraffes. And now on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump says someone was shot near the White House after he was abruptly led out of a news conference by a Secret Service agent. President Trump told reporters the incident was very well under control. A member of his security detail had walked on stage during his remarks to reporters and whispered in his ear. President Trump was heard to say, "Oh, and what's happening?" as he left the briefing room. And police in Belarus capital Minsk have fired rubber bullets for a second night to quash protests following Sunday's disputed presidential elections. Officials say one of the demonstrators died when an explosive device went off in his hands, the first confirmed casualty since the clashes began. Autocratic President Alexander Lukashenko won 80% of the vote. His main rival, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, refused to accept the result, saying she was the real winner. A lack of scrutiny, no observers were present, and also other things have led to allegations of widespread vote rigging in the poll. The election was held amid growing frustration at Mr. Lukashenko's leadership, with opposition rallies attracting large crowds. And up next is business news.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable. Coleman,
Now in business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation has put the worth of crude oil and gas exported from Nigeria between May 2019 and May 2020 at $4.47 billion. It also stated that the corporation remitted a total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during the same period. In its just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm further noted that a total export sale of $174.80 million was recorded in May 2020, representing 10.73% decrease when compared to the preceding month. It said crude oil export sales contributed $120 million of the dollar transactions for the review period, compared with $148.86 million contribution in the previous month, while the export gas sales amounted to $54.29 million in the month of May 2020. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And now in entertainment, Nollywood actress and philanthropist Tonto Dike has earned an appointment from a Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization, CYMS, as the Director, Socials and Empowerment. Tonto Dike shared the good news on her social media page. The position would avail her the opportunity to empower Nigerian youth through training, skill acquisition, and seminars. She wrote further that this is another great opportunity for her to contribute to the youths and overall development of our great country. Congratulations to her. And now in sports, Manchester City ladies have completed the signing of United States midfielder and 2019 World Cup winner Samantha Mills from the NWSL's North Carolina Courage. The 27-year-old has featured 67 times for her country and was a regular during last year's World Cup in France. While speaking in an interview, Mills said she was lucky to have been given the opportunity to play in Europe. The midfielder is City's second summer signing after England striker Chloe Kelly. On the new boss, Gareth Taylor, the City ladies will kick off their 2020-2021 campaign with an away game at newly promoted Aston Villa during the weekend of September 5th and 6th. And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
What was assumed to be a regular day for the people in Itafaji, Lagos State, Nigeria, was met with the lasting trauma of a 4-story building collapse housing an elementary school. This was one of the 43 building collapse incidents in Nigeria in 2019. The building caved in seconds with no time to escape. Some of the victims share their encounter as they live with the indelible scar of the collapse.
I tell from our teachers, they own that school. I tell for them, until this school have want to collapse, they not beat me. I tell for my teacher too. This school have want to collapse, they too beat me. When I'm writing, that school now collapse.
So when the school started bending, so our head missionary decided that some people could come and plaster it. So after they plastered, it was not still straight, it was still bending. So I was not afraid to go to the school.
Àwọn ọmọ tọ̀dọ̀ tèmi dẹ̀ ni twins ni wọ́n, Táyé àti Kọ́hìndé ni. So inú àwọn méjèèjì, Táyé ni kíní ẹ̀ ṣe léṣe jù ló bá lórí. So ó gbabẹ̀ kú síbẹ̀. But Kọ́hìndé ó sì wà alive fún tiẹ̀.
Over the last 10 years, the incidence of building collapse in Nigeria has become so alarming and does not show any sign of abating. In Lagos State alone, which is Nigeria's largest city, there were 17 building collapses in 2019, recording the highest number of collapse of the 36 states, followed by Anambra State. Consequences of these building collapses cannot be overemphasized, as they include loss of physical properties, destruction of movable properties, injury and loss of life. In a whole, it has economic, financial, psychological, and sociological implications, as each collapse carries along with it tremendous effects that cannot be easily forgotten by any of its victims.
I was not breathing, I was only breathing sand. I was under the umbrella for 4 hours.
I spoke with experts and disaster experts who shared reasons for the recurrent collapse.
Our people are engaging in sharp practices. Sharp practices deals with the type of material that they are using to build their building. Look at the engineers that they are using. You will discover that some of the builders that they are using, they are not professionals. You get what I'm saying? They are not professionals. Secondly, if you look at the materials that they are using, they are substandard. The blocks are substandard. The integrity are substandard. Now, when we now look at where do they obtain government permits, no. 95% of them are not taking government permits.
The other thing that could have also been responsible for building collapse is deviating from what has been designed. For example, you could have designed a building for a story building, and getting to site, you said you want to take it on the additional floor. Most likely, you're already signing up for a collapse.
Items which are very important and salient in the construction may be omitted, and this would cause distresses in the building. According
to Ayinuola and Olalusi, building failure in Nigeria is attributed to 50% design fault, 40% construction fault, and 10% product failure. Of the many collapse incidents, occupied buildings are more affected than those under construction or newly completed. This begs the question, who are the builders and how skilled are they? Who shares the responsibility of building collapses?
I see one block, she have room there, and I see that this school we are going to collapse, and I go up and I tell for our teacher.
Despite the signs of a soon-to-collapse building, Experts say building owners and engineers sometimes do not carry out appropriate tests on their buildings.
If you don't maintain your building, if you don't use it properly, if you don't do integrity tests of your building, it will definitely collapse.
Engineering being a lifelong experience, we're supposed to move along with the innovations and the technological changes.
While individuals have a part to play in ensuring safety standards are adhered to, governmental agencies have also been put in place to ensure building codes are implemented.
We've put a lot of regulations in place to check and to prevent building collapse. Now, what are the things we put in place? We have a viable Lagos State physical planning in place. We have building controlling agency in place. We have the material testing agency in place. We have engineers in each of our local government. Apart from that, the building controlling agency has decentralized their activities in each of our local government, in each of our central district.
Regulatory body is also doing so much, having to curb so many lapses, and so many unprofessionals are also doing these jobs.
As the government officials grapple to fight against the incessant building collapses, as well as the engagement of building consultants and the adherence to building codes, according to IISTE, it's important that specific tests such as electrical services efficiency test, mechanical services efficiency test, cracks and dilapidation assessment, waterworks efficiency test and quality assessment are all carried out.
Primarily, and this is on a general note, we find that cracks appear on buildings, and for every tenant or every owner of a building, then you find cracks in your buildings, be it on the floor decks, on the side, the walls, diagonal cracks, any type of cracks that you see. It should be a good advice to give that this be checked out by qualified structural engineers. Secondly, you find for old buildings which have gone past, they begin with cracks, but they begin to have, the building begin to have spalling. Spalls is the chunks of concrete begins to fall from the deck, which is the floor slab. And people try to patch them up. People just try to do some palliatives, but these are actually much more than that. The causes are much more than that, and these are just surface protection.
The scars of collapse still dig deep in the psyche of its lucky survivors, who say they would never step foot in the vicinity where his elementary school was once founded.
I feel sad when I'm passing that place. I don't want to enter that place again.
I said that I will never enter the building again. I'm so traumatized.
The reality remains that major victims are those with no power or influence and cannot afford properly structured houses, hence are made to pay the heaviest price, most times with their lives. With the high number of building collapses and the level of reoccurrence in Nigeria, would this serve as a good enough prompt for all the relevant authorities to swing into action and bring the perpetrators to book? For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
This is Tita on Plus TV Africa. Thank you for watching. My name is Elsie Godwin, and of course on this show we'll bring you the biggest entertainment stories and definitely analyze them. I've got my interesting co-anchors with me, Ife Omai and Ife Oluoshike.
What up?
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. I'm in a good mood, so
Sunshine.
yeah. The sunshine to your screen, baby.
That means something.
Oh, you had headphones on. Well, she's been shining us now.
Oh, really? Great stuff.
Okay, moving on to the stories up for conversation. Legendary Nigerian musician Majek Fashek will be buried in New York, United States, where he died. This announcement was made by his son, Randy. He said the decision was based on the family exhausting all resources to bring him home. Naming COVID-19, racial injustice, political problem, governmental incorporation, and many more as some of the economical problem, which made it impossible for the remains of Majek Fashek to be brought home. He also asked that we focus on his legacy rather than the little details before that.
It's a long time since he's been gone, so
I guess they've really been trying to bring him home.
Because I was like, he's not been buried.
Yeah.
So I can imagine that it's kind of like a tough place to be in.
It is.
Having the urgency of wanting to lay your loved one to rest, but then it hurts knowing that his body isn't going to be laying at home. I know there's quite a lot of people that would have wanted access to that and being able to share in that closure as well, but I think it's what it is. I like how the son really analyzed everything and explained everything. There was a lot of transparency. Honestly, all that Shalaye was never necessary. So I was really moved by the fact that they took that much effort to explain everything that was going on and give enough reasons as to why, even though the reasons seemed a bit more deep than they were even like putting it. When they said COVID-19, I was like, okay, sure. But when they started mentioning like racial injustice, I'm like, okay, so obviously it's been a lot more messy in the backstage than we are aware of, which is quite sad. I don't know why I know it's hard to transfer bodies and stuff, but I don't know why the American government wouldn't allow Nigeria to at least have Majek Fashek back home where he should be.
Yeah, I think you put it the right way, because what I took away from all of that is not just the COVID-19 pandemic that is making it quite impossible or difficult for them to lay Majek Fashek in his motherland, but basically his other circumstances on things that are beyond their control, and they have been forced to back up to a corner and just do what is right, because they can't keep leaving the man like that. They need to lay him to rest regardless. And I like the fact that he also said that he knows this may not sit well with a lot of people, knowing that a lot of people actually want to be we've been part of Majek Fashek's legacy one way or another, either by listening to his music, by buying his records, or watching him do all his performances and all of that. So I think it would have been nice to have like a full, true fans out here, like Nigerian true fans present at his funeral, and we're not going to be getting that. So may his soul rest in perfect peace. And I like the fact that he also said we should forget about the things that happened in recent times and just think about his legacy. There's no point speaking here about the dead, so let's just focus on all the good things he's done.
Okay, I like the part where you said his fans. I mean, fans from the motherland would love to be part of it. So I still think some form of arrangement can be made, maybe virtually, of course, for people to be able to join. Maybe have a candle night or something.
I think it would have always been virtual, even if it was in Nigeria. I think it's even after the body was laid.
I don't think people will be able to control themselves that much. I mean, we've seen prominent people die and how their fans come out and forget COVID-19. So if the body of Majek Fashek gets to Nigeria, that might happen. So now that he's not coming, I think they can still create something that would help his fans connect in one way or the other.
Should give it a tombstone here or something?
I don't know. I'm sure they'll figure it out, but may his soul keep resting in peace. Okay, moving on to the next story. Kanye West unveils criminal justice reform and classroom prayers as part of his presidential plans. He says if elected, he will reintroduce classroom prayers. He's also calling for police overhauling to ensure Americans are treated the same regardless of race, color, and ethnicity, and also wants to restructure America's education system to serve the most at risk and vulnerable populations and promote creativity and the arts while also reducing students' loan debt.
Criminal justice system is like stating the obvious. I expected that to be part of the things he would do, knowing that his wife is passionate about that subject matter in particular. But the classroom prayers, I have a big issue with that because you're not letting us know if I'm a Muslim and I'm in class, I'll be subjected to be praying as a Christian. So I hope there will be diversity in religion when it comes to the classroom
So we'll just
prayers.
use the whole day to pray now.
No, pray in your language. Just pray to whoever.
That's what I'm saying.
If you're a Muslim, pray as a Muslim in the good while we call for the classroom prayer.
So they
and there's
probably
a
give them
certain
like
time.
5 minutes and you do your prayer.
So do your prayers in whatever religion you believe in.
Dude, go and just pray in your house. I think there's a place and time for such things. Overall, the problem I have with the whole lineup is that it's too much of Kanye than of America, and that is the problem.
It's too much of trying to impose your beliefs.
Yes, your personal, so your interests, what you actually vibe with, more so than what is the total benefit of, the country as a whole, and considering every single person. It was a bit too democratic for my liking, which is why I'm still not understanding why he doesn't see that as a problem for the greater good of America. If you claim that it really has nothing to do with supporting Trump and watering down the votes for Joe Biden, why is your compilation of what manifesto now so democratic? One, meaning that you're not competing with Donald Trump, you're competing with Joe Biden, and you're sharing the same analogies as that. I would think that if you're going to disturb yourself and give yourself that much headache and say you want to run for president, you'd be offering me something completely different that I have not seen before. But what you're offering me now, obviously, is a lookalike of Joe Biden's manifesto, plus the fact that you just are obsessed with your ego and your traits and beliefs and system is running into that. I don't think there's any space for mixing certain things with the church. I think that the church needs to be preserved, as well as the educational system needs to be preserved as much as, and the people who want both for their children, take them to certain schools like that. So you take them to a Muslim-oriented school or take them to a Christian school, and he needs to be able to know that type of difference. First of all, he even has mental issues, so I don't see how that is not in the conversation as to whether or not somebody with that type of flared up condition is allowed to run the president.
I mean, I said it straight up the last
Nigeria.
time. He shouldn't. Nigeria.
America.
He shouldn't be president. And I think you've wasted too many good English on this topic, because there's no point analyzing this, because even if Kanye West is ever going to be president, because it's never, I mean, praying in classroom, I think you said it right. If you want your children to be able to have that Christian background embedded in their education, there are schools made for that as well. So if you were coming to a normal public school or you get what I mean, and you want them to like represent prayer, then how many religions are you going to actually represent? Are you going to say, because we just have one Muslim, then let's forget about it and have the Christian prayer, So that is one part that is not sitting well. But every other thing, of course, there are things people have talked about and want to get better. So Kanye West, good luck to him, and at least we'll always say one-time former presidential candidate, right? Cool. Good for his manifesto and profile as well. Tea Time continues right after this short break with more stories.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Welcome back. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Tonto DK receives appointment from Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization as Director for Socials and Empowerment.
Wonderful and great. Do you agree?
With what?
The position. I think that's the, if I borrow your word, bone of contention on social media.
If they agree with her being in that position.
Yes.
To me, if you ask me that question, my answer would be no, because you don't represent the values of the youth.
What is the values of the youth?
The values of the youth is by upholding what is right, and you've been in a lot of controversies. She's been in a lot of controversies that's put her in a very bad light and doesn't really stand as a good role model for a lot of youths. So why are you taking that position? It's just like what we've been saying all over again. People getting roles that they don't even have the capacity to handle, all the, what's it called now, the image to uphold, because it's something that you need to, for you to be youth empowerment, for you to be speaking again, what's the word, sensitization, what are you talking about? Like, come on, like, it's not a Tonto DK we need in that position.
Okay,
I need somebody
I would
that
actually need you,
motivate
I don't know what
me
your take is on this
part.
one, but I actually need you to kind of like point to those things that you would say she has done or has come up in her life that now makes her the worst candidate to be in this position. Because
Fighting in Dubai.
Your point of even saying the worst candidate is not the focus. Is she the best candidate for that position?
Because
I think personally that she's done quite a lot for people.
What you see about Tonto DK is when she begins to display her 5 minutes of madness, which I think which I think everybody has. No matter how you want to come out to form, you are creating an image. This is not a position of power, please. It is what will I call them now? An organization there to inspire other youths. And has Tonto DK actually done a lot with her platform and her foundation for people? Yes, just that you are not following her.
Tonto DK inspires you?
In that regard, absolutely. I feel like she's one of those people that she has one of the most strongest effect on me, because I undermine her, if that makes sense. Like, because I see her as somebody that is in the limelight for a lot of unseriousness, and the way she handles her personal life is a bit like Raz to me. When I catch her with all those things, I almost want to stop to listen. She's the only person that I've seen get so involved in people's lives that mean nothing in Nigeria. When it comes to all the cases that were happening in the East about the lady the child that was raped, and 2 years after the person they released him based on good behavior, a lot of celebrities came out to write quote unquote in their stories and everything. Tonto DK was the only single celebrity that joined the work to make sure that person went back into it. Another person that I was,
even when COVID-19 started,
yes, she's done a lot of giving.
She shared out
the COVID-19
it's not on social media and give away.
I've seen people who focus on that. And that's when I noticed, because I don't see it on her page and I don't really see her make that much noise. But that James boy, that James boy, I was looking, yes. And I saw how much of the stuff that he was talking about with Tonto DK, and I was like, really? This same Tonto DK? So for me, I don't think that she's under-deserving. Am I going to completely dismiss the fact that, yes, her level of perfection isn't the greatest? I'm not going to disagree to that, but I think sometimes that can work in your favor to understand that not everyone is actually that perfect. And I think these youths that you are claiming values are not the same, I think we can, if anybody can relate to that in Nigeria, it will be the youths that can relate to the fact that you have tendencies to misbehave or be irresponsible in certain aspects of your life. But if you give, there's nothing wrong with being cheered for that. I would say.
She's getting this merits based on her giving or philanthropical.
Not based on her giving.
Based on the fact that she's shown that she's capable of doing this.
Is because she's interested in people's well-being. You cannot be giving in the kind of structural way she's doing it if you're not interested in seeing that people get better. So yes, the media and bloggers and all that will always be interested, and Tonto too will be interested to magnify things when it has to do with her whatever, fighting or talking about things that are not necessarily necessary, but is Tonto Dike putting the work? I think she is.
And for this role, I had to even look up the role as well. I think there's some roles that I would worry about if Tonto Dike was placed in there. I'm not gonna lie. But I look at the specifics of this one, of empowerment and everything. There's nothing wrong.
But empowerment, no.
I think there are a lot of people that are empowering a lot of
She has the
youth
role
in
anyway.
better
We'll keep an eye now to see what she'll
the
do with
slum
it.
to school guy. We're talking about different people that have done so
Also, cannot
much.
do everything for everybody now.
Yeah, but we're talking about there's so many other people that have done so much that fit this position.
I'm sure that's just for everybody to fly. They'll get their own
W. Oh Lord, no. Tonto is definitely not my candidate.
Okay, but she has it, so good luck to her, and I hope she does more with this platform as she has always done. Yeah. Moving on to the next story, which is something that has to do with youth as well. How are you different from a fraudster? This is Twos and Fouls tackling Desiani over her Yahoo Boys comments. So Auntie had, do you know, I'm so uninterested that I'm not taking out time to go and actually see that video and how she said it. That clip is enough for me. But what do you think about what Twos and Fouls are saying?
It's the absolute truth. I think in her lecture, because that's when I find it, it did sit well with me when she was talking about the fact that her issue is that youths are now emulating the Yahoo Boys, which is funny because I think the Yahoo Boys are emulating their leaders. If you go to a country where you find people are working hard on your matter, you see that the level of crime to steal from those same people or destroy the work of those same people is very, very little. You find that a lot of them is in that circumstance. Like, I don't know how to explain it. The cases are more severe and not as common as this. Here, people are just doing what they are taught. If I'm living in a world, if I'm living in a country where as soon as I wake up, I'm already being told that you're not relevant. If anything happens, you're on your own. I go to work, same thing. I go to hospital, same thing. As little as just driving your car on the road will tell you that you're not in a place that cares about your safety. You open the tap, you know you're not in a country that cares about your health. So why would you think that these people are not also influenced by you, the person that's talking? It's a height of hypocrisy. Do I think that Nigerians tend to be a bit too
extra?
Yeah, with how we talk to the politicians, yes. But then again, it's like looking at the symptoms are not the problem. The reason why they're talking like that is the same point I'm trying to reiterate, that they're not respecting themselves and all that. So it's
as much as we always say, yes, you're not guilty until proven guilty. She also has not been entirely exonerated, really. So I don't think this is the first time I'm really going to say this too. I don't think she's in the best position to be having that kind of lecture or that kind of conversation and telling people who to look up to and who not to look up to. Are you the kind of person we should look up to? If they're not looking up to Yahoo Boy, so sis or mommy, she's the one. When I said hush mommy in the previous episode, that was the name they gave her for this conversation. I mean, we have people that would gladly look up to, people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Like, there are a lot of them. I can't start mentioning them now. So I don't think she had the right to even, maybe she could have said it without trying to drag Yahoo Boys or trying to point fingers when the remaining four is right at you, you know. So that's just how I feel about it.
You know what, in most cases I'll say don't blame the messenger. Sometimes just listen to the message. Now, she had a lot of message in it. It's hypocritical for her being under investigation for fraud and corruption and all of that. Yes, it's hypocritical. But if I'm invited to go and speak in a church, even if I do not believe in God, I will speak in a religious light.
Are they figures? Don't decline. What are you doing in the church?
That's exactly where I'm getting to. So should she have taken the speech if she knew this was the area that she was required to speak upon, knowing that she's under investigation? She should have declined. But the fact that she didn't decline and she did it, so I took away.
More innocent, I guess.
Huh?
So I guess it makes her look, in her mind,
Well,
probably makes her
if
look
that's a
innocent.
strategy, it failed woefully, right? But if I'm invited to go and speak in a church, I will prepare something like that too. But I think she should have just declined, knowing that she's still under investigation. But people coming down at her like that, did she make sense? Absolutely. Is she the right person to be spreading that gospel? No. But did she make sense?
So we should look at the message.
Yeah,
not
the message.
You see that one I cannot even agree one single bit. I think the person that carries the message is probably as important as the messenger themselves, especially when it comes to things like that. Plus, those people, Tools and Fowls, not just those people, Tools and Fowls never actually complained about what she said either. They complained about the messenger. They were saying that you don't have the right to explain about the same crime that you are going into. Even if, let's say we take your metaphor and say that this person actually agreed to go to church to go and preach, there's some things that I can talk about that I have strengths in, rather than saying prostitutes, so don't do this, when me myself I have one sugar daddy waiting for me with his belly out for me to come and do my deeds. It's kind of weird. I feel like she should have arranged herself. Maybe I could talk about my giving, because I give, and I'm good at that, but it's not just hypocritical, it's an absolute joke and ridiculous if you think that you can stand and preach because people are not going to have to listen to the messenger because your message is making sense. Then I can type and...
I feel like whatever message you're giving, the fact that you have been called upon to stand up and deliver that message, it has something to do with the lifestyle you have led and what you portray as well. And it goes beyond what people say, which is why for the longest time, it's now that people are calling people out. I've always been doing it when I feel like what you're tweeting is not... Remember when the conversation used to be on Twitter and they will tell you, I'm not my tweet. I'm like, how do you even say that and it makes sense to you? Maybe if you come out and tell me, which is what I know for myself, that yes, there are different parts to me that you will see in my tweet. You cannot say, oh, this is what Elsie will say today. I can wake up, I'm talking about food. Tomorrow is fitness. Today is politics. That is to tell you that I'm living this life, and that's how multifaceted the life is. But if you're coming to sound very ridiculous and stupid online, and you're saying this is not me, when you meet me in person, you will know me. I don't understand. Who is tweeting it and who are you? Do you understand? So the alter ego is you as well anyway. So I think that as much as we say let's separate the message from the messenger as well carries that message, and if you're not the person to carry the message, then it will be difficult for you to land properly.
Yeah, I think that's well put. It will be difficult for you to land properly, and which is what has happened to her. It has become so difficult for her to land. But was the message well detailed? Was it something that if somebody that had integrity had come out to say, we would be like, whoa, thumbs up, and we'll probably stand up and give that person a standing ovation? Yes, it was well put together. If she wrote it, actually.
Okay, hush mommy. Thank you for that message. Ife has taken it.
Corrupted.
Right.
Okay, but if we're going to even analyze and say that young boys or young people using fraudsters as role models, I even feel like even that statement itself,
it's exaggerated.
It's exaggerated. I don't know anyone who's doing anything. Well, so fam, if you had it in you to go and do that life, you don't need any Yahoo boy to come and do that. And I feel like these these leaders picking so much at Yahoo boys is a very childish and immature way to analyze things. Have you given them an alternative? Is the point. How many people can actually say that if I first of all I can finish school? You've claimed to give people food schemes. It's not there. They can't focus on school. They can't get there safely because before they work from home to work, the police person has come and harass them, and then they finally finish. There's no jobs because you've given all your family members.
And even if there is a job, the job can never sustain them.
Have you actually given a solution? If people are now being really greedy to now say, a lot of the times people are just trying to survive.
But a lot of youth also not working as hard as they should because they feel like they have the option.
I think a lot of youth are working hard.
I agree to that. I'm not saying that that's not possible, but you cannot say that the percentage of people who are also trying really hard and don't have that many options.
I know a lot of people that are super educated. They have the certificate, but they'll tell you, I'll never work for nobody. They'd rather press the computer.
Pressing computer is not a problem.
What are you pressing?
Exactly, but it was just a metaphorical.
No, let's be clear.
That metaphorical is the stereotype that's causing problems. Please, you can
press computer too.
And benefit boys.
Okay. that's how we wrap up this episode of Tea Time. Thank you for watching, and please send your opinions via WhatsApp to 09060005719 or tweet at us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on this episode and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Also, watch Tea Time on R2 TV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you, as always, go to my interesting co-anchors, Ife Omai and Ife Oluwashunke,
Yes,
and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay safe.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said, like, I'll give me a job that I'm too short. Then I should go, but it did pay me. So that's why I can't sit there like that. So that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially. If you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today's top stories are
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Eunice Bashorin Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer completely.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security mission about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeat.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
And yes, my country people, you do well say you join us inside News on the Hour for Plus TV Africa. And at the Coco Bang Bang Tori, we will one summer give on unto this very o'clock as City Hot. My name, na Destiny Momo. And yes, on Nigeria on Monday, don't confirm 290 fresh cases of COVID-19 with the number of recovered persons now. We don't reach 33,346. About Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC), they be announced the latest figure for tweets for their handle. And Nigeria new case have been confirmed for 15 states plus the Federal Capital Territory (FCT). We don't take the number of infected people for the nation and to be 46,867. NCDC latest data shows say Lagos and Plateau 9 report the highest case for the day with 82 infections each. Another states with fresh cases now Oyo 19, FCT 18, Edo 16, Kaduna 15, Enugu 9, Ogun 9, Kano 8, Kwara 8, Cross River 5, Ondo 5, Rivers 5, Ekiti 4, Imo 3, and Borno 2. NCDC data still shows say the disease don't so far claim 950 people live. And yes, so the Presidential Task Force for COVID-19, they don't blame governors, traditional and religious leaders, sake of them allow crowd to gather and they can break safety protocol during by-election period and form Edo State and burial for Senator Buruji Kashamu inside Ogun State. The PTF for their national press brief on Monday, then Sama say then they're very, very surprised for the develop. Kashamu died on Saturday for First Cardiology Consultant Hospital, Lagos, from COVID-19 complicates, being they buried for their Ijebu Igbo Ogun State house on Sunday, and with plenty people and we come and they come out from the safety protocols. And even both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party say they don't summer and campaign rally for Edo State before the September 19 governorship election. The national coordinator for PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, been the ask about the large crowd for the campaign and for the burial, and where social distancing rules say then break them, and many people they don't even agree wear face mask at all. Yes, so the federal government, they don't direct a civil servant for grade level 12 plus 13 and on those for essential duties to make them sharply resume their full duty. The head of the civil service for the Federation, Folashade Yemi Eshan, don't summary the directive for circular within date August 10, 2020. The circular been titled Resume of Officers for grade level 12 and 13 and those for essential duties. Yemi Eshan don't summary the officers make sure say all full compliance with the directive and advice for COVID-19 pandemic preventive measures. Say then summary including maintenance for physical distancing, regular wash of hand and sanitize of hand, plus to wear face mask. And she still samaya and say efforts are supposed share to avoid make people the overcrowd for inside small offices. And even state governors from the northeastern part of Obodo Naija on Monday, they don't meet with President Muhammadu Buhari on top badness security matter for the zone, and they come back and making address the cost without more delay. And I still they complain the rate where more members take the Kolobi recruit for inside the sect. And as one of the ways out, the governors they don't recommend say more sophisticated equipment supposed this summer and for Naija police force so that they go cover the manpower deficit where they don't notice for inside the Obodo military. And Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum bin Sama this one for State House correspondent for the end of the meeting with Sama with the Presido for Abuja. Governor Zulum don't join the press briefing and for the Adamawa State Governor and Amadou Fintiri said the meeting with the Presido saying a fallout of meeting for the Northeastern and governors will share for Maiduguri on Saturday. And let's see Samayan say need day for the federal, state and local governments to make them come together, join body with view to take proper solution we go end this big crisis for the region. And even a former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose Inyan, say even though say he be member of PDP, say he no like the party candidate Godwin Obaseki for the upcoming governorship election inside Edo State. Mr. Fayose will be being guest for Plus Politics. He been won PDP. Say Governor Obaseki fit return to APC if he finally win the election.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes round in life will come round. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you go, sir. What do you mean by what goes round?
Well, let me leave it like that because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a circle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they will have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
And yes, so like 3 people they killed inside Ire Ekiti in sake of big crisis we share for the community sake of suspend of the annual Ogun Festival. And claim they say youth for the town then still set fire for the palace of the monarch Victor Bobade and then still destroy police motors. Even said the crisis shele after for council announced the suspend of the festival for Oba of COVID-19 protocol. And in reaction, when he been a yarn with newsmen from a hideout, the traditional ruler been beg residents to make them calm down and make them summer peace chance for the community. And even serve the chairman of the COVID-19 task force inside the Ekiti State, Professor Bolaji Aluko, been maintained, say all religious gathering make them remain banned for Ekiti State until further notice.
I went to my residence. In my residence, they came there, they couldn't find me anyway, and I was in there. I was in there looking at them, but they couldn't find me. They started throwing stones, breaking anything breakable in the palace. They finished everything, including the vehicles of the policemen. They finished everything in that palace. I had to break a fence before those policemen on ground could, find their way to run away. So, nothing was done yesterday. Then I slept in the palace. People are saying, Cabbage, you have to leave this palace. I said, no, I will be in here. And I slept there alone.
And yes, so the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, then you say they collaborate the judgment of the Court of Appeal where they recall at least 22 political parties back for the country. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of Informate and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, been confirmed the receipt of the judgment inside statement on Monday. Advanced Congress of Democrats (SCD), Progressive People's Alliance (PPA), and 20 others been they recalled from the appellate court. And by the electoral umpire, then Samayan say total of 23 political parties now been they relisted by the 4-man panel of judges, and where they led by Justice Shodikpe Lokulo. And Okoye Samayan say the same court they don't uphold decision to take the register the political parties, only for them to later fault their action. And the INEC official Samayan say the commission and therefore they faced with 2 conflicting judgments from the Court of Appeal, and one to take confirm the powers of the commission to deregister political parties, and the other where they set aside the deregistration of ACD and the 22 others. And yes, one musician for Nigeria northern state of Kano don dey sentenced to death by hanging sake of bad yarn against Prophet Muhammad. And one upper Sharia court inside Hausawa Filling Hockey area of the state and say Yahaya Sharif Aminu been they guilty saying commit blasphemy for song where circulate via WhatsApp for March. Mr. Sharif Aminu, they deny the charges. And Judge Kadi Aliyu Mohammed Kani in Sama say infit appeal against the verdict. And states across Muslim majority northern Nigeria then use both secular law and Sharia law, and we know they apply to non-Muslims. And only one of the death sentence where they passed by Nigeria Sharia court don they carried out since them been they reintroduced for 1999. And even self fuel tanker drivers under the auspice of a Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers NUPENG, they don't suspend their strike for Lagos State. And one communique where they jointly signed by the Commissioner of Energy and Mineral Resources, Olalere Odusote, and the Deputy National President of NUPENG, Solomon Kilanko, and been they summer for the end of the meeting. And it contained the 7 agreements where they reached by the union, and the government will lead to the suspend of the industrial action of the tanker driver for the state. And some of the challenges where they faced by the tanker drivers like security agencies, area boys, ad hoc levies, bad roads, overloading, the timing of movement plus a coordinate, and where they form the critical issue where they discussed for the meeting. And both parties then see resolve say the state government then go meet with the heads of all security agencies and then go secure their commitment to make sure say free passage of petroleum products and vehicle and sake of their importance to Weobodo economy. The National Interfaith Religious Organization for Peace and don't task security agencies for Obodo Nigeria to remain steadfast and make them they committed to the war against crime, criminality, plus the perpetrators of a violent gbege. And when I'm in a yarn for the end of the 2021 day interdenominational prayer and fasting inside Abuja, members of the group and some Nigerians may then continue to pray against enemies of we obodo, and we don't continue to do badness for the effort of the government and the unity of obodo Nigeria.
On this final day of 21 days of intercessory prayers, we are going to pray continuously, even after this program, for protection against the sponsors of this violence and criminalities. And with this, we pray that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us against the external forces, the internal forces, in trying to see the downfall of the president's Nigeria and the unity of Muslim and Christians in Nigeria.
I am calling on the security agencies in Nigeria, in the country, to continue to be on alert as the plans of evil ones against Nigeria is real. But God is on the throne to deliver us from the flower snares. God's promise in the book of Psalm 91 verse 3, surely save us from the snares of the flower and deadly pestilence. I am giving this charge to our security agencies to be steadfast and resolute in the discharge of their duties. For no ISIS or Al-Qaeda can penetrate the country as long as God is on the throne.
And even Sefe, we no go agree protesting staff and pensioners from the College of Education in Kiadolo. Then blocked the Benin-Lagos highway for more than 5 hours sake of the non-payment of their 12-month salary arrears from the Edo State government. The provoked workers of the state-owned institution, then they call on the Edo State government to make them pay up their dues, which include unpaid salary arrears, gratuity and pension of pensioners and staff from the institution. The chairman of the coalition, Fred Omonuwa, in say the protest we don't enter their 14th day, it could continue until the claim for injustice to the staff and pensioners they finally addressed.
We are aggrieved because we are supposed to be quiet in the society. We are educated people, and yet the government deems it fit to punish the educated people. Before now they said admirals, we are terrorizing market women, we are terrorizing drivers. But today, the government is terrorizing educated people, and that is why we are out. For 12 months, it's absurd. For 12 months, we owe people salaries. What about our children? Where will they eat? How will they go to school?
I retired 2015 when I retired, 2015. Even before then, 1994, some people also retired. He came around in 2018. He said he was going to liquidate the areas of pension and gratuity. He was going to liquidate in 15 equal installments. He paid 5 installments, and that was the end. No apology, nothing. He ended it in March 2019, which is very wrong. He should have let us know why. He said, now we are hearing said that we now belong to federal government. What about the pensioners?
This is an avenue, as it were, to further tell Nigerians to come to our rescue, to further tell the state government to pay us our salaries. That's why we are here today.
It's not as if they are begging him to borrow them money. This is the money they have worked for. For the past 12 months, they have not been paid. This government is not a good government to the people. It's so uncalled for. We never envisage such a thing like this. But by today, look at all our women. Look at our fathers. They are suffering. Some of them, they are tenants. Some of them, they are not able to feed. As a result of Governor Baseki, it turned back on them.
And yes, so we'll go summer quick break, and when we return, we'll go give one of the rest of the story. We'll go return just now. And yes, so on top of Africa news, the France Anti-Terror Prosecutor's Office, they don't hear and say they go chook eye for the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers by gunmen for Nigeria. And France confirmed to say their nationals, they are among the dead, without saying they give any figure. And the French aid group act, they say plenty of their workers, then they among those where they killed during by one tourist outing. And they believed to be the first of that kind of attack for Westerners for the area. And one popular tourist attraction for the former former French colony, then give thanks to the unique population of the West African or Niger giraffes. And inside the Bodo Tori, U.S. President Donald Trump Sama said and shoot one man near White House after they lead out of the news conference from Secret Service agents. President Trump Sama reporters said the incident they very well under control and say one member of insecurity been walk out for stage during a remark to reporters and in talk small for an ear. And they still hear President Trump they yarn and waiting they happen as in they leave the briefing room. And police for Belarus capital Minsk, they don't fire rubber bullets for second night to take a summer protest to sake of a Sunday disagree presidential election. Officials in Yan say one demonstrator been die and when one boa explosive device do like that for in hand. And the first confirmed casualty since the Bege been start. Autocratic President Alexander Lukashenko been win 80% of the vote, and the main rival Svetlana Chikonovskaya no gree be the result say na she be the real winner. And one lack of scrutiny, no observers they present, and they don't lead to allegate of widespread vote rigging inside the election. The election shelled on top of heavy frustration from Mr. Lukashenko leadership with opposition rallies and where they attract heavy crowd. And yeah, so informate where they come next in our business story. We can return just now. And yes, about the Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, they don't summer the worth of crude oil and gas where they exported from Nigeria between May 29 and May 2020 and to reach $4.47 billion. And then still say the corporation they remit total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during by the same period. After the just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm still summer say total export sale of $174.80 million they recorded for May 2020 and where they represent 10.73% decrease when they compare them to the preceding month. And it still say crude oil export sales they contribute $120.50 million and will be 68.94% of the dollar transaction for the review period and where they compared with $148.86 million contribution for the previous month, while the export gas sales where they amounted to $54.29 million for the month of May 2020. And yes, so still for front on top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on top Jolly Entertainment Story plus Sports Waka. We got return just now.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And yes, on top of Jolly Entertainment Story, Nollywood actress and philanthropist Tonto Dike, she done call be appointment from Committee of Youth on Top Mobilization plus Sensitization, CYMS, as the Director of Socials and Empowerment. Dr. Dike Sama, the good news for her social media page, they said the position Gusama had the opportunity to take empower Nigerian youth through training and skill, color B, and seminars, etc. And she still writes, say this is now another great opportunity for her to contribute to the youth and overall develop of our great Obodo. And even self late legendary Nigerian reggae musician Majek Fashek in Gusama private burial for New York, United States of America, where he been died. The late singer first Pekin Randy and his ex-wife Rita, and then some of this information for video where then share for YouTube video for Majek Fashek and family channel for the weekend. And Randy explained, say the COVID-19 outbreak don't make it impossible to bring in Papa come village for burial, but they never still fixed it. And while they acknowledge the decision and say it no fit to go down well with some people, and he said the family then they make the appropriate decision. And he are still appreciating late Pale fans plus well-wishers for their undying love plus support. If you feel remember, say Majek Fashek been died for first day of June 2020 for the age of 57. And yes, on top sports waka, Manchester City ladies they don't complete the signing of United States midfielder and 2019 World Cup winner Samantha Merritt from the NWSL North Carolina Courage. And the 27-year-old don't feature 67 times for her country, and she did regular during last year World Cup inside France. And while being the yarn for interview, Merritt Sama say she did lucky to don't call the opportunity to play inside Europe. And the midfielder, the City second summer signing after England striker Chloe Kelly. And under new boss Gareth Taylor, the City ladies then go kick off their 2020-2021 campaign with away game for newly promoted Aston Villa during by the weekend for September 5 and 6. And even for Liverpool, they don't complete the signing of Olympiacos left back Costas and Tsimikas for £11.75 million. The 24-year-old don't sign a 5-year contract with the Premier League champions and then go summer cover for first choice Andy Robertson. The Reds will complete the deal for Tsimikas after they see £10 million bid for Norwich Jamal Lewis. Now in Colombia can reject one offer. The Canaries they considered the risky. And the Greece International, now one of Olympiacos' star performance last season, has been clinched a 45th Super League title. And yes, so that now Ogbonge Tori for this time. I make a leave on to breathe fresh air because they bring more background to retake common at the mouth. For more news information, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And plus, you go make Ogbonge sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And yes, so always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge Tori. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name, na Destiny Momo.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Irene Ubani, and I'm here with my co-host,
Moremi Akon. And our guest for today is an astute Nigerian businessman and philanthropist. He is the founder, president, and chairman of the Koscharis Group, an indigenous conglomerate with diverse interests in auto care and auto components, automobile sales and services, agric and agro-allied business sectors, among others.
He established Koscharis Motors in 1977 and made his first million at age 24. Today, Koscharis Group is a business conglomerate with over 26 branches nationwide. He is no other person than Cosmos Maduka. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you guys.
Certainly. Now tell us, who is Cosmos Maduka?
I think it's as simple as you have explained it. A young man that lost his father at the age of 4. Life gave me no chance for success. Many times I try to tell my story. It's supposed to be inspirational, but sometimes it could also be intimidating to a lot of young people. A young man without a formal education, and after the death of my father, before the Civil War, life was so hopeless. It was a question of survival. Sometimes you don't want to tell the story because you can become emotional and break down, because we ate everything that move, everything that fly except airplane, with wings was a food. Anything with leaves, we just give it to a goat. If he ate it and he's still alive, we will try it. It was survival. I did everything I can to survive, but my mother was a godly woman. It's my angel. I miss her, who held me and looked me straight into the eyes and said, look, you can go places in life. So my mother discovered that that entrepreneurship is in my DNA, and actually inspired me for greatness. And I truly believe my mother, and I live the rest of my life from that time with optimism. Always believe no door closed before me, and when I get to any door, it will open. At the age of 7, under 8 years, I came to Lagos to work for my uncle, who sleeps on the balcony in his uncle's place in Griffith Street in Apapa Road. Our store is at Uyumbo bus stop at Griffith Street, 88 Griffith Street. I slept in a shop without window, no air conditioner, no bathroom, lock myself up there. It's something that is really, it's not human to do that, but it's about survival. I believed in myself, A lot of young people keep on say they suffer and things like that. Nothing have ever been achieved. Shakespeare says something that is very interesting. He says, sweet are the users of adversity. Use your adversity when life throws everything at you to make you lose hope. If you are truly an entrepreneur, that's when your DNA adrenaline will be released in you. You begin to have creative thinking on a way to come out of the problem, which is what innovation is all about.
I know you also sold akara at some point.
Yeah. That's correct. That's why I say what my mother did, because she will fly akara early in the morning and put it in a pan, and one for my senior brother to sell and one for me to sell. I would do 2 before my senior brother will finish 1. Mothers are really the engine house of what we all become. Many times they don't like it, because a mother will tell you that if the child is bad, they say it's his mother. If it's good, they say it's his father. No. But the real truth is that the mother is the first pastor or a man of his own house. Because the child that did not suck his father's breast, he's closer to the mother. They believe their mother. That confidence my mother gave me, that people cannot say no to me, I go out to sell akara and I ask people to buy. They said no. I held their cloth. I say, you can't say no.
Oh my.
And the person will be looking at me. Is it by force? I say, my mother tell me nobody says no to me. Some of them will giggle. And at the end, they will ask me to put some. You know, my mother made me believe that people like me. And it's hard for people to say no to me. So when people are telling me no, I just think this person don't understand. I believed it innocently. And faith work everywhere. It's not really, a lot of people get the result in life and people think it's because they are spiritual. There are many spiritual people that don't get the result in life. That's why I think the one time US president said, nothing on earth can help a man or a woman with the wrong mental attitude. And nothing on earth can stop a man or a woman with the right mental attitude. So it's based on the way individual thinks, the belief they have of themselves is what propels their life.
So you're saying faith is an important, aspect of even running a business or living?
I can tell you easily, you require 3 things to succeed in life. And one of them is faith. For number 1 is vision, second is faith, and third is courage. Courage to act. Courage is not an absence of fear, but the ability to walk in the face of danger. So faith is to believe your vision and take a step. Because you can go to school, have all the knowledge you have in this world, get all the intellectual you require. These are knowledge, like a doctor who knows it is dangerous to smoke and he still smoke, is because he has no wisdom. Wisdom is action, application. When you take a step of faith, that is the only time we can say you truly believe what you are claiming. Before then, we don't really know what you believe until we see what you can do. And what you can do comes only from the faith you have. It's the things you believe that put you into action.
Amazing, amazing. So let's talk about the business bit, when you went into business.
Sure.
So as a Nigerian, you were able to thrive in what some would call a challenging business environment. How were you able to do that? I know you've mentioned faith, but how else were you able to do that?
Mindset is the thing I said to you about. My uncle in 1976 counted 200 naira and gave me after I'd worked for him for 6.5 years. And I went with my senior brother who said I should leave this and let us go back home. And I looked at him, I said, do you have anyone to give me when we get home? He says no. That's part of the thing I'm telling the audience today. You don't neglect small thing. Don't neglect the beginning of any small thing. Your beginning can be small, but your end will be great. Start small. Don't wait until everything works out before you take a step of faith. I could have spent 200 naira in a restaurant that evening to shop goat head.
That's 200 naira you were giving by
Yeah,
your
that
uncle.
I was given by my uncle, or take pepper soup. And then now abuse everybody around me, including God. Why did he take my father when I was young? But I have a different mindset. I think differently. Okay, so my senior brother didn't see value on it. But I was excited. Mindset. My excitement is not 200 naira. My excitement is the ability to do with my life what I want to do from today. I am no more under anybody's tutorage. I am now going to make out of my life what I want to do. So the excitement is that your destiny is now in your hands. The rest will be history. So, and I looked my uncle at his face. I said, I served you well. And I deserve something better than this. That's another thing I want to tell my audience today. That in business, you don't get what you deserve. You only get what you negotiated. When you enter into a business with anybody and you didn't agree any terms, and at the end you ask him, do I deserve this? He will laugh at you and say, what did you deserve? What did you negotiate? So in our apprenticeship system where we hail from, there's nothing negotiated. Your parents will be happy that your uncle or your nephew took you out to go and learn trade. So, and I still believe that the apprenticeship system is the best way of life for young people, But do the young people have the discipline to go through it? Because it's the best university you can ever go. Is you will learn unprecedented discipline. Because if you fool around and mess up, they pack you in another one trailer and send you back in the village, and you have no court to go, you have nothing to protest to anybody, you become like area boy in the village. So you need to have the best of your behavior, praying that God will help you. What did I do? I went to church for 3 consecutive days and lock off my boss shop. Wow. We Igbo people don't play with our business. Our business is religion. Death or anything does not come between it. So I committed a taboo for my uncle to understand that for 3 consecutive days I lock up his shop.
You know how much you have lost?
Okay,
How
you know that?
to get that back?
And I was telling him, you see, I am praying for the success of the business. You know, all the things you have seen me do, this is the secret of how it has. He said, no, it's okay. I should go and do that thing for myself. I should come in the evening. You know, since I've become a religious fanatic, he will help me to go and achieve all of those things that I wanted to do. So he actually wanted me to feel frustrated. But I turned around. The little things I know from the scripture, I said, Uncle, I served you well. I never stole from you. You should be proud of me. I was not in a nightclub. I didn't go to watch cinema. I was in church. You should be proud of what I'm doing. But if God had in your heart that you could have given me 10,000, you could have given me 20,000. You didn't pay for a store for me. What do I do with 200 naira? Do I buy 1 carton of spark plug, and hug it in my head? That's not how they sell spare parts. Usually, other boys who do apprenticeship at the age of your maturity, your boss pay for a store and then give you some merchandise with some cash to start. So I said, where do I begin? He said, I can begin anywhere I like. I said, okay, 5 years from today, please listen. If you heard who I am, your head will be spinning. That shook him. He got the message. You know, I was under 15. He couldn't understand that a young man at that age have such courage to make such profound statement.
What was your mindset?
My uncle said, I know you will succeed. I said, thank you. That's all I wanted from you.
Did you treat me that way if you knew I was succeed?
I said, thank you. Of course, before he became late, he was an over 100,000 naira salary from me, you know, drive my car with a driver and all of those things. So Bible recorded that Jesus Christ learned obedience through the things he suffered. Nobody grow in a comfort zone. When you think everything that is sweet is good, everything that is painful is bad, it's a childish way of thinking. When you become an adult, you know that many things that are bitter are good for your life, and many things that are sweet will destroy you. They are not good for you. That's adult age. You begin to make decisions. Like young people, I don't want to eat vegetable. Hey, remove this. You know, if you don't eat your food like medicine, you will end up eating medicine like your food down the line.
What guides your business principles? We see that mindset is one of them. You've also talked about faith. Yeah. But what are those guiding business principles that have, I mean, you got your first million at 24. And I believe and I understand that what it is now was probably what it was not, what it was back then. Plus, you were giving just 200 naira.
You need to be clear where you are going. Entrepreneurship is like a journey of a voyage. You could see the destination, but all the route that will get you there, you may not be able to know. But you can visualize where you are going. Joseph saw himself as a prime minister in Egypt, but nobody showed him he's going to go inside the pit where there was no bathroom, no toilet, and the process of that journey. If he saw all of that, he would say, please forget about this prime minister. But that's how process of life. There's no two way about it. By 15, I wrote on top of my bed that I want to marry before 20.
Wow.
So I've been married for 42 years now. Okay? Now, my second vision is that I will own my own car before 23. I wanted to have a son by 21. And then I said, by 25, I will be a millionaire. I wrote them down. Power of vision. Before I go to bed, I anoint my spirit with every one of them. Look at them and rehearse them. There was an excitement that wakes me up in the night. And if you want me to tell you one word that captioned what it takes to be a successful businessman, I will tell you is passion.
Passion.
Passion is the fuel for the will. When a man or a woman is passionate about the things he wants to do, he will find the willpower to do it. It's not worried. I got up in the night excited about what I'm going to do the following day. So, and I worked hard. I refused to take no for an answer. We can tell this story. People will think, oh, I was born Koscharis. No. I worked hard. At 17 years plus, before 17, I was living in 3-bedroom apartment of my own, not my parents' house. Furnished with upholstery, you know,
with a capital of 200
with carpet, with everything you require. I have deep freezer, I have refrigerator, I have gas cooker. The air condition was not in a vogue in our generation then, and I was ready to take a wife.
And you started with 200 naira?
I started with 200 naira.
And you were 17 at this point?
I was 17 at this point.
We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
This has been a very interesting conversation, wherever you would agree with me.
It has been interesting.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for staying with us. We've been speaking with Cosmos Maduka, founder and CEO of Koscharis Group. Thank you so much for staying with us.
You're welcome, Aline.
I understand that one particular question that will be on the minds of our viewers right now is, how were you able to convert 200 naira to having 26 branches nationwide, cutting across Nigeria and Africa, and then every other thing that you're involved in, because you're also involved in agriculture?
People need to understand where I hail from, that we have a welfare system. Our welfare system is the kind of thing I explained. Your uncle will take you, train you, but whatever you are going to be, manifest as a child. You don't wait. When you are 28, 30, 35, if you haven't been clear where you are going, you already lost it. You are at borderline. 86% of successful people on the world, check statistic, become who they are between the age of 12 and 26. By 27, 28, you're already struggling. You see, the rest will be history. Do they make it at 70, 80? They do, but very rare. Initially, I teamed up with my senior brother. He had started business before me, so I contributed 200 naira. And we worked together. Within 6 months, we differed in ideology. I've always questioned status quo, that things can be done better. And he thought I make too much argument. Sometimes my mother tell me that, why do you think you are the most intelligent person? That each time you keep as it were, if every villagers are foolish and you are intelligent, you are the most foolish. I said, Mommy, you require only 1 cent people to help all the foolish people in the village. You can't join everybody because they are foolish and become foolish. So I've always challenged the way things are done. My brother says, no, it's okay, I should go and start my own. So a friend of mine gave me 1/4 of his store for 6 months, free of charge. With the little capital I have made and the little profit I have made with my senior brother, when we parted, the total was about 316 naira. So I started working hard. I made my first breakthrough when I came to Lagos at Bulos Enterprises Ikeja in Olegun to buy motorcycle crash bar. Nobody knew that Bulos received that crash bar. And some of the things we learned from Street Smart, they don't teach you in college, was what pays off for me. When I bought the motorcycle crash bar, I cut off the name of Bulos, so nobody knows where I get it. Yeah.
They have control over that
because
market.
that is the secret of the business. So I took a night bus to Nne. We sold it that night. Come back with a night bus. My money was able to buy double of the quantity. I came back. Within 1 week, I made about 3,600 naira. This is the time they are selling Mazda Pathfinder 1,300 naira. Peugeot was 3,600. I bought myself a motorcycle, CD 175. It was like 7 Series BMW for me then. I have arrived. So I went to pay for a house. I was ready for my next vision to get this in, and I started venturing into importation. Actually, if you do a good apprenticeship, you will learn the secret of trade. That knowledge you have, if you get a young man who did 7 years apprentice, and you find a young man who went to college and make first degree, and they give the guy that did apprentice 1 million and give the other person 10 million. In 1 year, the person that have 1 million will catch up with the graduate with 10 million. Yeah. Because knowledge is money. He will catch up with him. But where many of the traders have problem is if your vision is limited. You start building house in Ajegule, you start buying car, you are not willing to expand your business, and you start feeling what a man has in his pocket is more important than what is in his head. But in my own case, because entrepreneurship was in my DNA, I knew I have to compete in a structured manner. So after following the system which I was trained with, taking apprentice, when those first set of apprentices were going, I started hiring professionals to come and help me run the business, who had gone to university, who had the knowledge of all that I require. At the time, I was the A to Z of the company, the backward and the forwarding agent, the damaging and managing director, the accountant general, everything. I do everything myself. But I know that has limitation. So when you get these guys who came from university, they want you to give them freedom so that they can tell you, no, it doesn't work like that. You need to sell your visions to them.
Regarding the fact that you were still working with your uncle at that time, were you being paid?
No. My pay is that my uncle fed me and clothed me. That's my pay.
Was that the norm then?
That's the norm.
Okay.
Our
For how many years?
Yeah, because they are expected that what you are supposed to be getting as a pay is what. That's why I tell you that I think he cheated me, because setting me up, supposed to be my pay. Supposed to be all the money should be giving you every month. Maybe you fizzle it away, it's kept for you, and then set you up to be able to start something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Amazing story. Really, really inspiring.
I
What
mean,
do you think?
it has been very
but when
inspiring.
you were talking about this, you mentioned a very important point, which was about your wife.
Sure.
And I know recently I read one of your interviews where you spoke about the role your wife played in running the business. Let's talk about her. Like, tell me about the things she did in running Costaris to date.
The real truth is that I think I've been blessed with good ladies around me, coming from my mother first, and my wife was Charity. That's why I so love that name. I also gave my daughter, the only daughter I have, Charity.
Right.
Because she believes in me. It's also that people need to be convinced on what they want to do. If you think about favor, she did me a favor by marrying me.
Because you were broke at the time.
When I approached her, my pocket was empty, but my faith was full. So many times it's not the size of your pocket.
She's a woman of vision.
But she could see ahead.
She bought into the vision.
Actually, her parents thought she was insane. That made her uncle shot me 3 times.
Like gunshot?
Gunshot, and say he will kill me. It's like, because her parents are the upper class in our village. It's like area boy going to Adenuga's house to tell him he wants to marry his daughter. He will get the security guy to beat him to death. He will actually think he's insane. So his uncle thought so. He said, look at what my grammar is like today. Watch what it is in 40-something years ago. I combine alphabet and so
my ears was jamming my words. And this was a lady that was going to school. They asked her, what is your frustration? They actually thought I bewitched her. So his uncle did that to protect her.
Wow.
So, but she believed in me. And that's why my wife is the vice president of Koshari's organization. She owned the company with me because I married her when I owned nothing. So we built Koshari's together. She can sign a check of 10 billion naira. She's only her can sign signature alone in the whole of Koshari's. Myself, she has sole signature. Her credit card has no limit.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So, but it didn't happen overnight. I taught her discipline of managing money. I used to ask if she need to cook soup. I said, give me a list.
Oh, wow.
She make a list and bring for me. I'll see she wrote engine, bottle of oil, pepper, and all of this. I'll give her money. Next week, she wants to cook. I said, where is the list? And if I see oil, I say, you bought oil last week. Why are you writing oil again? It's oil, a Coca-Cola. But all I'm trying to do is to teach her financial management. And she learned it. She does better than myself. So you can trust her with resources and turn your back with it because she's not wasteful. Now we own the company together. If I'm late today, my wife is not going through any administrative order to take over. She's just step into my shoe and run Koshari's the way she is. She was very active because I wanted a child at 21. For some reason, God knew it would be terrible for two kids having kids, because yeah, because we would have been under 20 years because I actually took her to altar on September 23rd, 1978, when I was to be 20 in December of that year. I was under 20. So, the child didn't come for the next 6 years, which would have been terrible because before I broke out in success, I also have difficulties. Because I lost my capital at a time. I owe landlord. People owe landlord. Today it's like the word come to an end. I couldn't pay for the store where I'm in. I couldn't pay for my house rent. Okay? And landlord was pursuing me. So I went through all of those things. Adversity is nothing but a refining fire that burns out impurities in your life. We are traveling somewhere. I said, 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. My mother said, Cosmas. I said, Mom, what's the problem? She said, please, can we go this journey in peace? I said, Mom, what's the problem? You see, you boost too much. This your boosting turn my stomach. I said, Mom, I'm not boosting. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. It's okay. He understood, but I should drop. When I drop her, I will continue. He I don't know what 100,000 is all about. And now I'm talking about 1 million. So what is this things I'm talking about? So he doesn't want to hear it again. I stopped the car. I wound the glass down. I got close to my mom's ear. I said, Mom, I don't want to insult you. I didn't know anything I've said that is wrong. You taught me to be optimistic in life. Why are you changing your mind? 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. Do you want to get that? Also, of course, my mother is also a very strong woman. I opened the door. She get down. I jammed the door. My wife said, you are crazy. What are you doing? I said, do you want to get down also? I drop you. And when you have a vision, you are close to a mad person. Because nobody believes you until the thing you claim become a reality. Nobody gives you a chance. So people are always willing not to be misunderstood. The first choicest prerequisite is willingness to be misunderstood.
This has been very informative, educative,
inspiring,
everything
mind-blowing.
Good. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much for sharing your time and all of your wisdom with us today. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. God bless you all.
Thank you for staying with us and hope you were inspired by the conversation. For more conversations of this nature, please follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. We are also on DSTV channel 408. From myself and my co-host, Marami.
We say thank you for joining. See you next time.
All right then, bye.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. Nigeria on Monday confirmed 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now 33,346. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) announced the latest figure in a tweet on its handle. The Nigeria's new cases were confirmed in 15 states and the Federal Capital Territory, taking the number of infected people in the nation to 46,867. The NCDC latest data indicates that Lagos and Plateau State reported the highest cases of the day, with 82 infections each. All the states with fresh cases are Oyo with 19, the FCT with 18, Edo 16, Kaduna with 15, Enugu and Ogun State with 9 cases each, Kano, Kwara and with both 8 cases, and Cross River 5 cases, Ondo and Rivers also with 5 cases each, Ekiti with 4, Imo 3 cases, and Borno with 2 cases. The NCDC data further revealed that the disease has so far claimed 950 lives. The Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has blamed governors, traditional and religious leaders for allowing crowds to gather and break safety protocols during the electioneering in Edo State and the burial of Senator Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State. The PTF at his national press briefing on Monday said it was dismayed by the development. Kashamu, who died on Saturday at the First Cardiology Consultants Hospital in Lagos from COVID-19 complications, was buried in his Ijebu-Igbo hometown in Ogun State on Sunday, with a large crowd in attendance in defiance to safety protocols. Both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party have also held campaign rallies in Edo State ahead of the September 19th governorship election. The national coordinator of the PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, was asked about the large crowds at the campaign and at the burial, where social distancing rules were broken and many people failed to wear face masks. And we're now joined by Dr. Chimezie Uche, the head Medical Collaboration Services, Naveen Technologies Services Limited. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, sir.
What is the implication of breaching COVID-19 protocols when conducting burial of a patient? Of course, if you've seen the video clip of the former senator, is that meant to be scary?
Well, again, it's sad that we talk about these things quite often. The PTF talked about it at the commencement of structuring protocols to manage cases like this during this COVID. NDDC also talked about it. From the very beginning, we learned that deaths as a result of COVID or COVID complications will not be released to the families. But unfortunately, the first person that went against that rule was the President's Chief of Staff. And afterwards, we've had other issues. We saw it happen at Buju's burial. There are no words to mince it. It's wrong. Yeah, that is totally against the protocols in management of cases like this. You can see the mammoth crowd. Nothing was adhered to. No social distancing. A whole lot of people they wear masks. Especially when we got to know that this person died as a result of COVID or COVID complications. It's disheartening that at a time like this, when the number is still on the rise, we still have issues like this to talk about. We thought that at a period like this, we should have come over things like this and know that when these things happen, there are laid down procedures to follow. Hey, but we're not. Again, it will boil down to politics and politics and politics. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's not nice at all. And I think it should be condemned. I think the federal government, NDDC, PDF, everyone should rise up to expectation and put an end to issues like this.
I want you to, you're a doctor, and I believe that you've also dealt with COVID-19 cases on the field. I want to know how much risk citizens have when they attend such rallies? And I'm going to also bring up the rallies, campaign rallies in Edo State as they prepare for the elections on September 19th. Both political parties have been accused of also not adhering to COVID-19 protocols with their campaign rallies. How much of a danger does this pose to citizens who attend these rallies?
Okay, so unfortunately, I've not had to deal with COVID-related cases directly. For us, is health system strengthening, ensuring that our primary healthcare, secondary healthcare facilities, services at those centers are fully optimized and they can withstand stuff like this or cases like this. So I work from back end. Having said that, everyone is, the literatures are everywhere. I mean, the discussions are everywhere. They're front burner conversations. Everyone knows the basic things to adhere to: hand sanitizers, face masks, physical distancing, everything. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I have a 4-year-old who can read out these things, without being prompted. Everyone knows that. So even the campaign rally, I mean, that's another horror, for lack of words. I saw on TV yesterday, from APC to PDP in Edo State. It's embarrassing. Okay, it's just dastardly, for lack of words. I think that these things, I mean, every other industry or sector is trying to run affairs or run things with less physical contact. So why must there be rally? All right, why not push your stuffs virtually? Push emails, send messages. After all, we had Nigerian Bar Association had elections recently, and it was done online. Why can't we try such? All right, at the central. Why must federal government or even state government go against what she preaches? All right.
Yeah.
Imagine. So if will they say a musical rally will be okay at this point in time? Because there's no difference between a musical concert and a political rally. All right. So these things should be condemned. These things should not be allowed to happen. Suffice it to say that the health implications are horrendous. They are crazy. All right. Look at that video. It's just disappointing, because the truth is this: in a country of 200 million plus, just yesterday, NDDCC told us they've only been able to screen at 300,000 plus. That's below 0.1%.
All right.
Slightly above 0.01% of the population of Nigerians have been screened, and yet we're still having this. I won't be surprised that the numbers will shoot up on the rise if more tests are done. If more tests are done in Ogun and Edo State, I won't be surprised at all. I think that it is important that these people at the political class understand the implication of this disease, that people are dying, that this disease is true. All right. And when it creeps into the community, and it might, as it's done anyway, the death rate might be more than we can envisage. Thank you.
Let me also ask about work that you're doing, because you mentioned that you're doing a lot of work with boosting primary healthcare centers across those parts. So let me also ask about that. How much information do you think still needs to be spread to the people? If the political class is not ready to comply, something must be done in order to save lives and to protect people from, of course, contracting the virus. So how much more work of information needs to be spread, and of course, boosting of public health centers, or primary health centers, I beg your pardon?
Thank you so much for asking this question. Sorry, the truth is this: we are not there at all. All right, I've had the privilege of visiting a whole lot of primary healthcare centers across the Southeast. It's a sham. Primary healthcare centers where there are nothing, absolute nothing, that looks like a guard room or a prison cell. Okay. Now, for us as an organization, we are looking at supporting state governments, help them optimize services being run at primary healthcare centers and secondary healthcare centers. What do we hope to do? We hope to provide modern medical equipment, human resource, technological solutions that can help drive processes. All right, so that your mother, my mother in the village in Ugwashuku, in Isialangwa North, can go to a primary healthcare center and get an ECG done. All right, it's a shame that in a whole state, in a state in Nigeria, no primary health care center has an ECG machine. We visited a secondary health care facility. They have 11 X-ray machines, 10 down. The one that is working only about 20 or 30% capacity. All right. So the people in our political class should be a bit more sensitive. I take this opportunity to speak to governors, all right, to senators, to House of Reps members. There are a whole lot that can be done. Adopt a primary health care center. Reach me via Plus TV. And then let's work out something. In fact, some state governments, we told them, look, you don't need to even bring money, no funding, no counterpart funding. Just give us the political, just avail us the political will. All right, ensure that this thing will not just when it starts progressing, you don't just come with one policy and then because you want to steal or loot something, you just quash the program. Okay. All right, these things can work. Some of us have taken time to go understand how it's run in other countries, and we're here to implement it in Nigeria. Like I said earlier off camera, I said, look, we have a local problem. We might not need expertise to come solve our local problems. We will need to dig in, find out local solutions to solve our local problems. I know if I mention the name of my organization, it might look like publicity, but hey, if senators, governors, House of Reps are ready, let them reach out to you, reach out to me, and then let's work out something to help ensure that our primary healthcare center and secondary healthcare facilities can offer optimum service, and then people at that level, people at grassroots level can actually go to these facilities and get the best of care. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it, Dr. Chimeze Oche. Thanks for sharing with us. Wish you the best, and I hope that there is some success with your journey.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
The federal lawmaker representing Jos South and Jos East Federal Constituency of Plateau State, Dachong Bagos, has assured members of the constituency of the federal government's commitment to providing their basic needs and necessities. Bagos, while flagging a 7-day malaria and dental treatment outreach for the poor and needy in both Jos South and East communities, also tasked health agencies to also focus on other diseases that can affect Nigerians beyond the coronavirus pandemic.
By the grace of God, will ensure that all of you are healthy. Because we believe that once you are healthy and the dividends of democracy start coming down, you will be strong enough to receive and rejoice. You will be strong enough to go to schools. You will be strong enough to go to your farms. You will be strong enough to stand firm in defending your community.
And state governors from the northeastern part of the country on Monday met with President Muhammadu Buhari on the deteriorating security situation in the zone and appealed to him to address the causes without further delay. They also lamented the rate at which more members are being recruited into the Boko Haram sect. As one of the ways out, the governors recommended that more sophisticated equipment should be provided for the Nigerian police force in order to cover the manpower deficit they said they noticed in the nation's military. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum disclosed these to State House correspondents at the end of the meeting they had with the president in Abuja. Governor Zulum was joined at the press briefing by the Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri. He said the meeting with the president was a fallout of a meeting of the Northeast governors held in Maiduguri on Saturday. He said there is a need for the federal, state and local governments to come together with a view to preferring solutions that will end this crisis in the region. And the Sector 7 of the Special Task Force of Operation Safe Haven, domiciled in Kafanchan, Kaduna State, has paraded 8 suspects alleged to have been complicit in the recent attacks in southern Kaduna. The commander of the sector, Colonel David Wankonobi, while speaking to newsmen, says the task force is also on the trail of other persons suspected to have been involved in the attacks. Colonel Wankonobi says the suspects were apprehended with different types of dangerous weapons and had confessed to being active participants in the various attacks that have affected the area in recent times.
In a bid to curb the recent attacks and isolated killings in southern Kaduna, troops of Operation Safe Haven have continued to intensify efforts aimed at curtailing the menace and ensuring peace in the general area. On 5th August 2020, own troops, acting on credible intelligence, apprehended 6 suspected militias, namely Messrs. Abubakar Ali Amadu, Bawa Idi, Omar Diko, Garba Damina, and Mohammed Ibrahim at Lere local government area of Kaduna State. Please be informed also that one of the militiamen that carried out the last attack was killed. His corpse was discovered in Kibori village during the rescue operation by troops. We have also gotten some information on the identity of some of the hoodlums that carried out the last attack. We are on their trail, and by the grace of God, we will get them.
The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, says the killings in southern Kaduna are appalling, describing it as ethnic cleansing. The former governor, who was a guest on Plus Politics, called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do something fast.
That is ethnic cleansing. I've said that times without number. That there's no ideal society. There's no country that you have sane leadership that will allow a particular people who are seen purely to be of a particular religion, of a particular extraction, to be wiped away daily.
But we understand it's from both sides.
I've said this while I was in office.
We understand it's both
and
sides.
I'm saying it again. I'm saying it again. It is time for us to stop that killing at all costs. Mr. President should stop that killing. That's not right.
And now in news reports across Africa, the Uganda Virus Research Institute is partnering with Imperial College London to start the first COVID-19 vaccine trial in the country by December. Professor Pontiano Kalibu, the UVRI director, told journalists that they have completed necessary internal processes before beginning to enroll volunteers for the trial. Immunogenicity is the ability of a foreign substance to provoke an immune response in the body of a human. There has been an uproar in the African continent on using Africans as guinea pigs to test foreign vaccines. Professor Kalibu, however, advised Ugandans to think positively about the vaccine. The expert said the clinical trial is in the best interest of ensuring that vaccines developed are effective and safe for the nationals. And Egypt is holding elections for a restored second parliamentary chamber on Tuesday and Wednesday. The Senate Council, Parliament's upper house, was reinstated as part of the constitutional amendments adopted in 2019. Egypt used to have the Shura Council, another name for the upper house, until 2013, before it was dissolved in the 2014 constitution. The constitutional changes also allowed Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who first took the office in 2014, to stay longer in power, possibly till 2030. The Senate will be formed of 300 members, 2/3 of them elected by public vote, and the remaining third appointed by the president. A vote was held on Sunday and Monday for Egyptian expatriates. And now on the foreign scene, the U.S. Secret Service shot and struck a reportedly armed suspect near the White House on Monday. The incident forced officers to abruptly escort President Donald Trump out of a press briefing, but the White House property was never breached. The 51-year-old male was shot in the torso by Secret Service after reportedly approaching an officer and saying he had a weapon. Both the suspect and the officer were transported to a local hospital, according to Sullivan. Trump told reporters that he had been taken to the Oval Office after he was escorted out.
A 51-year-old male approached a Secret Service uniformed division officer who was standing his post at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, near the White House complex. The suspect approached the officer and told the officer he had a weapon. The suspect then turned around, ran aggressively towards the officer, and in a drawing motion, withdrew an object from his clothing. He then crouched into a shooter's stance as if he was about to fire a weapon. The Secret Service officer discharged his weapon, striking the individual in the torso. Officers immediately rendered first aid to the suspect, and DC Fire and EMS were called to the scene. Both the suspect and the officer were transported to a local hospital. The White House complex was never breached, during the incident, nor was the Secret Service protectee ever in danger.
Also on the foreign scene, Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya has joined her children in neighboring Lithuania after 2 nights of clashes following the contested re-election of President Alexander Lukashenko. The 37-year-old opposition leader emerged from obscurity a few weeks ago to mount the biggest challenge in years to Lukashenko's rule, standing for election after her blogger husband was jailed. They had been concerned about Tikhanovskaya's whereabouts after her campaign team said they had been unable to reach her by phone hours after she was known to have left a meeting with Central Election Commission officials. At least one person died as police clashed with protesters on Monday after the opposition accused Lukashenko of rigging the vote amid widespread criticism from Western leaders. And up next is business news.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a man's house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I've been staying. I have almost 8 children plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
And now in business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation has put the worth of crude oil and gas exported from Nigeria between May 2019 and May 2020 at $4.47 billion. It also stated that the corporation remitted a total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during the same period. In its just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm further noted that a total export sale of $174.80 million was recorded in May 2020, representing 10.73% decrease when compared to the preceding month. It said crude oil exports sales contributed $120.50 million, which is a 68.94% of the dollar transactions for the review period, compared with $148.86 million contribution in the previous month. While the export gas sales amounted to $54.29 million in the month of May 2020. And still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In entertainment, released on July 24, the project's debut at #1 on the Billboard 200 with a massive 846 units. In its second week, it sold another 135 units, allowing it to maintain its position on top of the charts. Is Taylor Swift, who continues to make history in more ways that we could count with the release of her 8th studio album, Folklore. With the astronomical sales from the acclaimed album first 2 weeks, it makes history once more, becoming the fastest album release in 2020 to sell 1 million units in the United States. While the album continues to do incredibly well, its lead single, Cardigan, is set for a historical fall from #1 in its second week on the chart. The track previously debuted at #1. That is all on entertainment news. My name is Ifeomai. The best in sports is after this.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all.
Are there policies that actually facilitate digitalization or actually drive technology in Nigeria?
I think from the policy angle, we have those things, but one of our biggest issues, which I hope would get solved as a matter of urgency, is the matter of infrastructure.
Whenever somebody hears anything about technology, online business and all of that, the first thought that comes to the mind of a young person, some of them, is fraud. The number of people who are active online is not even up to half of the population.
Not everybody needs to be live. There are some people whose businesses depend on going live. Very few Nigerians can boast of unlimited internet access and at a price that can really get more people on board. I think that is where a lot of focus should be on.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
And in sports, Liverpool have completed the signing of Olympiacos left-back Kostas Tsimikas, and the 24-year-old believes he has joined the biggest club in the world. He joined the Premier League champions for about £11.7 million on a 5-year contract and is expected to provide competition for Andy Robertson. The Grace International was one of Olympiacos' star performers last season as they clinched the 45th Super League title. Still in sports, Villarreal have signed Japanese playmaker Takefusa Kubo on loan from Real Madrid for next season. Kubo, who is 19, impressed last season in his debut campaign in the top flight on loan at Real Mallorca, although he was unable to prevent the team from being relegated a year after winning promotion. He signed for Real Madrid from FC Tokyo last year for €2 million, approximately $2.35 million, on a 6-year contract. Kubo joins the Villarreal side in the middle of a huge transformation ahead of the new season, having replaced coach Javi Calleja with Unai Emery after finishing 5th in their last campaign. And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
And that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
It is your show, not your 9 to 5, where we tell incredible stories of individuals who've left their primary disciplines and ventured into something else, which is not necessarily your regular 9 to 5. Today we are telling the story of Olubusola Mada, who left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit.
My name is Olubusola Mada. I studied accounting in school and, well, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker, and here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My experience, well, there's been ups and downs. It's been fun and it's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So it's been a learning phase. I'm still learning, and I'm open to more learning because, well, to keep this place running, we have to face customers. We have to do this. So, well, as much as possible, we try to reduce our costs so that our prices are not too high for our customers. So our packaging materials are actually produced by us. So we just go ahead and, so we bought a lot of papers and we do it by ourselves. So we just go ahead and use gums. So we just go ahead and use gums to like glue them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. They are yet to pick it up. So we do t-shirts and all those things for families as well. So we do children, we do adults, we do all sexes. So this is for dad. It says I'm dad, I don't care. So the other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitters, and mom says that I make the rules and dad says that I don't care. So we like to put a lot of creativity and sarcasm in producing our designs. So, well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. We have various types of outfits for children. So these are shorts with a little suspenders in front. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges really come from the fact that you have to keep the place running. You have to make sure that you have jobs to do. You have to make sure that the cost is really low so that you can have enough to plow back into the business and at the same time pay salary. You have to make sure that you're managing your customers and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know. And you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I would say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. And as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time, I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try. I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together and then create something out of it? So these kind of things give me, as it makes me happy. So for instance, customers have been asking for another pattern on their reversible masks, and they said they wanted something that goes round. That goes round the neck. This is the first sample we'll be doing. We just cut this right here while you're here, and this is what we have come up with. We'll keep practicing until we get it right. So this is the first one, and let me show you. We are not there yet. Okay, so we are almost close. We're almost close. By the time we do the third, fourth, and the fifth one, I'm sure it will be perfect. So this is why I said I want to do this full time, because it makes me happy. What excites me most about the business is the creative part of it. The fact that you piece different things together and it comes to a whole. It's really fun, it's invigorating, and the best part of it is when you now see the results. So that's why most of the time I like to print, because you just put different pieces together and a beautiful picture jumps at you. So it's really exciting, actually, it is.
I've been working with McMadden since 2014. I love this job, and I believe in future I want to have a fashion home just like this.
My 9-to-5 job. I won't say for certain that I will not go back to my 9-to-5 job because I don't know which circumstances I will find myself in the next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. But if you asked me now, will I go back to my 9-to-5 job? Like now, the way I feel now, I will tell you for certain, no. At least not at this point in my life. It's not an option at this point in my life. Hey, this is not a regular 9-to-5, but this is my life. It's my life. And my name is Olubusola Mada.
And in this episode, we are meeting with Juliet Aigbe. Juliet Aigbe has been in the IT world for 3 years, and even with experience in oil and gas as a liaison officer between the company and oil-producing communities. And she left all of this to begin what she is passionate about, which is confectionaries and baking. And today, we are at her premises to have a conversation.
Okay, I would say I moved from 9 to 5 because I didn't essentially leave IT.
Right.
It's always a part of life, especially now that we're in this COVID era, those things really come to bear. So I never really left IT. I just kind of had a paradigm shift in how I was going to express my individuality. So I've always been the kind of person that has independent thoughts and opinion. And so that drove me to discovering myself and in becoming more self-aware about my proclivities, my passion, what drives me. I think I found a fuller expression in sugar crafting, and that's why I'm here. Sometimes I feel like it's a curse because there's this illusion that, oh, you want to be your own boss and then you want to, make things happen. I think the beauty or the blessing there is just being able to create. I think essentially that's the high points of entrepreneurship for me, creating something from nothing, evolving and putting substance to a dream, So that for me is, I'll say, the blessing. But in terms of being in it, it's so good that I probably didn't even see the how the journey is going to be. Because if I did, I probably would just remain my 9 to 5, which was more a cushier environment than here, which feels like a jungle, So you just have to know your onions and know what you're doing. And another thing, why I transitioned into sugar crafting is, if you check the global dream index, the survey was carried out to see people who really fulfill their dreams. 50% of women don't pursue what they're really passionate about. Maybe you're told to go and study medicine or study, or I think there was a particular place I watched where they said, oh, it's supposed to be 3 things: either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or a disgrace to the family. Like anything outside of those 3, it's like a disgrace. I actually went through that. You mean after all the education, you worked in, I can't call the company. You're going to start doing cakes? What's the point? It's sending you to school, because our parents had this artisanal thinking that if you're an artisan, you're a second-tier kind of person, and everything. Or if it's a blue-collar kind of work, it's not really that prestigious like a white-collar job. I think that's a colonial construct, because they come, tell you what to do, but there's no full expression. If you check even industrialized nations, you see people who actually make a difference are those who invent things, who create things, who solve problems. And I think the entrepreneur has that streak in him or her that says, I want to solve a problem. And that's what drives you. And that's why when you have all the challenges, you don't say, oh, I wish I'm back in my 9 to 5. I never regret making this transition. I don't work 9 to 5. I work crazier hours. I work 6 to 6. As in 24/7. You're thinking, even when you're dreaming the next task, So it's always like being driven by passion, being driven by a problem that needs to get solved. And that's why I say, I won't trade this for anything else. Even if I move on from cake making, because right now we don't just do cakes, we also do cake mixes, and then we train people. And I think I have the reformer streak in me, where I'm looking at what is happening in the food sector right now. There's a lot of carcinogenic additives that are used to enhance production processes just to increase yield and profitability, and they're very harmful and injurious to people's health. So I am taking that as my own advocacy project. You know what, we can actually have baked goods in this sector, in the industry, without falsifying them with additives that are harmful to the body, especially now during this COVID-19 era where people are dying of underlying health issues. I'm looking critically at what kind of baked goods can they eat where they don't have to worry about their health or worry about side effects. And that's why our products in the market right now solve those problems. Talking about challenges, one of the things that we encounter in running our business is power supply, and that's our generator there. Without it, we really can't make this work. And so it's one of the big headaches we have in this sector. We're hoping that things will improve drastically and then we can, make more progress in Nigeria. So we're going to go inside right now. However, no mask, no entry. Another challenge, we all go through challenges in life and in the business as well. Another challenge that we have is ease of doing business. A lot of times you don't get the right kind of information. Then government policies also keep changing. There was a time when tariff on wheat importation was escalated, and it became like 20% increase on that tariff. That really affected the cost of production in terms of raw materials and access to materials. So that's the unstable economic environment is a challenge as well. And then manpower. Sometimes you don't want to go through what they call high key man risk. You want to be able to break down your operational processes to be able to accommodate this high key man risk factor. So what we've just done is to overcome that challenge is to put in place a turnkey model that breaks up a particular task into, or let me say, demystify the process. So if for example, I have a decorator or a baker, we just break up the tasks assigned so that we know who does what, and that way it's easy to scale up. And so one of the things we're also able to do to overcome this challenge is we have our cake mixes where we don't need power supply to produce it. The new normal is to bake at home, because during the lockdown, a lot of people could not really go out to order cakes or see what they want. So either they shop online and like, let me just pick up a skill of baking. Now I have time on my hands. Most of the excuse people give is, oh, I don't have time to bake. I can't use my oven. I'm sure 80% of ovens in Nigeria are not even utilized. So with the cake mix, you're able to actually go down from your gas cooker to the oven space and use it. So it's been a very interesting journey, expanding our product offering from just decorated cakes. And we have two types of decorated cakes. We have the made to stock, the ones that you come and pick on the shelf, and then we have the made to measure or the made to order, the ones that are signature or specialty for special occasions. And I'm moving from that, or expanding further into cake mixes where you don't have to be a professional baker to bake your cake. What we've done is we've packaged the premix in a way that you just open the pack, pour into your bowl, add the wet ingredients like your eggs and vegetable oil and water, and then stir, pour into your baking pan. It goes straight into your oven that you hardly used, and then in less than 30 minutes, a cake comes out. And there's an emotional high you get from being able to bake your own cake, that, oh, finally I can bake a cake by myself. And even kids can be fully engaged also using the cake mixes, because they build confidence, saying that, oh, I baked that cake. Did you see that chocolate cake? I baked it. It's almost like you want to impress your loved ones about, how you can bake a cake. So for me, that's emotional high that you get, from baking with the cake mix is something that is so unique that you don't get from even buying a decorated cake. You can say, oh, my cake is pretty, but when you bake it yourself, happiness comes to you because you created something with your hands. And so that's how you become happy, when you create things with your hands and you can see it. And people are like, oh, wow, this is really nice. This looks really good. And it tastes fantastic too. I'm like, oh, that's my cake. So it's like trying to bring the general public to demystify the entire process of baking. And that's why we have amazing cake mixes. I call them the breakthrough cake mixes because it's very easy to use. You know, you just mix it and then you bake it. It's as simple as that. And me being like a reformer, why I came into this sector is I want to be able to look at why do we use things like aspartame, ACK to sweeten baked goods. I'm like, no, we can do without those kind of sweeteners and bring in nutritive sweeteners instead of those non-nutritive and actually carcinogenic sweeteners. So I am here just trying to reform that industry, doing my bits to reform as much as I can and then pass the baton to the next person and for them to also go the full distance in ensuring that we don't play part of the bad food politics that's going on globally around the world just because we want to scale a business. So other challenges are, there's a lot, you know. Then the delivery, sometimes the roads are bad and then you can't go too far or you have to pay premium to get your goods to their desired destinations. Sometimes when we even ship our products out of Lagos to other parts of Nigeria, it can take as long as 2 weeks to move those goods from Lagos to a place like Abuja. And then when you have a shelf life of your products for like 3 months and it's already spending 1/3 of the time in transit, so you just have 2 months to play with, it just puts you under a lot of pressure. And so for us, we've just looked at all these issues as growing pains, you know, and those are some of the challenges that we encounter running the business.
My name is Femi Olawale. I'm a decorator, and we are so structured and has a procedure that's what makes us to be more efficient in every of our products. Sometimes it's somehow tough, while sometimes it's easy because we have to give our customers exactly what they really want. So for these, we go a very long way to satisfy our customer in all our efforts. Sometimes, you know, most of our customers, you know, to talk to us rudely based on saying that we are doing cakes, but for the fact that we really need them, so we just have to take it and face the life challenges the way it comes. And we're in another dimension of challenges. Sometimes, you know, based on our product, we are to deliver. Sometimes we have a series of challenges in terms of delivery and all that. Our customers, they are somehow, some of them are very easy, while some are tough. You know, no matter how it is, we just have to, you know, satisfy our customers because all customers are always right.
My name is Juliet Aigwe. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Congratulations, you beat coronavirus hands down.
Yes, I did.
The problem is when people lose confidence in governments, it becomes very serious in emergencies like this.
To all citizens, stay at home in the areas under lockdown.
I never jumped since yesterday. Now ball I dey play. To dey make myself dey happy. For this country, wetin dey happen gan?
They say they share money.
I
dey go check my ATM every day, I don't see anything yet.
That this is indeed the most challenging crisis we have faced since the Second World War.
A week ago, Mother Rica declared a state of national disaster.
All things are not people.
When you come out of prison, you will not go back.
That's a challenge at the moment.
We have had 100% recovery.
Virus wey they talk about, say hungry big pass am. Understand? No virus wey big pass hungry.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, "Foluke, is that what you?" I said, "No, it's not me." So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, going for auditions, and sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose, yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. The things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But God was merciful throughout this period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. Like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine, and then you do the second one and you get heartbroken, and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive, so I felt maybe He kept me alive for a reason. And He just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently, and that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes, and family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before being in a state of mind to record and create good music. Sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago, or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square. We're waiting for you guys to drop new songs and all that stuff. And
And yes, my country people, you do well say you join us inside News on the Hour for Plus TV Africa. And at the Coco Bang Bang Tori, we will want some give on unto this very o'clock as it hot. My name, na Destiny Momo. And yes, on Nigeria on Monday, don't confirm 290 fresh cases of COVID-19, with the number of recovered persons now, we don't reach 33,346. Obodo Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, they be announced the latest figure for tweets for their handle. And Nigeria new case have been confirmed for 15 states plus the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. We don't take the number of infected people for the nation and to be 46,867. NCDC latest data shows say Lagos and Plateau 9 report the highest case for the day with 82 infections each. Another states with fresh cases now Oyo 19, FCT 18, Edo 16, Kaduna 15, Enugu 9, Ogun 9, Kano 8, Kwara 8, Cross River 5, Ondo 5, Rivers 5, Ekiti 4, Imo 3, and Borno 2. NCDC data still shows say the disease don't so far claim 950 people live. And yes, so the Presidential Task Force for COVID-19, they don't blame governors, traditional and religious leaders, sake of they allow crowd to gather and they can break safety protocol during by-election period and form Edo State and burial for Senator Buruji Kashamu inside Ogun State. The PTF for their national press brief on Monday, then Sama say then they're very, very surprised for the develop. Kashamu will die on Saturday for First Cardiology Consultant Hospital, Lagos, from COVID-19 complicates, being they buried for their Ijebu Igbo Ogun State house on Sunday, and with plenty people and we come and they come out from the safety protocols. And even both the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party say they don't summer and campaign rally for Edo State before the September 19 governorship election. The national coordinator for PTF, Dr. Sani Aliyu, been they asked about the large crowd for the campaign and for the burial and where social distancing rules so then break them. And many people they don't even agree wear face mask at all. Yes, so the federal government, they don't direct a civil servant for grade level 12 plus 13 and on those for essential duties to make them sharply resume their full duty. The head of the civil service for the Federation, Folashade Yemi Eshan, don't summon the directive for circular within date August 10, 2020. The circular been there titled Resume of Officers for grade level 12 and 13 and those for essential duties. Yemi Eshan don't summon the officers, make them make sure say all full compliance with the directive and advice for COVID-19 pandemic preventive measures. Say then summary including maintenance for physical distancing, regular wash of hand and sanitize of hand, plus to wear face mask. And she still samaya and say efforts are supposed share to avoid make people the overcrowd for inside small offices. And even state governors from the northeastern part of Obodo Nigeria on Monday, they don't meet with President Muhammadu Buhari on top badness security matter for the zone, and they come back and making address the cost without more delay. And then still they complain the rate where more members take the Kolobi recruit for inside the sect. And as one of the ways out, the governors, they don't recommend say more sophisticated equipment supposed this summer and for Nigeria police force so that they go cover the manpower deficit where they don't notice for inside the Obodo military. And Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum bin Sama this one for State House correspondent for the end of the meeting with Sama with the Presido for Abuja. Governor Zulum don't join the press briefing for the Adamawa State Governor, and Amadou Fintiri said in meeting with the Presido, saying a fallout of meeting for the Northeastern governors we share for Maiduguri on Saturday. And Mr. Samayan say need day for the federal, state and local governments to make them come together, join body with view to take proper solution we go end this big crisis for the region. And even a former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose Inyan, say even though say he be member of PDP, say he no like the party candidate Godwin Obaseki for the upcoming governorship election inside Edo State. Mr. Fayose will be being guest for Plus Politics. He been won PDP. Say Governor Obaseki fit return to APC if he finally win the election.
Edo is a very complex one, very, very complex. But let me be very sincere with you. I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. But to me, what goes around in life will come round. I wish all of them the best.
I wish you can break it down before you go, sir. What do you mean by what goes around?
Well, let me leave it like that, because I'm a party man. I don't want to create crisis anywhere. But let me say to you, I am not a fan of Obaseki. I am not a fan of Oshiomhole. They both played negative roles in the then Ekiti election. That is why it is easy for Governor Fayemi to be supporting Obaseki at the same time, while the PDP is supporting Obaseki. But whatever it is, we leave them to tomorrow. But for me, life is a circle. There's nothing we do that will not come around. I stand to be corrected, and if anybody probes into this matter, I will explode. I know the people that can make statements. When they make that statement, either on Oshiomhole or on Obaseki, they will have it fire for fire. The things that will come out of my mouth will do more damage than good. So let me seal my mouth. Obaseki will win this election, but let me tell you, I won't be surprised if Obaseki returns to APC one day.
Finally,
I won't be surprised. Obaseki will win this election because Oshiomhole too is a very bad man. Obaseki may win this election, but if he wins this election, I will not be surprised if Obaseki turns his back on the likes of my friend Wike and others they are fighting tooth and nail for him. But we should remember that I said it. That time, this video, I pray Obaseki will not allow us to play this video. Because those of the people in the PDP now, he must keep his agreement with them. He must keep his agreement with them because they kept the party before his coming.
And yes, so like 3 people don't they killed inside Ire Ekiti in sake of big crisis we share for the community sake of suspend of the annual Ogun Festival. And claim they say youths for the town then still set fire for the palace of the monarch Victor Bobade and then still destroy police motors. Even said the crisis share after for council announced the suspend of the festival for Oba of COVID-19 protocol. And in reaction, when he been a yarn with newsmen from a hideout, the traditional ruler been beg residents to make them calm down and make them summer peace chance for the community. And even serve the chairman of the COVID-19 task force inside the Ekiti State, Professor Bolaji Aluko, been maintained, say all religious gathering make them remain banned for Ekiti State until further notice.
I went to my residence. In my residence, they came there, they couldn't find me anyway, and I was in there. I was in there looking at them, but they couldn't find me. They started throwing stones, breaking anything breakable in the palace. They finished everything, including the vehicles of the policemen. They finished everything in that palace. I had to break a fence before those policemen on ground could, find their way to run away. So, nothing was done yesterday. Then I slept in the palace. People are saying, Cabbage, you have to leave this palace. I said, no, I will be in here. And I slept there alone.
And yesterday, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, then you said they collaborate the judgment of the Court of Appeal where they recall at least 22 political parties back for the country. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of Informate and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, been confirmed the receipt of the judgment inside statement on Monday. Advanced Congress of Democrats (ACD), Progressive People's Alliance (PPA), and 20 others been they recalled from the appellate court. And by the electoral umpire, then Samayan say total of 23 political parties now been they relisted by the 4-man panel of judges, and where they led by Justice Shodikpe Lokulo. And Okoye Samayan say the same court they don't uphold decision to take deregister the political parties, only for them to later fault their action. And the INEC official Samayan say the commission and therefore they faced with 2 conflicting judgments from the Court of Appeal, and one to take confirm the powers of the commission to deregister political parties, and the other where they set aside the deregistration of ACD and the 22 others. And yes, one musician for Nigeria northern state of Kano don dey sentenced to death by hanging sake of bad yarn against Prophet Muhammad. And one upper Sharia court inside Hausawa Filling Hockey area of the state and say Yahaya Sharif Aminu been they guilty saying commit blasphemy for song where circulate via WhatsApp for March. Mr. Sharif Aminu, they deny the charges. And Judge Kadi Aliyu Mohammed Kani in Sama say fit appeal against the verdict. And states across Muslim majority northern Nigeria then use both secular law and Sharia law, and we know they apply to non-Muslims. And only one of the death sentence where they passed by Nigeria Sharia court don't they carried out since them been they reintroduced for 1999. And even fuel tanker drivers under the auspice of a Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers in NUPENG, they don't suspend their strike for Lagos State. And one communique where they jointly signed by the Commissioner of Energy and Mineral Resources, Olalere Odusote, and the Deputy National President of NUPENG, Solomon Kilanko, and been they summer for the end of the meeting. And it contained the 7 agreements where they reached by the union, and the government will lead to the suspend of the industrial action of the tanker driver for the state. And some of the challenges where they faced by the tanker drivers like security agencies, area boys, ad hoc levies, bad roads, overloading, the timing of movement plus a coordinate, and where they form the critical issue where they discussed for the meeting. And both parties then see resolve say the state government then go meet with the heads of all security agencies and then go secure their commitment to make sure say free passage of petroleum products and vehicle and sake of their importance to Wiobodo economy. The National Interfaith Religious Organization for Peace don't task security agencies for Obodo Nigeria to remain steadfast and make them they committed to the war against crime, criminality, plus the perpetrators of a violent gbege. And when I'm in a yarn for the end of the 2020 one-day interdenominational prayer and fasting inside Abuja, members of the group and some Nigerians may then continue to pray against enemies of Wiobodo, and we don't continue to do badness for the effort of the government and the unity of Obodo Nigeria.
On this final day of 21 days of intercessory prayers, we are going to pray continuously, even after this program, for protection against the sponsors of this violence and criminalities. And with this, we pray that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us against the external forces, the internal forces, in trying to see the downfall of the president's Nigeria and the unity of Muslim and Christians in Nigeria.
I am calling on the security agencies in Nigeria, in the country, to continue to be on alert as the plans of evil ones against Nigeria is real. But God is on the throne to deliver us from the flower snares. God's promise in the book of Psalm 91 verse 3, surely save us from the snares of the flower and deadly pestilence. I am giving this charge to our security agencies to be steadfast and resolute in the discharge of their duties. For no ISIS or Al-Qaeda can penetrate the country as long as God is on the throne.
And even Sefe, we no go agree protesting staff and pensioners from the College of Education in Kiadolo. Then blocked the Benin-Lagos highway for more than 5 hours sake of the non-payment of their 12-month salary arrears from the Edo State government. The provoked workers of the state-owned institution that they call on the Edo State government to make them pay up their dues, will include unpaid salary arrears, gratuity and pension of pensioners and staff from the institution. The chairman of the coalition, Fred Omonuwa, in say the protest we don't enter their 14th day, it could continue until the claim for injustice to the staff and pensioners they finally addressed.
We are aggrieved because we are supposed to be quiet in the society. We are educated people, and yet the government deems it fit to punish the educated people. Before now, they set aberrants. We are terrorizing market women. We are terrorizing drivers. But today, the government is terrorizing educated people, and that is why we are out. For 12 months, it's absurd. For 12 months, you owe people salaries. What about our children? Where will they eat? And will they go to school?
I retired 2015 when I retired, 2015. Even before then, 1994, some people also retired. He came around in 2018. He said he was going to liquidate the arrears of pension and gratuity. He was going to liquidate in 15 equal installments. He paid 5 installments, and that was the end. No apology, nothing. He ended it in March 2019, which is very wrong. He should have let us know why. He said, now we are hearing said that we now belong to federal government. What about the pensioners?
This is our avenue, as it were, to further tell Nigerians to come to our rescue, to further tell Edo State government to pay us our salaries. That's why we are here today.
It's not as if they are begging him to borrow them money. This is the money they have worked for. For the past 12 months, they have not been paid. This government is not a good government to the people. It's so uncalled for. We never envisaged such a thing like this. But by today, look at all our women. Look at our fathers. They are suffering. Some of them, they are tenants. Some of them, they are not able to feed. As a result of Governor Baseki, he turned back on them.
And yes, so we'll go summer quick break, and when we return, we'll go give on the rest of the story. We'll go return just now.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brother, sister. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project, Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable, Coleman.
And yes, on top of South Africa news, the France Anti-Terror Prosecutor's Office, they don't hear and say they go chook eye for the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers by gunmen for Nigeria. And France confirmed to say their nationals, they are among the dead, without saying they give any figure. And a French aid group act, they say plenty of their workers, then they among those where they killed during by one tourist outing. And they believed to be the first of that kind of attack for Westerners for the area. And one popular tourist attraction for the former French colony, then give thanks to the unique population of the West African or Niger giraffes. And inside the Bodo story, U.S. President Donald Trump, Sama said and shoot one man near White House after they lead out of the news conference from Secret Service agents. President Trump, Sama reporters said the incident they very well under control and say one member of insecurity been walk out for stage during a remark to reporters and him talk small for his ear. And they still hear President Trump, they yarn, and waiting they happen as in they leave the briefing room. And police for Belarus capital Minsk, they don't fire rubber bullets for second night to take a summer protest the sake of a Sunday disagree presidential election. Officials in Yan say one demonstrator been die and when one boa explosive device do like that for in hand. And the first confirmed casualty since the Bege been start. Autocratic President Alexander Lukashenko been win 80% of the vote, and the main rival Svetlana Tikhanovskaya no gree be the result say na she be the real winner. And one lack of scrutiny, no observers they present, and they don't lead to allegate of widespread vote rigging inside the election. The election shell on top of heavy frustration from Mr. Lukashenko leadership with opposition rallies and where they attract heavy crowd. And yeah, so informate where they come next, now our business story. We can return just now.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a mass house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I've been staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m.
And yes, about the Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, they don't summer the worth of crude oil and gas where they exported from Nigeria between May 29 and May 2020 and to reach $4.47 billion. And then still say the corporation they remit total of 1.83 trillion naira to the Federation Account Allocation Committee during by the same period. After the just released financial and operations report for May 2020, the oil firm still summer say total export sale of $174.80 million they recorded for May 2020, and where they represent 10.73% decrease when they compare them to the preceding month. And it still say crude oil export sales they contribute $120.50 million and would be 68.94% of the dollar transaction for the review period, and where they compared with $148.86 million contribution for the previous month, while the export gas sales where they amounted to $54.29 million for the month of May 2020. And yes, so still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on Top Jolly Entertainment Story plus Sports Waka. We go return just now. And yes, on Top of Jolly Entertainment Story, Nollywood actress and philanthropist Tonto Dike, she don't call be appointment from Committee of Youth on Top Mobilization plus Sensitization, CYMS, as the Director of Socials and Empowerment. Tonto Dike summed the good news for her social media page. They said the position Gusama had the opportunity to take empower Nigerian youth through training and skill, colobi and seminars, etc. And she still writes, say this is now another great opportunity for her to contribute to the youth and overall develop of our great Obodo. And even self late legendary Nigerian reggae musician Majek Fashek in Gusama private burial for New York, United States of America, where he been died. The late singer first speaking Randy and his ex-wife Rita, and then some of this information for video we then share for YouTube video for Majek Fashek and family channel for the weekend. And Randy explained say the COVID-19 outbreak don't make am impossible to bring him papa come village for burial, but they never still fixed it. And while him they acknowledge the decision and say it no fit to go down well with some people, and he say the family then they make the appropriate decision. And he are still appreciating late Pale fans plus well-wishers for their undying love plus support. If you feel remember, say Majak Fashek been died for 1st day of June 2020 for the age of 57. And yes, on top sports waka, Manchester City ladies they don't complete the signing of United States midfielder and 2019 World Cup winner Samantha Merritt from the NWSL North Carolina Courage. And the 27-year-old don't feature 67 times for her country, and she did regular during last year World Cup inside France. And while being the yarn for interview, Merritt Sama say she did lucky to don't call the opportunity to play inside Europe. And the midfielder, the City's second summer signing after England striker Chloe Kelly. And under new boss Gareth Taylor, the City ladies then go kick off their 2020-2021 campaign with away game for newly promoted Aston Villa during by the weekend for September 5 and 6. And even for Liverpool, they don't complete the signing of Olympiacos left-back Kostas and Tsimikas for £11.75 million. The 24-year-old don't sign a 5-year contract with the Premier League champions, and then go summer cover for first choice Andy Robertson. The Reds will complete the deal for Tsimikas after then see £10 million bid for Norwich Jamal Lewis. Now Colobi can reject one offer. The Canaries they considered the risk-free. And the Greece International, now one of Olympiacos' star performance last season, has been clinched a 45th Super League title. And yes, so that now Ogbonge Tori for this time. I make a leave on to breathe fresh air because they bring more background to retake come on the month. For more news information, you can join us for Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And plus, you go make Ogbonge sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And yes, so always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge Tori. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name, na Destiny Momo.
The Oshafa Pottery Center lies in the ancient village of Oshafa in Buhari Area Council on the northern axis of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It was established in 1991 as part of Mariam Babangida's Better Life for Rural Women project during her tenure as First Lady, showcasing the skill and creativity of women potters in Oshafa community. Sadly, the center, which was a major tourism attraction site and could boast of visits from former U.S. President Bill Clinton, former Egyptian military and political leader Hosni Mubarak, one-time British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and the former Swiss Vice President Ruth Mesler, has now become a shadow of itself. Plus TV Africa, in collaboration with Google Nigeria, alongside media practitioners, journalists, and social media influencers, visited the famous Pottery Center to showcase it as one of the important landmarks on Google Maps in Abuja, Nigeria.
Google Map has transit information for nearly several thousand agencies, which means transport agencies for all around the world who provide transit for people, and more than 3.8 million stations in the world. Over 1 billion kilometer worth of transit results every day. And that's mind-blowing.
We were given a demonstration of the local way of making a pot such that designs are achieved using local tools. For example, twisted strings or notch wood over the surface of the clay.
She tends to go round and round about the pot until she achieves the desired shape and height. Then there are some tools equally here she has that she used to equally design it, then shaping it, then smoothing it. You have to turn and turn. She has to turn around so that the thing will be, the wall will be even. If you don't turn, the wall will not be even. The essence of she turning is for the wall to be and for the clay to be even round. You can see one other tool here. That one is like a rag.
Wow.
Out of that small. How did she do it? Just Wow. If they didn't show you, it's magic. This is dance. Wow. Dance. Magic.
That's how stars go.
That's our stars. Even look at the
The range of beautiful products created include incense burners, teapots, beads, plates, candle stands, water jars, cooking pots, bowls, and flasks. The people of the Oshafa community have been relentless in sustaining this ancient tradition of pottery making, while they hope the government will come to their aid in terms of investment and well-packaged products for exportation, which will generate more revenue and better their means of livelihood. Elsie Godwin reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Dr. Benjamin Olowojebutu is offering free health services in collaboration with the Lagos State Government for fibroids, lipomas, and hernia. There were so many patients, but there was a special case. Her name is Moyo Shore. Moyo's case is different. She sat alone. Moyo is indeed a special case. It all started like a toothache.
My name is Moyo Ajibola. I'm 42 years old. So this problem started 2014. I am an hairdresser. So I thought I just feel that pain in that particular teeth. So I went to the hospital with the hope that they will just remove that teeth. So on getting to the hospital, I saw the doctor. The doctor gave me test to go and do. I said, test for what? He said I should go and do the test. Then I was living in Shomolu. I'm a widow with 2 children. So I now go ahead. I did the test. I made a report to the doctor. He gave me X-ray. I should go and do the X-ray at movie orthopedic, which I did it in Spain. On getting to the doctor asked me that, did I used to fight with anybody? I said no. He asked again that, have I had accident before? I said I've had accident, but it's a long time. For that time, I don't feel anything. I don't feel any pain. The accident happened along the expressway, and immediately they rush everybody to Shagam Hospital. They check everybody. Nothing happened to me. I just have only simple mark on my leg. Nothing again.
The doctor suspected it was the accident, and from then on, her plight of pain and untold sufferings began.
They said the accident is the cause. They are going to operate it. And they said they cannot tell me the amount because they are going to refer me to the hospital where they are going to do it. That is how I started running to get money. I started running to people to assist me Yes, so some people are even saying operation for what? This might not think. Some people are even thinking maybe I just want to collect it. I know what I'm saying. No. The doctor that told me that they are going to operate it, they are the one that, though in that X-ray, they show me that thing has shift. The gum has shift up. I saw everything clearly. So nobody. I started running up and down. I called my mom. My mom said I should come to the village because I'm from Kogi State, which I traveled to the village that time. So they started preparing some herbs for me, which I started using it because it's paining me seriously that time. So by the time I started taking the herb, the pain is sustaining the pains. So when the thing released me, but as the thing swelled up, it did not go down. That is how we started having accommodation problem. I cannot avoid to pay our house rent because they prescribed some drugs to me, for me to be using. I started buying the drugs and using it. So I came to the Kogi. I get small place which I'm using because the money to get apartment is not hard. Single room is not hard as at that time. So, but as the thing is getting worse, I can't do anything. Able to pay the rent is another thing. The landlord now came, they drove our property outside, they drove everything outside. That is how I went to school with somebody.
And what's more, the taunting, the unkind words, and even the rejection.
Somebody else me. Instead of that, they will be mocking me. They will be calling me so many names. Some people have even run for me. Some custom, I don't have customer again. I cannot do anything. They are the one out of the little that they have. They are the one that is helping me. That is what I'm passing through.
So when you say they are mocking you, what do you mean exactly?
If they see me, they will say so many things about me.
Like what?
Like insulting me. Some people are even saying, Mama cancer is coming, Mama cancer is coming.
They call you Mama Cancer?
Yes.
She began to seek for help. One man offered to help her, but on one condition.
I'm getting there. Bring wine, chicken, sell as you feel like you want to entertain me. I said, sir, I don't do something like this. This thing that you bring out is not for something like somebody like me. Just feel at home.
Because you can't even chew the chicken.
No. I said, sir, I can't take it. He said, okay. I said, sir, how far? It's because of our discussion. That is why I can. He said, I know now. I can't forget now. But what is there is that you are not going home tonight. I said, why? Why am I not going home? Then you are going to play with me. Play with you for what? Which kind of play, no? He said, the way I'm seeing your picture, you have matured enough now. Okay, let me tell you. you are going to make sex with me. I said, sir. I started crying.
Her struggles continued. For 5 years on, she carried the tumor around. Rejected by her church Christian community, she was taken by a Muslim woman who knew her from nowhere.
I don't know her from nowhere. Just because I'm making hair from, even this hair that I'm having on me, she was the one that did it for me. During that Eid al-Fitr Kaaba, at least for that period to this period, you can see how lax it is. She's hardworking. When we met, that day she didn't even want to say anything. I look onto her and said, what happened now? You look so dull, more dull. She was saying nothing. I went back. It's like I was going out that day. And I came back to her and I asked her. She started this. I said, okay, no problem. Okay. About accommodation, I said, we, as we are there, we have an issue with our landlords. But when they come, once we are still there, we can come around. But let me discuss with my husband, of which I told her at United States. We both agreed on that issue. So we departed. When I came, I told my husband said, okay, no problem. That once that is you that knows her, she doesn't know her, okay, no problem. So I got back to her, I told her, that's when we begin to live together.
Having a shelter did not stop unfriendly comments from people around. This widow's daughter, Eniola, also shared how her mother's illness affects her personally.
Some people, they don't want to make friends with me because their parents, they'll be telling them that, that daughter, a woman, she has cancer, something like that. That, mama, cancer, you want to be making friends with her. I don't want to see you with her. Even though some of my friends, I'll go to their house, they will insult me, their mother will say all sorts of things about my mother. So I'll be sad. I'll just leave their house.
For 5 years, Moyo lived only on liquids, pap and tea, literally, barely looking like a shadow of herself. But help seems to have come.
This lady with this jaw tumor came to see us in the hospital, and I was moved by her story. And because in our foundation, what moves us is love and compassion, we have decided to take up our treatment, take her to see an oral and maxillofacial surgeon, one of our friends and our partners, to help her take out this tumor and let her live a good life. Apparently, she's had it for 5 years, and one of the surgeons said that the person that wanted to help her 5 years ago told her that she must sleep with him before he could help her, and that's a very touching story. You know, because of our focal point and our work, we will help her take out this shame, this pain, and by the grace of God, give her a new life in the coming weeks. It's called amyeloblastoma. It's a tumor of the jaw. Hopefully it's benign. It's a benign tumor of the jaw, and we'll do tests to be sure if it's malignant or not. But we're going to take out this tumor. That's important. Even though it's malignant or it's benign, it has to be taken away. So we'll take it out for her, and she can smell and eat better again. She can't eat, she can't swallow. It's a lot of pain.
And indeed, love found her as Dr. Benjamin Olowojebutu and his partner, Dr. Ambali, made it possible. The surgery was done. And yes, we went to see the new Moyo.
It's like a miracle. Thank God for you. I can't believe it, but God is faithful.
I thank God. On the 13th of November, I was admitted. So they said they are going to carry out the surgery on the 17th, which they cannot do. Due to my blood level, they said the blood level is too low, that they can't risk it, because that surgery will consume blood. Before they said I have to donate 4 pounds of blood. So they now suspend the surgery till 25th of November. So before then, the blood was already ready. On the 25th, I went there for admission. My consultant told me that you will not, that 4 pounds of blood will not be enough. That at least you will use more than 7. I said, what? So before the surgery, they gave me 2. On the 29th, which is the day, that date. So I left the ward around 6 o'clock in the morning. When I get to the theater, they start the surgery around to 9. So my doctor told me that we are going to give you injection, you are going to sleep. Oh. That is all I know. Because, so I wake up around to 10 in the night. As I open my eyes, I saw everybody, the doctors. They started laughing at me. I said, I don't know anything, I can't talk. They said, they said, they said,
The coming days were still of surprise and disbelief as she awakes from surgery.
When I woke up, I don't even know that they have done it because I don't feel anything. When I opened my eyes, I saw them. I said, huh? Because I cannot talk. I said, They said they are going, They started laughing at me. That is how I slept back. The following morning, when I woke up, and I see that there is nothing there again. So they now show me something that they removed there. It's inside one plastic like this. That is when I know that, yes, they have done it. I said, God. So I can come back to normal again. So those doctors, they now come back. They see me and say, your face has come down. I was just looking at them. I was laughing. So anything they ask me, I'm only writing it. I cannot talk. But in fact, I was so excited.
Now a new woman, she explains that she is free of pain. All that is left are scars that have become an indelible sign of love and kindness of humanity to her through Dr. Ben.
People should help me to thank Dr. Ben on my behalf. In fact, that man, it really surprised me. I don't know what to say. My sister, I don't know. That one really tried. And even his wife. You know, we women now, some women can discourage their husband not to try it. No, in fact, we went to hospital that day together with his wife. In fact, I can't believe it. God is merciful. God is merciful.
And what's more, she is back to her daily business as a hairstylist, fit and healthy.
I'm going to write a story somewhere. Yeah, I want to publish it.
With a sense of wit and humor and a sense of relief, she recalls the reaction of those who have seen her since after the surgery.
That was my former place, and I called her. I said, Mommy David like this. Look at me like this. He said,
Who is this?
Good afternoon. Please, I don't know you. I said, Mommy Eniola, your hairdresser. He said, No. There's only no. When? No. I said, I'm the one. If you see how this woman is shouting, she hugged me. She started crying. See, so you lost it.
Oh.
And in a rather relaxed mood, she recalled what she looked like before and how she covered her ailment with a piece of clothing and how it all now belongs to the past.
This is how I used to do it that time. If I want to go out, I will do it like this. That thing is very big though. I will wrap it like this. Even my mouth, I will do it like this. If they are talking to me, I will hold my hand to cover my room. Even they will not understand what I'm saying. That is how I will go. And see that thing. If we go, they will know that there is something there. That is how I used to go out. But now, I'm not even more using any scarf again. No. Even if anybody sees me with this thing, they will say it. They tell me that anytime they see this thing on my head, they are ready to say it that you are no more wearing it again. Yes, so all things have become new.
Oto Ilogbo, a slum in the midst of the city.
This community came into existence in 1993 in the absence of a mass house to the teeming Lagosians. That's why some of us come to this community and create something out of nothing.
This is home to different people who share one thing in common, which is living in deplorable conditions.
No dualization of roads, no drainage, no proper water, no toilets, nothing like school.
If I sick, there is no way to pass, and we don't have antenatal here.
Since when I come this Lagos, now here I be staying. I have almost 8 children, plus grandchildren now.
I do contest for councillor for 4 times. I contest for local government chairman 2 times. If you people are in the seat, you cannot do the needful. Let people like us be in that seat and make sure that my people benefited in governance.
Premise Friday, 1:30 p.m. Life seems normal in this little village of Oroyan, Ibadan, but not for Yemisi, who is saddled with a neglected tropical disease, elephantiasis. She's 45, neglected and abandoned, a really pathetic sight. She says she came down with elephantiasis at the age of 15.
I have had elephantiasis for 30 years now. I have spent a lot of money on treatment. Whenever I use native herbs on the leg, it subsides. But when I stop, it increases.
Hungry and lonely Yemisi tells a tale of societal rejection from her husband and brothers.
My husband married me in this condition. We have children, but he has abandoned me for another woman.
This resilient former trader explains that her only heart cry is to get back on her feet by any means possible, except for the amputation of her legs.
I want good health, food to eat, a decent accommodation, because I am renting this house. My siblings are tired of assisting me and my condition. I am tired. I am weak. I don't want any operation. If I die, I will rest.
At the moment, there is a ray of hope.
I told my parents and